In 2035, technology advanced enough to build a virtual realm known as Connect. The world looked and felt identical to reality, filled with lifelike AI characters, refined swordplay, and magic that existed only inside the game. With all these features combined, more than 100 million players poured into Connect. Before long, a large group of bodies lay scattered near the gate. A man shouted in agony as several daggers struck him, and he collapsed where everyone could see his game name Crash glowing above him. The others glared at Do-Hyun, calling him a bastard, and one of them yelled for the group to rush him while he was alone. They declared him an enemy of the Empire and charged forward. Do-Hyun watched them without reacting. The system revealed his ranking, 13th among psychokinetic users. One of the men drew his bow and screamed for Do-Hyun to fall, but Do-Hyun only lifted 2 fingers, redirecting the arrow midair and severing the archer's head. Their leader ordered his knights to release their shots. Arrows launched toward Do-Hyun, but he lifted his hand, stopping every single one in mid-flight. The knights stared, stunned, just before he sent the arrows flying back at them. The leader urged them to dodge, but most were struck before they could move. Do-Hyun rolled a dagger in his palm, tightened his hold, and dashed toward the leader, cutting his neck in a single motion. Moving on to the remaining knights, he listened as they cursed him for his psychokinesis and demanded to know how he possessed such power. One knight suddenly froze when he noticed the countless weapons floating above them. Do-Hyun directed the suspended blades toward the group. The knights swore, fully aware of what was coming next. Do-Hyun lowered his hand, and the weapons shot forward, piercing the knights. When it was over, he continued onward, leaving a trail of blood behind as he stepped into the castle. The guards inside fell just as easily. After clearing the hall, he paused to examine his surroundings, wondering about the place. A cough sounded nearby, and the Pope appeared, telling him this was the final moment. Do-Hyun's attention went straight to the pendant the Pope wore, the object he had been searching for. As he reached for it, the Pope grabbed his hand and demanded answers. Why only warriors had come, why Do-Hyun had plunged the world into chaos, why he had burned cities, slaughtered innocents, and enslaved the people there. Do-Hyun seized the Pope's pendant and told the old man not to pin the blame on him, but on the guild that had worked with the Empire. Footsteps echoed from outside, and he muttered under his breath, realizing the guild's reinforcements had finally shown up. He moved up the stairs while the Pope warned him that everything would follow the path God had set, and that everyone involved would face the consequences. At the top, a massive box stood with a single opening in its center. Do-Hyun slowly placed the pendant into the slot. Light flared, and once the box accepted the pendant, a hidden passage opened beneath it. He descended, recalling the intel he had gathered, but his thoughts stopped when he noticed a book and several items floating in a purple glow. He assumed these had to be the very first mythical items in Connect. He remembered how, 5 years earlier, the leading guilds had joined forces with the Empire and ruined the entire world. Everything he had done over the last 6 months had been leading to this moment, and the words of an NPC meant nothing to him. The major guilds now ruled Connect, and he was the only solo player still ranked within the top 100. He collected the floating items into his inventory, deciding it was better to take them before the guild members arrived. They would be furious once they learned he had reached the treasure first. As he turned to leave, something on the table caught his eye. It looked like a game cartridge. He picked it up, trying to figure out why it was here. Suddenly, a force surged out of the cartridge, pushing down on him with intense pressure that made him lower his posture slightly. He wondered if the system was malfunctioning or if it was something else entirely. He logged out right away. He woke in his room, bolting upright when he noticed a stab wound near his chest. Someone by his side told him not to move. He cursed in his mind, realizing things had taken a bad turn. A man in a suit, along with several others, questioned why he kept trying to get up and told him to die quietly. For Do-Hyun, this confirmed that they had crossed a line in the real world, and he called them trash. One of the suited men contacted their president, reporting that they had captured Dune and asking if he should be brought in alive. The president responded, and the man acknowledged the order. Another asked what the president had said. The reply was simple. They were to kill Do-Hyun because the president wanted only his head. The group seized him, telling him he should have stayed in his place, and asking if he really thought a game made him special, or if nothing could shake him after gaining a bit of fame. He pleaded with them not to kill him. One of the men covered his face and lifted a sharp blade, preparing to finish the job. The man drove the blade into him again and again, and Do-Hyun realized these people were willing to murder over a game. He wondered if this was really how his life would end. Then, a frantic voice called out to him, repeatedly addressing him as Sir, urging him to wake up. He reacted instantly. rising in shock, staring at his own hand in confusion and scanning the room, unsure of what had just taken place. He remembered the moment he died, and that thought was broken when he heard someone struggling beside him. A maid knelt there, asking if he was all right and referring to him as Raul. He had no idea who Raul was, and his confusion only deepened when he saw a floating level indicator above her. Anna, level 3. Anna asked if she should get a doctor because he had suddenly broken into a cold sweat. He couldn't understand what was going on and felt as though he was witnessing something that shouldn't have been possible. A notification window appeared before him. It stated that the soul had settled, Connect's closed beta system had activated, and the user interface was now available. The current number of users was listed as 1. He demanded to know if this was some kind of joke, immediately concluding that he had ended up inside the world of Connect. He stepped out onto the balcony and recognized the sensation of the wind and the environment around him, something completely different from the experience he'd had alongside Crash. He remembered that synchronization determined a player's power in Connect. Regular players only reached around 30%, while he had achieved nearly 90%. That advantage had allowed him to stay ranked first for 10 years until the major guilds arrived. But now he no longer had the body he had trained for so long, and he considered it a major setback. Still, this was a closed beta, and with the user count showing only 1, he wondered if he was the sole person using the system in this world. He raised his hand and found that he could still open his inventory despite the beta restrictions. He used his scanned user data, and the system announced that it had detected locked information and was updating his records. It quickly supplied him with everything it had gathered. He intended to use both his previous life's knowledge and his abilities to rise to the top once more. He endured the discomfort and reviewed his updated profile, discovering that his new name was Raul Ashton, the youngest son of the Ashton family, ruled by the 5th Count of the Reuben Kingdom. Ashton County had been the first region to fall in Connect. He recalled that the Ashton family was one of the kingdom's orthodox lineages, and that the Count and his eldest son had died suddenly, while the second son had vanished. A coup had taken place after the youngest son inherited the county. During that turmoil, the barrier around the Forbidden Zone collapsed, and their attempt to hold back the monster invasion had completely failed. Now Dohayan understood that he was living as that very youngest son, R. Ashton. He looked ahead, knowing the beautiful city before him would be destroyed within 3 years. He returned to his room, deciding he couldn't let history repeat itself. He didn't have Bean or Crash in this lifetime, and that meant this was his final chance. He tightened his hand, remembering the struggles he endured when he lived as Dohayan. Missing the opportunity to live here again would be unbearable. His attention shifted to the sword resting on the table. He knew there was only one way to stop the county's downfall. He had to grow stronger. He also knew that in 1 month, Ashton County's traditional coming-of-age ceremony would begin. If he could reach the semi-final round, he would earn entry into the Kingdom Academy, where he could build the strength needed to survive. But as he practiced, he suddenly collapsed, unable to understand why he felt drained after only a few swings. Then he noticed his level, just 5. He was 2 levels below the maid, and the tournament was approaching. He needed to start training immediately. A month passed, and the day of the ceremony arrived. He was surprised by the sheer number of participants. Looking around, he understood that every one of them was a potential opponent. He remembered his coach telling him that only 10 minutes had passed, yet he'd already felt worn out. He figured the strain was due to the pain he had endured throughout the month just to clear the qualifiers. He checked the system in his mind. The last time he had looked, his level was 13, and he knew his stamina was finally prepared. He had already formed a strategy for the matches, and he believed he could reach the semifinals. Then, without warning, he sensed an attack coming from behind. He moved instantly, dodging it as the strike smashed into the ground instead. A fist hovered behind him, and the man responsible apologized, claiming his hand had slipped. The man referred to him as a refined noble and asked whether he was there for the tournament. Dohayan recognized him, Dion. The people standing behind him were Dion's cousins. Dion commented that he expected Raul to be crying in his room. Raul said nothing. He remembered that Dion was his cousin, and in the past, Dion had tormented him during swordsmanship practice. The instructor and the count had allowed the rough treatment because of the family motto, train as if it were real, treat everyone equally on the practice grounds, and avoid placing blame when someone was hurt. Under those rules, Dion took advantage and picked on anyone weaker than himself. He warned Raul to withdraw while he still had the chance, promising that this time it wouldn't stop at a single broken bone. He would break every bone in his body. He ordered his cousins to step aside and let Raul through, mocking that Raul would end up crying again. Dion walked off laughing, while Raul quietly resolved to defeat him once they met in the finals. Later, inside Ashton Castle, the butler entered with the day's tournament report. The man he served asked for it and wanted to know whether anyone noteworthy had appeared. Before the butler could answer, the man noticed something on the list and immediately asked where Raul was. The butler explained that Raul had returned to his room after eating, assuming Raul had exhausted himself during the qualifiers. Count Melvin Ashton dismissed the butler and waited until he stepped out of the room. Then Melvin let out a loud, satisfied laugh, declaring that Raul truly was his son. Raul had advanced to the group stage. Melvin had never forced Raul to learn swordsmanship because Raul had always been weaker than his brothers. But a month earlier, Raul had begun training on his own. At first, he could barely last 10 minutes before collapsing, but he refused to stop. Melvin knew Raul had been bullied in training because of his frail body. Yet stepping in would have humiliated Raul even more, making it look like he couldn't stand on his own. So Melvin waited for Raul to rise by himself. Raul's progress had gone far beyond what he expected, and Melvin decided he would visit him once the finals ended. When the day of the finals arrived, the audience urged the fighters to stop stalling and to make the match exciting. The opponent cursed under his breath, unable to understand why the weakling before him refused to fall. Raul struggled for breath, yet he continued blocking each strike. He focused on avoiding every blow, while the man attacking him grew more irritated with every miss. Driven by frustration, the man unleashed a heavy strike and shouted for Raul to drop. Raul pushed himself backward, sliding away to create distance. The spectators gasped at the sudden movement, stunned by what they were seeing. Edmund dropped to the ground in fear, and Raul walked toward him, stating that they would settle the matter of his disrespect toward the county once the tournament was over. Later, when Raul returned to the castle, Anna politely told him to rest. The moment she closed the door, he let out a shout of excitement. He had actually won. He opened his status window with satisfaction, and the system displayed his updates. His Ashton swordsmanship mastery had risen to beginner level 9. He felt proud that his strategy had succeeded. Using the game mechanic that granted extra experience and mastery when facing stronger opponents, he understood that the longer he survived against a tougher enemy, the more experience he earned. He tightened his hand, pleased that his plan worked so well because his mode applied an experience bonus for disabling the revive option. Hardcore mode, high risk with high reward. He reviewed his status. He had complained earlier, but now he could see the results clearly. Level 19, hardcore mode, with classes in both swordsmanship and psychokinesis. His affiliation was Ashton County, and his title was the youngest son of Ashton. His stats read: Strength 22, Agility 25, Stamina 19, Intelligence 15, Willpower 34, Mana 29, Spiritual Power 35, and Senses 30. He had several unique traits, including Psychokinetic Meister at S+, Royal Lineage, and others still locked. He knew there was no way he could have reached such a level in a single month if he had been playing in normal mode. Most importantly, he now held 5 unique traits. Psychokinetic Meister belonged to Dohayan, and Royal Lineage originated from Raul. He assumed the rest would unlock as he continued to grow. He planned to test them during the remaining rounds of the tournament. When the tournament days resumed, he won every match with clean victories. Spectators were stunned that Ashton's youngest son had advanced all the way to the grand finale. They questioned whether it was luck or some hidden trick, unaware that early-stage civilians had no concept of player abilities. After returning to the castle, he considered keeping his psychokinesis hidden until players eventually appeared. He felt confident he could disguise it through acting. Then a knock sounded at his door, and someone introduced himself as Ivan. Raul let him in, and Ivan asked whether he was all right and if he had suffered any injuries. He told Ivan that he was completely fine, pointing out that a priest and a healer were available if anything happened. Ivan placed a hand on his shoulder and advised him not to lower his guard, adding that some wounds couldn't be fixed. Raul recognized that Ivan was genuinely concerned, though he wasn't used to that kind of concern in his previous life. Changing the subject, he asked Ivan about the matter he had requested earlier. Ivan handed him a document, confirming that the task was completed. He then hesitated and asked if Raul was certain about this decision, beginning to mention Dion, but Raul cut him off and told him not to worry. He was confident he would win. Ivan bowed and said he trusted him before leaving. As he walked away, he noted that Raul's confidence reminded him of Melvin in his younger days. But he also knew that Raul's final opponent was Dion, who was known for severely injuring anyone who faced him. Raul reviewed the document in his hands. It was related to Ashton County's betting system, which supported their tournament participants. He placed it on the table, believing it was enough to secure his position within the family. All he needed to do now was defeat Dion. The host's announcement filled the arena, signaling the start of the final round. Raul stepped onto the stage opposite Dion. Half of the crowd cheered for him, urging him to win with skill. The other half told him to prepare for a beating. Dion called him weak and said he didn't understand how Raul had gotten this far, promising that Raul would regret standing on that stage. Dion added that the crowd would soon see how useless he was and that it would be a nice sight once Raul started crawling with his limbs gone. Raul simply yawned and asked if Dion was done stretching his tongue. Dion tightened his fist and released a strong violet aura, which the audience recognized as dense mana. Many doubted Raul could stand against it, but Raul quickly checked Dion's stats and understood the truth. Dion was level 42 with the class of Expert Knight, specializing in swordsmanship. His affiliation was Ashton County, and his titles included Ashton County Star and Sword Genius. His stats read Strength 52, Agility 41, Stamina 43, Intelligence 18, Willpower 14, Mana 32, and Senses 21. To Raul, Dion's potential talent was only grade B. Dion looked impressive, but Raul knew this was where Dion's growth would eventually stop. The host signaled the start of the match. Dion shouted that he would kill Raul and called him coward. Raul leapt toward him and appeared above him in an instant, catching Dion off guard. He brought his sword down for an attack, but Dion managed to block it. Both fighters pushed against each other, neither willing to be the first to lower their blade. Then Raul forced his sword downward with strength, and Dion slid back to dodge the impact. Dion shouted that Raul was showing off, but Raul stayed silent, noting that Dion's flexibility was far below what he had expected. They traded blows over and over, their blades clashing non-stop, and Raul realized that Dion's power was nothing impressive. Dion swung his sword at him in anger, but Raul avoided it easily. Dion demanded to know why Raul hadn't struck back. Raul blocked another attack, while noticing how clearly he could read Dion's movements. He swept his foot under Dion, causing him to fall face first, thinking that sword techniques without real combat experience were nothing more than a typical noble shallow skills. He also remembered how Raul had once been bullied by Dion. Dion looked up and asked if Raul had tripped him, then released his aura again and threatened to kill him. Raul shifted his body to the left, wondering if the only thing Dion could do was pour mana into his sword. The crowd gasped when Raul effortlessly knocked Dion's weapon from his hand. He pointed his sword at Dion and released a mix of blue and black aura, telling Dion that the fight was boring. He added that Dion amounted to nothing, which sent Dion charging forward in rage. Raul simply stepped aside and tripped him again, remarking that Dion had anger problems and kept falling for the same move. Dion rolled on the ground, while Raul calmly told him to look at himself and that he was an embarrassment to Ashton County. Dion rushed him again, but Raul answered with a solid punch to his face. Dion fell slowly and collapsed, leaving the audience stunned that he had been taken down so easily by Raul. Raul informed the referee that his opponent was down and asked whether the match would continue. The referee announced to the entire arena that the victor of Ashton's coming-of-age tournament was Raul Ashton. The crowd erupted, shouting his name and saying they had believed in him. Raul staggered slightly, thinking he was glad he won, but clearly suffering from terrible stamina. People around him panicked and immediately called a healer. A system window appeared in front of him. It stated that the coming-of-age tournament quest was complete. His rewards included experience points, 300 coins, and a random skill book of grade D or lower. His bonus rewards were additional experience, 5 grade D stat points, and a random skill book of grade D or lower. As the healers worked on him, he focused on the fact that he could now enter the Kingdom Academy. Ivan told Melvin how proud he was of the young master and how unbelievable it was that Raul had improved so much in just a month. Melvin didn't answer. He had noticed how Raul had toyed with Dion during the match, and if Raul had reached that level in only a month, then Raul was nothing short of prodigy. His thoughts stopped when Raul spotted him. Raul called out to his father and waved, assuming Melvin had been watching the entire time. Melvin probably understood now that Raul was capable of entering the academy, yet he simply looked at Raul without saying anything. Later in the castle, Melvin told Raul that he couldn't allow it. Raul stared at him, stunned, and asked why. He explained that he thought qualifying for the semifinals meant he could attend the academy. Melvin replied that it depended on the situation, and from what he had seen, Raul needed to remain by his side a bit longer. Melvin added that Raul had collapsed after the fight, so he should stay put for now. Raul responded by saying that swordsmanship was a lifelong pursuit and asked if Melvin hadn't always said that himself. He told his father that going to the academy was part of learning more, just as Melvin had taught him. So Melvin couldn't stop him now. Melvin froze, then slowly smiled, Realizing how much Raul had grown, he stood and said that if Raul truly wanted to go, he would have to get past him. Melvin released a powerful aura and pointed his sword at him, saying he wouldn't hold back and asking Raul what he planned to do next. A month passed. Knights traveled behind a carriage, and inside it, Raul was relieved to finally be on the road. He recalled the moment his father tried to stop him and how he told Melvin that the choice was his. He had charged at Melvin, only for Melvin to ask if that was all he had. Melvin easily deflected his attack and released an even stronger aura, telling Raul he would show him a real sword technique. Raul blacked out after that strike. Melvin had claimed it was only a preview of his ability, but Raul knew that it had been Melvin's full strength. He remembered that in the original timeline, Count Melvin, the powerful fifth lord of the county, had died when Connect began and the county collapsed soon after. To prevent that downfall, Melvin needed to survive, and Raul had to rise to meet his father's expectations. Since Melvin had allowed him to leave, Raul swore to become stronger and protect his family, determined not to lose anything. Back at the castle, Melvin watched the carriage depart and quietly said Raul's name. He recalled the training ground, asking Raul how many attempts he had made and telling him to give up, only for Raul to answer that he never would. Melvin smiled and said that Raul's persistence deserved praise, worthy of the Ashton family's honor. Raul lifted his sword and charged forward while Melvin encouraged him to strike. As Melvin prepared to block, he realized Raul had changed the angle of his swing halfway through and the blade grazed his face. Raul felt annoyed that even with psychokinesis, he had only managed to leave a small wound. Melvin, however, told him that it was time to admit that Raul was no longer a child and that he was now a proper swordsman. He told Raul to go and see the world for himself. Later, they stopped in a forest to rest. Raul asked Philip how far they were from their destination. Philip, 42 years old, level 92, a high knight, affiliated with Ashton County and the Golden Bear Order, carrying the title Swordbreaker, with potential grade S and stats of Strength 82, Agility 76, Stamina 81, Intelligence 68, Willpower 77, Mana 76, and Senses 73, along with unique traits like Overskilled Commander Strength and Sword Obsession, replied that at their current pace, they would arrive in 5 days. He asked if Raul wanted to increase their speed. Raul said they needed to train the soldiers as well, so they should maintain the same pace. Philip accepted the decision. Raul reviewed the group traveling with him, including himself and the servants. His family had selected a total of 50 people. 3 regular knights, including Philip, 6 trained knights, 15 trainees, and 20 cavalry. All possessed potential talent grade B or higher. The numbers and ability levels were respectable, and if they wanted to prevent the county's fall, they all needed to grow stronger. A man named Jake approached and reported that the carriage maintenance was complete, so they could continue. Raul praised him for the good work. Jake then asked whether they truly needed to bring that many people for a month-long stay. Philip told him to stop questioning the young master's orders. He added that Jake would understand once they arrived, which only confused Jake further. But Raul knew exactly why. He was leading them to the free city of Mirror, the first major city players visited after completing the tutorial. That location overflowed with quests, hidden items, and mana restrictions that prevented new players from being wiped out unfairly. Most importantly, its resources were limitless, which was why players obsessed over the place. God's Domain, an area filled with monsters meant for grinding, was nearby, and that was the real reason Raul was bringing everyone there. He brought the knights straight into the grinding zone, aiming to boost their levels as fast as possible. The plan felt flawless, right up until the system window flashed, announcing an update. A new feature called Connect Community had unlocked. A new guild category had appeared. A fresh quest line, starting line adventure, and skill collector had been added. It caught him off guard, especially since the quest activated the moment he stepped into Mira. He'd assumed no other functions would open before the official launch, but now it seemed more features might appear as long as he met whatever conditions the system required. A knock hit the carriage door. Jake informed him that the mayor was ready to meet him. When asked what he wanted to do, he answered immediately. Of course he'd go see the mayor. Meanwhile, inside the main castle, the mayor of the free city of Mira, Reynaldo, asked who had arrived. His butler explained that the youngest son of County Ashton, Raul Ashton, had come with 50 people. Reynaldo asked if he meant the third son, the one rumored to be weak, and wondered aloud why Raul would show up here, joking that maybe he needed some fresh air. Still, he ordered the butler to let them in. Raul's family made plenty of money from monster materials, and Reynaldo fully intended to squeeze a bit of that wealth out of him. The butler nodded in understanding. Moments later, Raul entered and greeted Reynaldo with practiced grace. Reynaldo welcomed him warmly, saying he genuinely greeted him in the free city of Mira. Raul shook his hand and thanked him, then took the offered seat. But in his mind, he noted how forced Reynaldo's smile looked. Reynaldo asked what brought him to Mira, and Raul answered that he'd heard it was an excellent place to train. Reynaldo agreed immediately and said Raul had chosen well. Mira was the safest training zone around. But Raul explained that he didn't mean any ordinary training area. He wanted permission to enter the cursed forest. That request stunned Reynaldo. Reynaldo insisted it was far too dangerous, especially for someone so weak, then quickly corrected himself, saying he meant it was dangerous for the younger generation. Raul replied that he expected exactly that kind of answer, and said he guessed he'd have to toss the 500,000 gold he had planned to give Reynaldo as a gratuity into the river instead. The sight of the enormous amount of gold left Reynaldo completely shocked. Reynaldo instantly snatched the bag of gold and told him he'd only been joking, insisting that the cursed forest would be simple enough for him and his knights. He granted permission without hesitation. Raul smiled, saying he knew a generous mayor like Reynaldo would allow it. With that out of the way, all he needed to do now was grind nonstop and claim every reward he could, aiming to dominate Connect as fast as possible. Night settled over the free city of Mira as he walked the streets with Jake and Philip. He kept thinking about how Mira had been designed as a hub for Connect players, yet not a single player was here besides him since it was still a closed beta. Because of that, the entire city was struggling. There were too many inns, oversized shops, massive guild halls, and countless facilities that didn't match the actual population. Land prices had dropped because everything was sitting unused, but his real reason for coming was the real estate. If he bought up land while it was cheap, it would eventually be turned into luxury homes for nobles, guild bases for player groups, and apartments for regular players once the game opened. In time, each piece of land would be worth 100 times its current price. He also remembered how, once players arrived and war broke out, just like in the past, Mira, the city blessed by the gods, became the safest refuge. Back then, people made fortunes simply by renting out land. But for him, that alone wasn't enough. With the coming conflict and all the risks involved, he needed to prepare far more thoroughly. He reminded himself that in his previous life, he had been powerless against the overwhelming financial strength of others. This time, things would not turn out the same. Later, Jake, sweating nervously, asked if he really needed to write his name there, calling to him while fidgeting in panic. Raul snapped at him, saying everyone else had already signed and ordering him to just get it done. But Jake complained that his mother always warned him to be careful about signing papers. Eventually, the lady handling the registration gathered the documents and announced that including him, a total of 51 people had officially joined the guild. For a moment, he realized he had established the first guild in a world with no players, the earliest and most advanced guild in existence. He looked at his people, knowing the system would now support them as guild members, and he felt eager watching their confused reactions. Meanwhile, Jake stood off to the side, convinced his mother was going to kill him. Later, inside the Battle Association's Mirror branch, he called out that it was his turn. The receptionist greeted him and asked how she could assist. He told her he wanted to check their skill books and asked what the highest rank available was. Skill books contained various abilities, and anyone who studied one carefully could learn the skill written inside. Their ranks went from F up to S. The lady explained that their branch carried books up to rank C, but anything higher was reserved for VIP customers only. He asked what it took to become a VIP, and she said it could be earned through contribution points from quests or by making large purchases. But if he wanted to qualify through purchases, he needed to spend quite a bit. He asked how much, and she told him the requirement was 10,000 gold. He set the bag of gold on the counter, saying it wasn't much, and asked if he could see the C rank books first. The lady brightened and asked which category he wanted: sword, bow, magic, or shield. He smiled and answered that he wanted to look at all of them. Soon after, Jay complained that the load was too heavy, asking if they truly needed that many books as he struggled under the pile. He told Jake that it might feel troublesome now, but those books would push them far ahead later. Jake admitted they were impressive skill books, but asked if beginners could rely on books alone. Philip agreed, saying they could have bought power armor with the gold instead. But he told them not to worry, asking them to be patient. They would understand tomorrow. Later that night, he returned to his apartment and stared at the mountain of books stacked in front of him, wondering if he had gone overboard. He knew players had limits on how many skills they could use, so normally they couldn't learn too many. Then he opened his quest window, remembering that when he first woke up in Raul's body, 2 unknown items were sitting in his inventory. He had tried to open them back then, but he couldn't click on or use either one. However, after receiving the quest yesterday, he was finally able to activate them. Opening his inventory again, he saw that one of the items was something called a sealed skill deck, and he guessed that the quest reward had actually been the activation condition for unlocking the deck. Checking the system, he saw that the skill collector quest had an unknown grade. Its description instructed him to gather at least 10 skill books and register them inside the skill decks, with extra rewards depending on the types he collected. The main reward was activating the decks, while the bonus included unlocking traits and gaining skills. He quickly grabbed a handful of books, realizing he needed to open the decks and hold a skill book at the same time. As soon as he did, he saw the register prompt appear. The dex book moved on its own, startling him. A deep purple light burst from it and shot into the skill book. Words poured out from the decks, and he instinctively released the book in his hand, shocked that it actually worked. But he noticed the tiny amount of mana inside the book had vanished afterward. At this rate, doing them one by one would take forever, and he wondered if there was any way to register everything at once. Suddenly, the books all lifted into the air, leaving him stunned. Purple light surged again from the decks and streaked toward every book hovering above him. One by one, the books dropped to the ground when the process finished. He opened the decks and flipped through its pages, wondering if it had really understood what he wanted, unable to believe the result. The system confirmed that the quest was complete. His skill decks, classified as rare, were now active. His bonus rewards appeared. The trait skill collector, ranked X, was unlocked, and the skill copycat, ranked S, had been acquired. He tapped on skill collector first. Its effect simply activated the skill decks. Then he checked copycat, which slightly boosted the chance of learning skills for books. Opening it fully, he saw its mastery was at beginner level 3. Its effect was to steal a skill from an examined opponent and automatically add it to the decks. As mastery increased, he could obtain higher ranked skills, and the ability itself would grow stronger. He thought it was broken beyond belief, being able to take another person's skill for himself. Then the system displayed the details of the skill decks. It was a rare grade item with the properties upgradable and bounded. The description explained that it was a replica of the mythic skill decks that once stored ancient techniques. Each time it crossed dimensions, its records reset, and the decks would only regain its true power after meeting special conditions. Right now, the decks were holding records of 525 skills. He recognized it instantly. It was the same mythical item he had received just before his death. Some pieces of his past life, like his psychokinesis trait and certain items, had followed him here, but all of his skills had been reset, and even this was only a replica of the original. He also noticed that the remaining unknowns in his inventory were the 3 Great X traits and 1 sealed item, making him wonder what kind of power they carried. The next morning, the knights were in a panic after seeing the system windows. They shouted over each other, asking what the status screen was and what a guild chat meant, insisting they needed to find a priest immediately. Meanwhile, the butler greeted him, and he stared back with tired eyes. He hadn't slept at all. He had spent the entire night reading through every page of the skill decks. He greeted Bernard and asked if he'd explained everything to the knights, and Bernard confirmed he had followed the instructions exactly. Then he eagerly asked if Bernard had tried using a skill book, and Bernard nodded. He knew Bernard had been a servant of the Ashton family and Ivan's stepson. Bernard had worked for the county since he was young and had been trained personally by Ivan. He had sharp memory, worked fast, and handled tasks precisely. One of the reasons Raoul had chosen him. But there was another reason as well. Bernard extended his hand, and a gust of wind burst out. Raoul exclaimed in surprise, praising him and saying he knew Bernard could do it. Bernard, now aware that he possessed wind manipulation, responded politely. The system displayed Bernard's information. 27 years old, level 21, with classes in Servant, Beginner, and Windwalker. His affiliations were Ashton County and the First Guild. His talents were administration, management, and wind power. His potential was grade A. His stats were 17 strength, 18 agility, 24 stamina, 53 intelligence, 46 willpower, 23 spiritual power, and 41 senses. His unique traits were sharp manager, cold head, and like the wind. Raoul knew that although Bernard lacked in certain areas, he had outstanding potential for both service and combat support. Having finished his preparations, he told Bernard to get ready. Bernard asked what he meant, and Raoul replied that once the knights adjusted to the system, they would depart immediately, heading straight toward God's domain, the Cursed Forest. Deeper inside the Cursed Forest, an ogre hurled its axe at him with enough force to crack the ground. He slipped out of the way and told the creature it was far too slow. He moved in to strike, but before his fist even connected, the ogre's head burst apart. He dropped back to the ground, just as the ogre's body toppled and told the hidden ones to come out already. A swarm of ogres emerged, shouting that the human was strong and needed to be killed. Their leader called out to his group and ordered the charge. All of them rushed toward him at once. He simply adjusted his stance and told them to bring it on. The cursed forest, God's domain, was more than a simple grinding zone. Technically, God's domain referred to the entire city of Mira. Players who were injured were healed, and anyone who died revived in that blessed city, which made it the safest refuge. Inside the forest, however, the blessing only worked on monsters. That meant monsters always respawned, no matter how many were slain. Humans couldn't revive there, and they couldn't carry monster loot out of the forest. If a civilian walked out with it, the item crumbled to ash. It was considered property of the gods. Only players, with the system's assistance, could bring monster drops outside. Philip asked Jake why he was giving explanations when their young master was the one doing all the fighting. Meanwhile, Raoul was still battling the ogres. When only the leader was left, the ogre stared at him and demanded to know what that power was. He lifted several weapons scattered across the ground with his ability and asked if the leader meant this power. The ogre froze when the weapons floated straight toward him, and then they sliced him apart. He told the fallen leader that the ability was called psychokinesis, with Jake chiming in beside him. Jake remarked that it was a convenient power, but Philip snapped at Jake to stop talking and keep skinning the ogres. Jake sighed, saying he didn't travel all the way to Mira just to do that, though he admitted the training had paid off. Jake called out to him while he was gathering ogre blood. Raoul laughed and thanked them, saying their progress was possible because of everyone's efforts. All of them could grow stronger by studying the skill books. Philip realized Raoul had been right. He remembered swinging his dagger forward earlier, using the hit-slash skill he had learned, and watching an ogre split cleanly in half. Raoul asked him how it felt, and explained that this was exactly why he had bought skill books instead of power armor. Philip admitted it was incredible. He knew he had picked up the skill unusually fast, and wondered how Raoul even discovered such a strange method. Then the system displayed the guild chat window, and Philip's eyes widened when he saw a message. He immediately told Raoul to check the chat, but when he looked toward Raoul, Raoul was already furious, saying he had seen it too and that they were returning to Mira immediately. Meanwhile, in one of Myra's alleys, a man pointed a sword at one of Raoul's people and said he should have done it earlier. He then stabbed the man, explaining that it had been difficult to hold back after seeing Ashton's men walking around. Another man, holding a bloodstained sword, called out to his brother and said they should have listened to him sooner. They could have done this earlier, before stabbing another member of Raoul's group. One of Raoul's men asked why they were doing this, but another attacker cut him down and asked his brother if their great-grandfather hadn't warned them to be careful, reminding them they were all here because they had caused trouble. The first attacker was Ramon, the eldest son of Viscount Randall. The second was Jerry, the Viscount's second son. And the third, Cale, was the Viscount's youngest. A wounded man on the ground told Ramon they would regret this. Before he could finish, Ramon stabbed him again and pulled the blade out, making him scream. Ramon continued stabbing while laughing, telling him to inform Raoul to hurry back since they had unfinished business with the young master. Ramon commented that it was strange how they kept reviving, looking down at the man who was healing and calling them bastards. Jerry laughed and said they should deal with that Raoul kid the same way. But Cale reminded Jerry that noble families weren't supposed to be pointing swords at each other inside the free city. Ramon asked Cale what the problem was, saying they could just claim they never did anything and no one would be able to prove otherwise. He told his brothers that if they thought about it, this was perfect, they could crush the Ashton family completely. Ramon even turned to them with excitement, saying their great-grandfather might praise them for it. But before he could finish, Ramon's head burst apart. Cale shouted for his brothers in shock. When they turned around, they saw Raoul standing there, demanding how they dare do this and declaring that attacking Ashton County was a crime that required more than worthless deaths in return. The brothers stared at him, stunned. Jerry asked if he was insane and how he could dare raise his hand against a son of the Randall family. Cale demanded to know where the knights were and how Raoul had even arrived here. One of the knights, a sword pressed to his neck, said in fear that they were the main force of the Ashton family. Philip and Jake had their weapons drawn, holding the Randall knights at bay. Philip reported that they had surrounded the Randall forces as ordered and ensured no civilians were nearby. Bernard and Jake stood by, quietly watching the enemy. Raoul praised them for their good work. Then, using psychokinesis, he lifted his wounded men from the ground and let them rise gently into the air. He told Bernard to take them to the shrine, and Bernard acknowledged the order with respect. Raoul then opened his inventory and drew his sword, saying he would clean up the garbage himself. He knew Randall Viscounty was similar to Ashton County. They were one of the 5 warrior families of the Reuben Kingdom. But unlike the Ashtons, the Randall family lacked a long history. The 4 warrior families had only become 5 when their current lord, Vice Hudson D. Randall, reached the swordmaster level. Because their lineage was short, they constantly searched for ways to secure their place. They produced strong knights, earned recognition through contributions, and crushed any rivals they could. And the rival they had chosen was Ashton County, a household that had weakened over time because it had not produced a swordmaster in years. There was no political risk in provoking them, since the Ashton family was the least involved in politics. Conflicts between the 2 families had happened all across the kingdom, and most of them were started by the Randall side. Everyone expected the Randall Viscounty to win every time because they had several sword masters. Their people believed this case would be no different. Jerry stared at Raoul, confused by the strange power he had seen and noticing Raoul had pulled his sword straight out of thin air. Behind Jerry, one of the knights being held at sword point by Philip slowly reached for his weapon. Raoul sensed it instantly. He spun around and slashed, striking the knight and making him cry out in pain. The Randall knights froze in shock. Jake slid his sword back into its sheath, saying their young master had already declared he would handle everything alone, and he ordered the others to lower their blades. One of the Randall knights noticed the gesture and wondered if they were insane for putting their weapons away, thinking it would work out in their favor. Cale charged at Raoul in anger, demanding to know if he intended to face them alone. He swung his massive mace backward to gather momentum. Raoul told him this wasn't training, but before Cale could attack, a sharp sword slash cut across him. Cale was sliced in half mid-charge, screaming in agony. Jerry shouted his name. Jerry cursed at his knights, demanding why they were just standing there. The leader let out a frustrated sigh and slowly drew his sword. He said he'd hesitated because he didn't want to bully a 15-year-old kid, but seeing his comrades fall one after another was unacceptable. The system identified him, Jeremy, age 37, level 65, classed as leader of guard knights and beginner sword expert. His affiliations were Randall Viscounty and the Randall Knights. His potential was grade B. His stats were 66 strength, 72 agility, 68 stamina, 48 intelligence, 63 willpower, 70 mana, and 55 senses. His unique trait was brutality, ranked C. Other knights raised their swords beside him. Raoul knew Jeremy was the Randall family's main weapon, nicknamed the Rapier, and the men beside him were elites. With Jeremy at level 65 and the others around level 60, while Raoul himself was only level 45, he knew he wouldn't win through normal means. One knight asked why he didn't stop now, saying he had done enough already. Another said they had tolerated him so far, but that was over. Raoul didn't respond. Instead, he suddenly appeared right in front of the knight, leaving him stunned. He slashed the knight's body and gripped his sword tight, pulling it back to gather strength. He released his aura and struck with his bear strike skill. One of the knights demanded to know what he was doing, but Raoul simply drove his blade into the man's stomach, making him bleed and scream. Jeremy suddenly leapt toward him, appearing right in front of him with an attack that caught him off guard. Raoul managed to block at the last moment, though the force pushed him backward. Jeremy asked his injured man if he was still alive, and the knight replied shakily that he was fine. Jeremy couldn't believe 2 of his elites had gone down so quickly. He had heard Raoul was weak and barely knew how to handle a sword. Jeremy drew his second weapon and told Raoul that he wasn't anything like the rumors, so he would get serious now. Raoul raised his sword toward him and told him to bring it on. He noticed Jeremy was holding both a rapier and a parrying dagger, making him wonder if Jeremy was using the Randall family's sword technique known as Shooting Star. Jeremy smiled, saying he liked Raoul's courage, and pointed out that every wound healed Mira. He told Raoul he couldn't possibly fight them all alone, but Raoul replied that Jeremy was the one who seemed confused. He bet that Jeremy and his knights hadn't trained even once since arriving in Mira. Jeremy was startled and asked how he knew. Raoul told him the truth. Those men shaking in fear, even after their wounds had healed, were proof enough. They weren't used to dying. Jeremy leveled his weapons, realizing Raoul didn't just understand combat. He could see straight through people. That made him dangerous. Jeremy ordered one of his men to cover him from behind, and the knight agreed. Jeremy darted forward, thrusting his rapier. Raoul braced himself with his sword while Jeremy and his partner attacked non-stop, slicing his face, arms, and everywhere they could reach. The knight beside Jeremy spotted an opening and rushed in. Jeremy yelled at him to stop, but Raoul swung forward, cutting the man clean in half. Jeremy called his man a fool, but there was no time to waste. He activated the Randall sword vision and unleashed the shooting star. Raoul was surprised for a moment, then raised his sword defensively and told Jeremy to bring it. Jeremy launched continuous strikes with shooting star, a technique famed for dominating one-on-one battles. Raoul realized he was being pushed back even with psychokinesis. He didn't understand how. He had been dominating earlier, yet now he was barely keeping up. He moved in, ready to push Jeremy all the way back. His stare locked onto Jeremy, which only made Jeremy snap, shouting and demanding to know why he was looking at him like that. He answered with just one phrase, 100%. Jeremy blinked, confused, asking what that was supposed to mean. Before Jeremy could react, he swung his sword straight ahead. Jeremy's weapons shot into the air, and Jeremy instantly looked up, trying to track them. At that moment, the sword pierced the ground, and the system window appeared. His opponent's skill analysis had reached 100%, and Copycat was ready. A new prompt appeared, telling him to reproduce the exact movement using Copycat to engrave the skill into the deck. Jeremy's weapons were still falling, but he lifted them with psychokinesis, catching Jeremy off guard. The weapons drifted straight into his hands as the system instructed him to activate Copycat. Randall's sword skill, Shooting Star, Grade B. He triggered it, pointing the weapons at Jeremy. The Shooting Star skill fired back at its original user, and Jeremy shouted in disbelief, demanding to know how he was using Shooting Star so perfectly. Covering himself with his arms, he yelled through the pain, asking who had betrayed them and taught Raoul that sword technique as the strikes kept landing. Suddenly, he appeared under Jeremy and said he'd learned it from himself. Jeremy, still confused, tried to question him, but he drove the blade into Jeremy's side and pulled it free. Jeremy dropped to his knees. The system displayed a new reward. Randall's sword skill, Shooting Star, Grade B Mastery, upgraded to Intermediate Level 1. The skill was now fully engraved into his deck. Another message told him to equip it in the skill deck slot if he wanted to use Shooting Star freely. He looked at Jeremy, knowing the fight was finished. Copycat was powerful, but it was difficult to use. It could only copy a single skill at a time, and he couldn't lose sight of his opponent once the ability started. Even blinking risked resetting the entire analysis, which was why he never looked away from Jeremy's attacks. And stealing a skill was only possible in a one-on-one battle. He opened his skill display. The system listed his default skill slots. 1. Ashton Vision Sword Skill, Bear Crush, Grade A+, Intermediate Level 2. 2. Psychokinesis, Grade S, Intermediate Level 2. 3. Mind Skill, Grade A, Intermediate Level 1. 4. Copycat, Grade S, Beginner Level 6. 5. Basic Meditation, Grade E, Beginner Level 8. He picked up the ticket, noting how the B-grade Skillbook Draw ticket felt especially satisfying. He wondered again if the tournament reward had really given him nothing but flunks, because even thinking about it now felt absurd. Setting the ticket down on the table, he said he didn't need anything incredible, but at least this time it should be something mid-tier. Then he snapped the ticket in half, hoping it wouldn't end up being another flunk. A bright light burst out of it, and he froze for a moment when the system confirmed the reward. Rivera's Spearmanship, Grade B. He shouted in excitement. Spearmanship was something he needed for his next destination, the capital, and he told himself his luck was still sticking with him. Then he remembered there was one more important task he had to finish in Mira, something that would require a full month of work. He promised himself he would see it through. A week later, he was deep in the forest, driving his sword forward and striking the ogre in front of him. The system window appeared as he wiped off his sweat, showing that he had leveled up to level 51. It also showed that he had reached the required level for a promotion and needed to choose a possible advancement. The system confirmed his current jobs: Sword User and Beginner Psychokinetic. His proficiency in job-related skills, Ashton Family Hereditary Swordsmanship, Randall Swordsmanship, and Psychokinetics, had all risen to mid-level as well. He had met every requirement. His job changed from Sword User to Sword Expert, and his Beginner Psychokinetic job advanced to Intermediate Psychokinetic. Philip said it was amazing, and Jake added that it was incredible for someone to become a sword expert at just 15 years old. He lifted his hand, and the stones scattered on the ground rose into the air. Then he thrust his hand forward and yelled, "Go!" The stones shot ahead and slammed into the massive tree in front of them, blowing it apart instantly. Next, he drew his sword, dashed forward, and unleashed Bear Strike, smashing into the ground. The earth shattered, breaking apart in every direction. Looking at the ruined ground, he asked his men if the result was supposed to look like that. Philip told him it was exactly what he expected from the young master. Jake jokingly asked if he could handle things on his own now. Jake then suggested they take a break and relax, but Philip grabbed him by the ear and demanded to know what he meant by relaxing. Philip told him to think about how much sleep he needed if he planned on catching up to Raoul. Jake shouted that it was only a joke and let out a laugh, saying that since their young master had been working so hard, he was simply suggesting they could slow down a bit. Philip said Jake was all talk, making Jake laugh awkwardly. He then told Jake that, joke or not, he didn't plan on taking a break yet. Philip asked what he wanted to do next, and Jake suggested they contact the family because Count Melvin would be thrilled. He said he would inform his family himself later and told them to keep everything secret for now. They both agreed. He knew he had hunted enough monsters and gained plenty of levels. Meanwhile, Philip scolded Jake to watch his words, and Jake pouted, asking what that was supposed to mean. At the same time, he realized he had set all the bait, and now all he needed was for the prey to take it. He told them it was time to head back, and they both agreed. They walked off while he urged the dogs of the Empire to move faster in his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the busy streets of Mira, an alchemist named Nakia stretched her body and said that marked the end of her work for the day. She noticed how popular potions had become lately and wondered if it was because Ashton County had brought them in. She knew potion making required monster byproducts, and because monsters rarely appeared in the Cursed Forest, she hadn't been able to gather them easily before. Thanks to the people from Ashton County bringing her those materials, she could now make potions every day. They also stopped by the shop each morning, checking if anything had happened and asking if she needed anything. Stepping outside, she thought Raoul was a little unusual, though she appreciated him. She noted that Raoul was good-looking as well. She quickly tapped both her cheeks, telling herself to focus, reminding herself that Raoul was just 15 and 8 years younger than her, and on top of that, a noble. Her reaction drew a few strange looks from the people around her. A moment later, she reached her home, opened the door with a cheerful greeting, and called out to someone named Nikki, saying her sister had returned. No reply came. She looked around and called Nikki again, but something else caught her attention. A letter lay on the bed, pinned down by a knife. She picked it up and read it. The message told her that her younger sister had been taken and that if she wanted to save her, she must keep quiet and wait for further instructions. She cried out in worry, repeating, "No," and rushed outside immediately, knowing Nikki's life would be in danger if she wasted even a moment. She had heard the reports of kidnappings the city government claimed to be looking into, but she never imagined the rumors were real. She didn't know where to go now that she couldn't rely on the authorities. She realized the kidnappers could be watching her, and the guards wouldn't bother leaving the city even if she reported it. Asking the mercenaries at the Adventurer Guild would take too long, leaving her unsure of what to do next. Then she remembered Raoul telling her that if she was ever in trouble, she should come find him. It was the only path she had left, so she ran as fast as she could, determined to reach him. Meanwhile, in an apartment, the system notified him that Nakia was heading his way. He figured the moment had arrived. He ordered everyone to take their positions, keep their eyes on their targets, and report any changes. His men answered immediately. He opened his access to the Connect community and clicked into the cafe link. It was the premium, members-only information cafe he had run in his previous life. As a star player, he had gathered information from fans and informants until the cafe became a vast library of hidden knowledge in Connect. Seeing that it still existed felt like a major win. He knew he could rely on it instead of depending solely on memories that might fail him. He searched for information on the Free City Mirror, and the system showed him the result, a quest starting point at South Mirror NPC. He was sure he had reviewed every quest available to him. All he could do now was hope the plan moved smoothly. One of his men reported Nakia's arrival, making him wonder if he could change her fate. He quietly instructed his men to treat her politely. He knew who she would become, Nakia, the infamous alchemist, the blood-hungry witch, the taboo destroyer, feared everywhere. She would eventually conduct human experiments in her quest for revenge against the Empire, with the Empire as her primary target, though many innocent people would be caught in the aftermath. But right now, she wasn't that figure. She was simply a desperate girl coming to him for help. He placed his hand on her shoulder, told her to stay calm, and assured her that Nikki would be fine. He promised to help, so she needed to explain what had happened. Nakia told him that her sister had been kidnapped, explaining that Nikki should have been home 2 hours earlier since the neighbor had been watching her. She begged him to find Nikki, saying the child was just a poor girl and it was all her fault. He told her not to worry and swore they would find Nikki, adding that he believed he already knew where she was. His words left her shocked, and she begged him again to save Nikki. He assured her he would contact her the moment Nikki was found, telling her to stay there and that Bernard would assist her. Bernard politely told her to call on him if she needed anything, adding that she had made the right choice because their young master always kept his word. They headed out, and Philip reported that he was tracking the situation and had received permission to act from Mayor Ronaldo. He responded that it was good. The system displayed the raid quest, Free City Mirror, Grade D. The main objective was to defeat unknown rogues, with additional objectives to rescue hostages and raid the hideouts in the forest. The quest description explained that an unidentified rogue group had been active in the forest around Mayor City, and Mayor Ronaldo had requested a raid to stop the kidnappings and the interference with trade. The rewards included a large amount of experience points, coins, recognition from the mayor, and unknown items. He asked Philip if he had given Ronaldo the list of rogues, and Philip said Ronaldo had mentioned he would reward them later and seemed surprised by how much information they had provided. He had used his informants and the cafe's data to compile the list of rogues hidden within the city. He knew he had already spent many resources, but he made sure there were no gaps in their plan. Then he instructed his men to proceed, and Jake eagerly agreed. They moved ahead, unaware that two people were hidden in the bushes, watching them. Meanwhile, in the forest, someone was walking, drawing the attention of Pierce, the Ashton County Golden Bear Knights, Raoul's Guard Knights, and the rest of the Bear Knights. Pierce believed he had found the trail based on the marks on the ground and decided it was time to begin the operation. He jumped high, landed on a tree branch, and prepared to use the new skill he had learned. Activating his detection ability, he began scanning the forest. He was startled to see several men hiding nearby, armed with bows and arrows. He also noticed phantom magic circles and barriers, remembering Raoul's warning and realizing he needed to report it immediately. Raoul's message appeared, saying they would arrive in 5 minutes, which made him think back to what had happened 5 months earlier. He remembered that Raoul was the youngest son, known among many for being weak and lacking talent compared to his brothers. At first, many servants and knights had been hesitant to travel with him, and when Raoul looked for volunteers, no one stepped forward. But Raoul had gone to the knights' training grounds and spoken to them directly. During their conversation, Raoul had told Pierce that he could help him break past his limits, something spies had quietly wished for. He recalled Raoul holding his sword and immediately pointing out the problems in his technique. Back then, he wondered how someone like Raoul could possibly teach him anything. Even so, he decided to give it a chance. When he tried the corrected movements, he was surprised at how much smoother everything felt. He remembered Raoul advising him to learn Bear Crush, but explaining that Pierce's strength came from agility, not brute force. Raoul also recommended sharpening his bow skills, saying he had heard Pierce was a skilled marksman. Very few people knew about his bow ability, yet Raoul had seen right through him. That made him wonder if Raoul really was someone who could help him grow. In the end, that was why he chose to follow Raoul, convinced it was the best choice he had ever made. He figured that those who had rejected Raoul's request were probably regretting it now. He didn't know why Raoul had been hiding his power, but with the skill books Raoul provided, he reached the high expert stage and could train his other abilities. None of it would have been possible without Raoul's guidance. Today, he thought, might finally be the day Raoul revealed his true strength. He noticed someone approaching. He quickly dropped from the tree branch and bowed along with the other knights, announcing that he had arrived. Looking forward, the system displayed information, an unknown rogue hideout of unknown size. The status window showed a 3-circle or higher magic circle that distorted vision and another 3-circle magic that disrupted anyone attempting to approach. He had to choose between destroying the magic circle or finding a way inside to gather more information. He noted that rogue hideouts always looked the same, no matter which city they were in, and that spies from the Cronin Empire were hiding in Mira. Most Connect players received quests from beginner cities like Mira, usually involving hunting monsters or defeating rogues. But among those rogues were unusual ones. A slave trader kidnapping people inside the city, mercenaries trying to rise in status, and the most dangerous of all, the Cronin Empire spies, the Imperial Hounds. They hunted players and blackmailed them to stop them from joining forces. They were important in the late game, and he couldn't afford to leave them alone. He called Pierce, who immediately drew his bow and fired, shooting down the men concealed behind the magic circle. They stepped into the barrier, and he saw that no one was stationed near the entrance. He considered using a dispel scroll from his shop purchase, but paused when he saw the mana flow. He wondered whether he could handle it himself. Putting the scroll back into his jacket, he chose to infuse mana into his weapon instead. He grabbed a dagger from his inventory and hurled it at the mana flow. Cracks spread slowly from the impact, and then he stabbed the magic circle on the ground, breaking it completely. He thought it was great. He could save money instead of relying on scrolls. Pierce wasn't surprised and said this was exactly what he expected from their young master. He then called a man named Jackson, instructing him to follow the plan and lure the enemies just as they discussed. Jackson said he would wait for the signal, and Pierce agreed. Pierce dropped from the tree branch and joined them, feeling confident with elite knights at his side. He told himself that they should hunt every last one of them. Soon, they reached a massive door. He told everyone they did not need captives and that they would eliminate all the enemies. He reminded them to use the rapier for the final strike. Jake said he didn't understand why they needed to use a stick, but he would follow orders, even if it didn't seem like a situation requiring that kind of weapon. He ordered Pierce to stay back and watch for them, locate where the kidnapped people were being held, and prioritize rescuing Nakia's younger sister, Nikki. Pierce said he understood. He then called Philip, who nodded. He activated his psychokinesis and told the group they were going inside as he pushed open the massive door ahead of them. They continued walking inside while Pierce watched their backs. They moved through the tunnel until the hideout came into view. He glanced at Pierce, and Pierce understood immediately, fading away into the shadows. The system notified him that Pierce had successfully infiltrated the enemy base, making him think that it was time to begin the hunt. He looked upward and saw the high cave ceiling and the wooden fences scattered throughout the area. The rogues inside were around levels 30 to 31, not much different from regular thieves. Since he had already checked the base layout, it was time to give out orders. He raised his hand to Jake and Philip, signaling instructions. He ordered Jake to take the left side, Philip to go straight ahead, and he would handle the right. When he closed his fist, they all rushed toward their assigned directions. He sprinted up the stairs, then leaped forward. The men at the top turned, confused about who he was. Before they could react, he appeared above them and threw his knives directly at their heads. Landing on the stair railing, he quickly reached behind him, grabbed his bow, aimed at another man, and fired, finishing him off. Philip was busy slashing the enemies in the center, while Jake was doing the same on the left side. Someone from above spotted them and shouted that intruders had arrived. That man ordered the guards to protect the fences and ordered them to kill the attackers. More enemies rushed in as he fired arrows at them. Their numbers increased, and they started blocking his shots. One rogue yelled to his companion to aim at him and shoot him down. Arrows flew toward him, but he used psychokinesis to stop them midair. One rogue panicked, asking if he had somehow bounced the arrows away, and told his companion to call for backup downstairs. Raoul started running up the stairs to swarm him. One shouted that arrows wouldn't work, so they should jump on him and attack directly. He put his bow back on his back, deciding it was time to use something else. He grabbed the daggers strapped to his chest and held them together in his hands. A rogue charged at him, ready to strike, but he pushed the man away with ease, sending him crashing into another rogue and surprising everyone nearby. Then he used psychokinesis to lift the fallen arrows off the ground. They rose slowly at his sides as he lifted himself into the air, holding the daggers while the arrows floated around him. One of the rogues shouted that it looked like magic and insisted it shouldn't be possible. He set the arrows around himself, aligning every one of them toward the rogues below. With a single motion, he released them together, the shots landing across the group. He watched their movements slow as he reached into his inventory, noting that the force still wasn't strong enough. He needed more power behind each shot to break through their armor. He pushed off the stair railing and dropped down, appearing above the man attempting to escape. He drove his rapier into him, all while wondering where the remaining rogues had gone. Turning back, he spotted Philip and Jake cutting through the rest, their attacks echoing as the rogues yelled for their companions to flee, shouting that monsters were there. One man called for help when he saw Jake holding the rapier, but Jake swung it anyway, striking him down. The sight made him pause, realizing Jake was acting out again, showing clearly that he didn't want to use that weapon. Jake didn't need to waste mana on unnecessary movements. Ashton had reminded him several times not to do that, warning him not to leave signs of swordsmanship, but he didn't consider it a major concern right now. Then he sensed someone preparing to strike from behind Jake, unaware that Pierce was concealed nearby. Pierce released an arrow at the exact moment the attacker lunged, dropping the man before he reached Jake. With that, he figured they were nearly finished dealing with the small fry. A few minutes passed before Pierce spoke up, apologizing as he reported that they had searched the entire prison, but still couldn't find Nikki. He placed a hand on Pierce's shoulder, telling him it was fine, then asked if he had already spoken to the captured villagers. Pierce replied that he had, and that they had handed out clothes and food while instructing the villagers to stay in one spot until everything was over. Jake then asked if he thought more enemies were around, and if these people were really just thieves. He answered that they were thieves, but asked Jake in return if the whole situation didn't seem strange. Jake questioned what he meant. He explained, first, Nikki, the one kidnapped, wasn't there. Second, there were plenty of rogues, but not a single one stood out. Third, a magic circle was placed at the entrance, and yet none of them had seen a wizard. They all shook their heads when he asked. So he concluded that the important individuals and the real captives weren't here. Jake agreed, but pointed out that without finding the actual location, their effort meant nothing, then asked Pierce if he thought the same. Pierce answered that he had checked spots that looked suspicious, but couldn't detect anything with his current abilities, and that there might be a high-level magic circle or system at work. He then told Pierce proudly that he had only joined their guild less than a month ago, yet his progress was impressive, and soon no one would be able to deceive his eyes. Pierce thanked him in return. He gave a quick smile and told them to follow him, saying he had a good idea where the enemies were hiding. He headed out, and they moved behind him as he instructed them to check the hut and report immediately if they spotted anything unusual. They answered with a simple agreement. A short while later, he pushed open the room door. Philip informed him they hadn't found anything strange, but he only asked if this was the fourth hut. He drew the rapier from his inventory and told the group to prepare, saying the real task was starting now. He kicked the table aside, raised the rapier with both hands, and drove it hard into the floor. The wooden boards burst apart, revealing a hidden door beneath. Using psychokinesis, he pulled the door open and saw a staircase descending into a basement. Before they could proceed, he heard movement under the ground. He warned them that something was coming. A massive monster's hand suddenly burst from below, reaching for Jake. Jake quickly backed away and demanded to know what it was, dodging just before the creature could grab him. Huge monsters climbed out of the hole, their growls echoing through the room. More of them moved up the steps as Philip warned everyone not to spread out, explaining that fighting would become more difficult if they separated. One monster lunged forward, but he rushed to meet it, driving the rapier into it with full force. The creature staggered back, reacting to the strike. Philip called out that these were Imperial Demon Cavalry and that their weak points differed from humans, so they should target the head. Jake attacked one of the Demon Cavalry from behind, asking why they were even there. Meanwhile, he jumped toward another Demon Cavalry, deciding he needed to observe its traits first. He thrust his rapier into the creature's neck, sending it crashing to the ground and forcing out a harsh cry. The system displayed information, revealing it to be an incomplete Imperial Demon Cavalry, level 41, Type 1 Crane, classified under Imperial Demon Cavalry. It matched exactly what he had suspected, and he remembered the trouble these enemies had caused him before. His thoughts drifted briefly to his past life, recalling how he raided the Empire's hideout in the starting city 6 months into his gameplay. That mission had come from the mayor right when the top players were nearing graduation from the starting zone. Dozens of top players who had already completed their second job advancement formed a strike force, joining hundreds from alliance guilds to seize the fortress together. When the real Imperial Demon Cavalry finally revealed themselves, the players didn't even stand a chance. Almost everyone was flattened on the spot, and even the rankers, him included, barely managed to escape with their lives. After that disaster, no one dared approach the Empire's hideout for half a year. Back then, the cavalry had shown up in full force. Their average level hovered around 50, and for players who had just clawed their way to level 50, going up against them was practically suicide. But now things were different. The cavalry was incomplete, their stats were lower, and he had a squad of elite knights behind him, fighters well above level 80. Even better, he could clearly see every one of the cavalry's vital points scattered across their bodies. With that advantage, he sprinted toward the charging demon rider, leapt upward, and drove his weapon through each weak spot in one clean rush. That alone was enough. Moments later, the Imperial Demon Cavalry lay defeated. Jake kicked the fallen demon in frustration, while Philip questioned why Imperial forces were wandering somewhere practically in the kingdom's front yard, and more importantly, what they were supposed to do next. He answered without hesitation, they were going in. They were past the point of turning back. Pierce suggested calling for reinforcements, but he refused. Every minute wasted put the captives at greater risk. They had to move before the enemy contacted anyone outside. Suddenly, Philip and Jake stepped ahead of him with their shields raised. They told him to stay behind them and focus on searching with Pierce while they handled the fighting. He thought it was a bit unfortunate, but he knew this wasn't the moment to get greedy. He would still get his share of the experience even if someone else landed the killing blows. After everything he'd done so far, letting others carry him for once didn't sound bad at all. Philip and Jake descended first, and he couldn't help feeling relieved to have subordinates this dependable. He followed right behind, and as Jake pushed open the door, he commented that they should have drowned the enemies in boiling stool water for what they'd done. Inside, the floor was littered with bodies. Rows of large and small tubes held murky green liquid with monster parts and pieces of demon cavalry floating inside. Pierce remarked that the Empire had no fear at all, doing chimera experiments on foreign soil as if it were nothing. The cavalry they had just fought must have been crafted from the kidnapped citizens, though he hadn't expected the Empire to go this far. He took in the scene, remembering how many times he'd seen similar sights in his previous life. Even so, it still sent a chill through him. When he first reincarnated, he had briefly considered joining the Empire since they would dominate the entire continent within 10 years. But their emperor was a lunatic, and serving him would have been like tossing yourself into a furnace with an explosive strapped to your chest. Rumors about the emperor were wild and countless, but there was one thing he knew for certain. The emperor never treated humans as people. Anyone without royal blood was sorted into ranks based on usefulness and forced into labor until they broke. Once they were no longer of value, they became test material or food for the Imperial Demon Cavalry. Even citizens of higher status weren't safe. One offense, one misstep, and they were executed. He remembered a general who had once spoken against the emperor's rule. While the man was talking with the king, a mark on his shoulder lit up, spread across his body, and he blew apart on the spot. The memory stuck with him as clearly as if he'd witnessed it firsthand. There was no way he would cling to someone like that to survive, nor could he accept watching innocent people turned into experiments. Philip suddenly called out to him, telling him to look below. When he did, he saw magicians forming a spell while a knight pushed them to activate it, so they could secure an escape route. Pierce checked the area with his skills. 4 knights, 3 wizards, and 10 Imperial Demon Cavalry. The wizards were focusing on a magic circle near the cave entrance. Philip quickly assigned roles. He'd handle the knights himself, Piers would take the wizards, Jake would intercept the cavalry, and he was to support all of them. Jake complained, wanting to clean up from behind instead. But the moment Philip shot him a sharp look, Jake turned away. Pierce didn't waste time. His arrow flew toward a wizard, and someone shouted that intruders had arrived. As the enemies reacted, they all leaped down into the fight. He aimed at another wizard. 5th circle casters. They had to be taken out first. Ordinary arrows couldn't break a barrier spell, so he pushed some psychokinesis into the arrow's path. Once the energy was gathered, he released it, followed with another shot, and shattered the barrier completely. A wizard dropped instantly. At least the teleport escape plan had been stopped. The knights saw the magic circle break. Their leader announced that their exit was gone and told his men to release the seal and wipe them out. The others answered immediately, then unleashed the seal while shouting their loyalty to the emperor. The sight caught him off guard. Before he could process it, Philip charged ahead. What shocked him even more was that Philip, an expert high-class knight above level 90, struggled to hold him back. He triggered his detection skill, and the leader's information appeared. The knight was McDowell, level 71, a Kian sword expert of the middle class, part of the Cronin Empire, serving as an Imperial Hound and the branch manager of the Mirror Division. His potential was Class B, Strength, 75 plus 5, Agility, 71 plus 5, Stamina, 73 plus 5, Intelligence, 55 plus 10, Mentality, 68 plus 5, Magic, 68 plus 7, Sensory, 73 plus 5. His special traits were blind loyalty at grade B and fear resistance at grade C. He noticed McDowell's stats were higher than expected and wondered if the red tattoos were the cause. Meanwhile, Jake was tangled with the demon cavalry and shouting, asking what was wrong with these guys and if they were all hopped up on something. Jake messaged him through the system chat, asking if he was supposed to fight with just a small stick and whether using swords would be easier. He responded that Philip and Pierce were handling themselves, but it did look like Jake was struggling. They had built the plan around confidence in everyone's roles, but it seemed things weren't going as smoothly as expected. Jake sliced lightly at the cavalry in front of him, then complained loudly, asking whether he had really said Jake was having a hard time. He clarified that he only said it because Pierce looked like he was struggling, making Pierce stare at Jake without a word. Jake, irritated, rushed the knights and yelled at them for causing all this trouble, declaring that they all deserved to fall. He took out his rapier, and he also drew his own weapon from his inventory, deciding it was time to step in. He struck one of the knights and hit a vital point instantly, cutting its arm clean off. Jake saw that and paused. Something about the way he identified weak spots so quickly felt strange. McDowell shouted that he hadn't expected his forces to be pushed back and demanded to know who they were. He noted that they were using rapiers, which suggested Randall Viscounty, but something about their swordsmanship didn't match. His instincts told him these weren't Randall fighters. Jake fired back, asking why a man with one foot in the grave needed that information, and told McDowell to stop talking if he was ready to continue. He called them the Empire's dogs. McDowell snapped, furious that Jake dared insult the Imperial Hounds. Then his attention shifted to the one standing at the center. McDowell's expression changed as he wondered if that person was the leader. A moment later, McDowell smiled, believing he had found a way out of their situation. He ordered his men to offer their lives for the Emperor's honor. In response, the knights twisted and transformed into demons. One of the transformed knights charged straight at them, and he recognized the technique instantly. It was the Black Sacrifice. Jake intercepted the blow with his shield, but the shield bent under the pressure, and Jake shouted that the thing was unbelievably strong. Black Sacrifice consumed the user's life force and mana to produce short bursts of overwhelming power. So if they were resorting to that, something was definitely underway. Jake called out to Raoul, urging him to stay alert. Raoul spotted McDowell sprinting toward them and realized the man was equipped with the Empire's K-type power armor. Its specs came to mind: 0.8 CP output, 2 hours of operation, powered by mana stones, and fitted with 3-circle defensive shielding. Philip darted forward to intercept McDowell, shouting that their target was heading straight for Raoul. Philip swung his blade, but the strike fizzled against a force field. McDowell ignored him completely and charged directly at Raoul. He drove a massive punch downward, announcing that this would end it. The impact shattered the ground, but then McDowell hesitated. Raoul had blocked the attack. McDowell demanded to know what he was using and questioned if Raoul had power armor as well. He examined it quickly, shifting parts, maybe F-class, but his instincts warned that things would get dangerous if the shifting finished. McDowell threw his other fist forward, shouting for him to die. Raoul stared at the incoming blow, wondering what had just happened. He knew he should be able to dodge by activating the C-rank skill flash. But before he could move, the system stopped him. A notification showed that he had encountered hostile power armor, which triggered Reigniter's awakening. Light wrapped around his hand, forming armor along his arm. The system displayed its details: a unique trait of an unknown grade 10, mastery in sword expertise, and mid-class psychokinesis. He had met the minimum requirement, and Regniter activated. But his mana wasn't enough for full deployment. So the system searched his remaining energy, found intermediate grade psychokinesis, and reshaped the armor with it. Regniter partially activated, leaving him stunned for a moment. The power armor around his arm held abilities he instantly recognized: a barrier capable of blocking all physical attacks weaker than a mana blade, defensive functions strong enough to cancel out 3-circle magic, and a core that boosted both mana reserves and physical performance. Even with higher levels and plenty of combat experience, no one could overpower a fighter wearing power armor. That was the kind of advantage power armor provided. But it was equipment meant only for NPCs. Unless someone was a bonded villager, they couldn't use it. For players, power armor was nothing more than a dream they would never touch. For NPCs, it was their one way to stand against players, and now he was the one wearing it. McDowell kept hammering attacks at him, demanding to know why none of them worked. He slipped out of range, backed away, and slowly dispelled the armor. McDowell was exhausted. Using psychokinesis, he pulled his rapier from the ground, drew his sword with his other hand, and activated Shooting Star. McDowell cursed as he recognized the skill. He leapt forward and unleashed Shooting Star directly at the knight. McDowell swore again when the blow shattered his defensive field. Blood spilled from McDowell's mouth as the crystal embedded in his chest began to fracture. He muttered that even if this was his end, he wouldn't die alone. Then he forced out the last of his power, shouting his devotion to the Empire. The crystal burrowed into him, twisting his body as it fused with the armor. The transformation overtook him rapidly. The system then alerted Raoul that Regniter had detected a forbidden fragment of power. He didn't know what that meant. Another message appeared. The seal was partially released because of an oath. Light burst from within him. The light wrapped around him, and the armor formed across his body piece by piece until it enclosed him completely. The system announced that Regniter would reveal its true form for a short time. A shining armored foot stepped out of the glow, and he emerged fully clad in complete power armor. McDowell had also finished his transformation. The knight growled and lunged, but he only voiced his contempt, which sent McDowell into an even more frantic charge. McDowell threw a massive punch. He lifted one arm and blocked it. The impact made every fighter around them stop and stare. The collision erupted into a huge explosion, launching McDowell's men through the air. Jake and Philip struggled to brace themselves, but he held his position without budging, his attention fixed on McDowell. Cracks formed across McDowell's armor. The sight caught him off guard. He lifted his hand and used psychokinesis to raise McDowell into the air. His psychokinesis tightened around McDowell, drawing out a strained cry. He squeezed harder, telling McDowell to disappear, and the power armor shattered bit by bit until McDowell collapsed, motionless, as the regular effect faded away. He stood there, stunned that he had actually managed it and aware that he had barely made it in time. A sudden cough of blood escaped him, prompting Philip and Jake to rush over, asking if he was all right. He lifted his hand to signal that he was fine, thinking about the strange sensation he had just felt. It was nothing like the experiences he'd had as a player. It felt as if he had reached for something limitless. He knew the strength came from borrowed power this time, but he vowed that one day he would achieve that level on his own. Moments later, the damaged magic circle broke apart, revealing a pocket teleport device and a mana stone. He decided he would examine them later. Pierce reported that they had found Nikki and the other hostages, though some had already died. He told Pierce there was nothing left to be done for them, and to gather their belongings so they could be returned to their families. Pierce agreed and added that Nikki's condition was bad, so he urged him to hurry and leave. A few minutes later, as they headed toward the cave exit, Jake asked if they were really abandoning valuable items. He asked Jake if he intended to take them, and Jake answered immediately, saying the items were too useful and too valuable to just leave behind. He admitted that Jake had a point. McDowell's power armor could serve as evidence against Imperial spies. But he also knew how difficult it was to deal with the Imperial hounds. They were a major threat to minor nobles, and many players had simply given up after running into them. For now, it was smarter to focus on strengthening his faction instead of provoking the hounds. He assured Jake that everything was within the plan and told him not to worry about it, adding that Jake was the one who finished things anyway. Jake protested, saying that was only because he was told to stand back. He promised Jake a bonus for his work that day and told him to return and rest. Jake brightened immediately, confirming whether the bonus and vacation were real and reminding him he couldn't take them back. He walked off cheerfully, leaving him uncertain if Jake was foolish or sharp. He turned to Pierce and ordered a report. Pierce stated that they had successfully guided their opponents exactly as planned and had no issues to report. He glanced at Pierce with a small smile, deciding to watch their reactions later. He already knew it would be obvious, but he still wanted to see what kind of faces they'd make after falling for the setup. Elsewhere in the forest, someone asked how much farther they needed to go. Ramon snapped at their guide, demanding to know if they were even heading in the right direction. He was sure they had tracked Raoul into this forest, yet they hadn't found a single trace of him. They were still recovering from the shrine incident and had lost money and swords because of Raoul. Jeremy pointed out that they only lost because they couldn't use mana skills inside the city, even though they had brought 12 knights and Jeremy himself had power armor. Ramon looked up, saying this was their chance now that Raoul was outside the city. The robed guide pointed ahead, saying the location was right there. They moved forward and stopped in front of cave. Kale hesitated, saying it looked dangerous, but figured they wouldn't know until they went inside. Ramon insisted they go in. After all, they came out of the city specifically to find Raoul. Moments later, their mood flipped completely. A pile of gold lay before them. Ramon laughed and told his brothers that even if they hadn't found Raoul, this was a great discovery. Jerry added that there were magic items, artifacts, and even bodies of wanted individuals, with the power armor being the biggest prize. Back in the city, the knights stationed at the gates spotted riders approaching and were surprised to see their young master returning. One knight thanked him for his efforts and reported that they had raided a hideout in the eastern forest and rescued the hostages. He commended their work and asked where the rest of the team was. The knight explained that they had arrived only after completing their own mission. These were his training knights and the first members of his guild. 6 of them had advanced to expert rank through training, while the rest were close to reaching that level. All of them could use mana and had learned Ashton County's sword techniques. He ordered them to gather supplies from the north and west hideouts. With more than 100 members now, he felt confident that ordinary criminals wouldn't stand a chance against them. Then he gave the command to move out, and the group answered in unison. They arrived at their destination, and the knight guarding the area stared in disbelief, asking if they were from Ashton County and why so many of them had come. Seeing the hostages being supported and carried, he turned to the knight on the ground and asked if he was the captain. The knight confirmed it. The captain explained that they had guided the civilians there as instructed, earning his approval. The civilians hurried forward, anxious and hopeful, asking if Raoul had truly rescued the hostages and if they would finally reunite with their children. At the front, Nakia spotted Nikki and rushed toward them. Raoul pointed out Nikki beside him, and Nakia thanked him again and again. He told her that Nikki's condition wasn't good and that she needed treatment at the mansion. He called out to Bernard, who reported that a priest was already waiting there. Raoul looked at Nakia, thinking about how many lives he had saved, people who were originally meant to die, and how he had changed the future of an alchemist who had once been consumed by vengeance. He wondered if Nakia's path toward becoming a grand alchemist would shift now, and if the items and potions she would have created might no longer exist. Still, he needed her for the county's future, and everything had begun to change since the moment he returned to the past. While his thoughts lingered on Nakia, he straightened himself. He had no problem with history diverging. He had already decided not to hesitate in shaping someone's future. He was no longer someone who acted with soft intentions. Even today, he believed he could have saved more lives had he moved faster rather than focusing on quests and winning Nakia's attention. He had completed the quest overnight and protected the city, yet something still felt off. Then he noticed an elderly woman clutching a pair of gloves and crying out for a son who had never returned. These were people of the lowest rank, individuals who couldn't afford commissions. Some had never even been given a chance. He realized that everything he had done had been centered around leveling up and clearing quests. When he first reincarnated, he had planned to simply live in the present, but he had kept treating life like a game. Living by the system wasn't necessarily wrong, but he started to doubt whether following only the system's assigned quests was truly the right way forward. He realized he had been planning everything through the mindset of his former player's self, Do-Hyun, but he began to wonder if that perspective had been limiting him. If he couldn't find something unique that only Raoul, Ashton County's noble, could accomplish, something beyond what any player could do, he might end up repeating the same failures as before. Raoul turned to Philip and asked if he could see the discouraged people gathered nearby, then told him to gather their personal information and circumstances. Philip asked if he meant every single one of them, and Raoul confirmed it. Raoul instructed him to provide consolation money to anyone who had lost family or had family kidnapped, and to help them secure work. He regretted assigning more tasks to Philip, who had originally come to fight. Philip commented that this was unusual, saying Raoul normally only involved himself when it benefited him directly. Still, he assured Raoul that no one would refuse the request. Then Philip looked toward Jake, hinting that there might be one exception. Jake took offense and demanded to know why Philip was staring at him, insisting that he didn't mind doing something good. Jake then asked if Raoul was planning to give him some vacation time after handing out financial assistance. The civilians thanked Raoul as they left, wishing him a long life. Raoul patted his horse, noting that gaining the support of Myra's citizens would be useful when dealing with other guilds. It was all part of strategy, but it also happened to please the public, a convenient two-for-one. He thought it would be worthwhile to remain in the region a while longer to level up and gain real combat experience. They spoke with the civilians, unaware that a man stood behind them, quietly observing Raoul with a pleased expression. The next day, in Myra's main castle, Rinaldo thanked Raoul, admitting that Raoul had lifted many burdens from his shoulders. Raoul replied that Rinaldo would have resolved everything even without him. But Rinaldo disagreed, saying he hadn't been able to sleep after learning that Mira had been targeted by forces from the Empire. Without Raoul's report, they would have faced serious trouble. Raoul acknowledged the situation had caught him off guard as well, adding that it was surprising to find the Empire's agents operating inside Mira, which was firmly under the kingdom of Ruben's territory. It didn't take long to realize that from the look of their hideout, these people had been operating in secret for quite a while, raising demonic soldiers right under everyone's nose. Rinaldo admitted that disappearances had happened before, but because of the treaty, they couldn't move against them. The agreement stated that Mira wasn't allowed to keep an actual army, only city guards, and even those guards were restricted from using their full strength outside the city borders. Rinaldo continued, explaining that someone from Randall Viscounty had shown up just as he mentioned, claiming they had destroyed the spy's nest and loudly demanding compensation. If it weren't for his personal request, they would have been thrown out on the spot. He replied that he expected something like this, but, as he'd said earlier, the situation still mattered. Before he could continue, Rinaldo cut in, suggesting they could make it appear as though Randall Viscounty had handled the entire operation. Wouldn't that be convenient? Not only would the credit boost his reputation, but the royal court might reward him as well. He thanked Rinaldo for the idea, but told him to proceed exactly as he'd already instructed. Rinaldo sighed that he was being too cautious and far too serious for his age, yet promised he'd handle things properly. Raoul already knew that dealing with the Empire's hidden base would become Randall Bratt's achievement on record, and it would be their burden to draw the Empire's attention afterward. Rinaldo then admitted he didn't know what to offer him as a reward, saying money didn't seem fitting. He asked what Raoul wanted, insisting he was ready to grant anything, which finally made Raoul feel like he was hearing something worthwhile. Raoul said he had a small request. He mentioned hearing about the study in Reynaldo's mansion, the one filled with rare books, and asked if he could take a look at them. Rinaldo agreed without hesitation, telling him to browse freely and even offering to let him take a book home. Still, Raul felt that wouldn't quite satisfy him. So Rinaldo added that he'd open the secret treasury as well and let him pick one item as a gift. Raul expressed his gratitude, noting that Rinaldo was, as expected, impressive. Rinaldo proudly said he knew how to give generously when the time called for it, though some still called him stingy. Raul quietly wondered why Rinaldo was boasting when he was supposed to reward him anyway. A short while later, Raul reached Rinaldo's library, and the butler informed him he'd step aside, urging Raul to take his time exploring the collection. He wondered if this really was the place and reached for one of the books, thinking that even if they looked like ordinary texts, they might actually be a hidden collection of skill books. When he opened one, the system asked if he wanted to acquire the B-rank skill book, Thunder Pierce. As he looked around the room, he couldn't believe it. Every single book in the library was a skill book, and just seeing them all in one place felt satisfying. He reminded himself that there was no promise he'd ever get another chance to come back, so he began carefully searching for the one he needed. Then he spotted a soft glow coming from a book on the top shelf. He knew he had to check it out. The system revealed that it was a study of ancient rituals, spells, and methods for mental cultivation. He pulled it out from the center, noticing how long its title was, and opened it. The system immediately identified it as the Corcus Meditation Art, Grade S. It was a meditation art made only for users with psychic abilities, offering a full 24-hour automatic meditation effect and allowing constant mental training. Its description said that ancient psychics used it to build spiritual power and cleanse the soul through nature communion and mental imagery space. There was also a popular belief that meditating near an oak tree boosted its efficiency. Finding a meditation method exclusive to S-level psychics thrilled him, and he was glad he could finally obtain it. He remembered that in his previous life, he had reached top rank early on using only AB rank meditation art. But eventually, he lost that position because his spiritual power capacity couldn't keep up. When he tried to search for a higher rank method later, the large guilds and high rankers had already sealed off all paths to skill books. Superpower-related skill books always had terrible drop rates, and even basic information about them was scarce. Eventually, though, details about the Corcus meditation art came out. According to a flame magician ranker from Japan, Sakata Shigehiza, each mayor in the starting cities had secretly kept one S-rank skill. The superpower skill he had just found had been hidden in Myra's library. He also remembered obtaining an S-rank skill book back in the starting city, Ignet, in his past life, though it had been for magicians and useless to him then. But this time things were different, and because the effects of meditation art stacked, he wouldn't run out of spiritual power now. Psychic abilities might not seem impressive in the early stages, but once the level rose, their power and versatility expanded rapidly, with enough spiritual power supporting them. Raising proficiency would become far easier. If he could reach the level he had achieved in his previous life before the Empire's full-scale war began, he would stand in a strong position. He looked forward to that moment. Later, in the underground area of Rinaldo's castle, he examined the moderate mana ring he had selected from the treasury and thought about how the items back in his hometown were far superior. He wondered if he should finally begin the personal reorganization he had been delaying. He knew he had cleared all 70 quests he collected in a single night and acquired several skill books below C rank along with rare grade items. He had also accumulated 50,000 player-only coins. Opening his status window, he saw that he was now level 55 with strength at 66, agility at 67, stamina at 65, intelligence at 58, willpower at 71, mana at 70, spiritual power at 72, and senses at 71. His unique traits were Skill Collector Grade 10, Developers Analyzing I Grade 10, Psychokinetic Master Grade S+, Royal Lineage Grade, and an Unknown Trait Grade 10. He noticed his physical stats had risen past 65 within 1 month, and both mana and spiritual power had crossed 70, showing that he had grown significantly. Superhumans, known as Sword Masters or high-tier psychokinetics, usually held stats at around 90. In his past life, he had reached 90 in willpower and senses. So he made a decision that in this life, he would push every stat to 90. And if a chance appeared, he would aim to become the first player to ever touch 100. It sounded ambitious, but he believed he had far more opportunities now. For example, his Regator Power Armor was currently Grade B. Its bound stats were partially opened, sealed with an output of 1.5 core power, a 5-minute operating time, and a self-charging mode. Its defensive techniques included 6 circles, a mid-tier mana blade, an attribute force field, and a 50% reduction in attribute effects. Its description stated that it was a replica of mythical power armor that had crossed time and space. Most of its functions were sealed, and several special features had changed form. The seal would only lift once certain conditions were met. It possessed two special abilities: condemnation, which increased effects by 200% against the target of the oath, and covert satiation, which allowed it to absorb lower-grade power armor and imitate their functions. One of the two items that had followed him into his reincarnated life was his skill dex, unlocked through quests. He realized that he could also awaken his regular power armor this time. As for the skill dex, he had received a quest to unlock the next seal, which required him to finish 50 quests related to the proficiency of random slot skills. But when it came to the Rignator, he had no idea how to advance. It was probably because its current output was still too difficult to manage. Then he noticed that a new unique trait had been unlocked: Developer's Analyzing EX. Its effect allowed him to use the developer's vision and gather information linked to the system, while also helping him analyze the flow of special energies. This explained why he had been able to see NPC information and mana flow earlier. It had just been a guess, but he assumed he must have gained this trait when he subdued the Imperial Hound's demonic energy. He knew he would understand it better once the quest tied to the trait appeared. Normally, it should have shown up around the time he left the starting city, but attacking the Imperial Hound's hideout too early must have caused an error. He also understood that if he followed the same route as in his previous life, he would constantly clash with the Empire to obtain the black magic stone fragments. The scenario would force him into repeated interference. But right now, he was a player and a citizen of Connect, and whatever scenario he chose or whichever quest he completed would be his decision. He vowed that he would no longer move according to the developer's plan. If their ending didn't match what he wanted, he would take his own path, even if it meant breaking the scenario or the quest itself. The next day, he was in the study when someone knocked and asked if he was inside. Bernard came in and reported that Nikki had regained consciousness and that Nakia wanted to meet him. He told Bernard they should go see Nakia. Moments later, he asked Nakia about her sister's condition, and the maid announced his arrival. Nakia knelt before him, thanking him and expressing her gratitude for what he had done. He told her there was no need to dwell on it, and said she needed to stay steady for her sister. He then looked toward Nikki, considering whether he should check her state as well. Nikki thanked him for saving her, then turned her gaze aside, and Nakia explained that Nikki tended to be shy. He assured her that it was all right since Nikki was still young. When he studied Nikki more carefully, he noticed a strong, unusual movement deep within her eyes, which caught him off guard. He wondered what he had just seen and questioned whether the others truly hadn't noticed anything. Nikki and Nakia looked at him in confusion while he considered the possibility that his eyes were mistaken, but he decided he needed to check again using developer analysis. When he did, he was stunned by the unusual phenomenon revealed in Nikki's eyes. He had assumed Nikki was simply a child, yet the system displayed her status. Level 5, Class Unknown, Affiliation Free City Mira. Her talent was unknown, and her potential talent was marked as SS. Her stats were Strength 5, Agility 3, Stamina 3, Intelligence 60 to 30, Willpower 65 to 25, Mana 62 to 61, and Senses 52 to 45. She possessed 3 unique traits, all listed as unknown. He couldn't believe that Nikki's potential was SS. He also noticed that her illness was suppressing her stats, and he wondered what would happen if he cured it and unlocked her actual abilities. He admitted to himself that he couldn't imagine how powerful she would become. Nakia, worried, asked him what was wrong, bringing his attention back. He told her it was nothing, though he knew he needed to investigate Nikki's condition further. A few days later, he was in the library reviewing documents, thinking that he had gathered everything necessary and that his matters in Mira were nearly complete. Things had gone smoothly. They had uncovered more rogues and slave traders and rescued 50 additional people. Mira had become the safest place, and the new guild house was finished, with some members already settled in. Many of the rescued civilians were eager to work with them, and several of them were skilled, giving him confidence in every direction. The only unresolved matter was Nakia. Bernard announced his entrance, and Nakia stepped in shyly. After they sat down, he asked her about Nikki's condition. Nakia said Nikki was doing much better thanks to the priest's efforts and expressed gratitude again. He acknowledged her words, but understood she wasn't being fully accurate. Nikki's state hadn't improved, and divine power couldn't cure what she suffered from. He explained that he had called her because there was something he wanted to discuss. She responded that she understood, and then asked if it was true that he planned to leave that day, saying she hadn't thanked him properly yet. He confirmed it, adding that he had stayed longer than intended and was now on a tight schedule. She told him to ask whatever he wished, saying she would help however she could, believing that there had to be a reason he had supported her and Nikki so much. Nakia truly wanted to be helpful, but every noble she had met before had been greedy and polite only on the surface. She feared Raoul might be the same and worried about disappointing him. He told her it wasn't what she imagined and handed her the documents, asking her to read them first. She accepted them with uncertainty, then froze once she saw what they contained. She accidentally let the papers slip from her hands when she reached the pardon letter stating that every sin from her past was forgiven and all charges against her were lifted. In disbelief, she asked if it was real and wanted to know how he had managed it. He answered that, fortunately, it was an issue that could be resolved with money. He knew the documents fully erased her past offenses, and though he had spent a significant amount to gain approval from the Alliance, he considered it nothing compared to her value. She thought about how she had endured 5 years of hardship caused by her mana restriction, something she believed she could never escape, and now Raoul had cleared it with ease. She felt foolish for ever comparing him to other nobles and for being narrow-minded. He asked if she could tell him how her mana had been restricted, but only if she was comfortable sharing. She explained that when she was young, she left her hometown. Her alchemy teacher recognized her skill and helped her enter the Alchemist Association. She quickly built a reputation as a talented young alchemist and even mastered 3-circle magic at age 13. But misfortune struck without warning. An outbreak spread through her hometown and her family died. Only Nikki was left when she returned. She tried bringing Nikki to the association to live with her, but the misfortune continued. When Nikki turned 6, she developed an incurable illness, which Nakia believed might have been caused by exposure to hazardous materials around her. She spent 2 years searching for a cure and reached the 5th circle at 18 during that time, but it meant nothing to her. With Nikki's life fading, she ran out of options and broke a taboo by using alchemy on a person, keeping Nikki alive with materials stolen from the association. Nikki couldn't remain awake without medicine. Eventually, Nakia was caught violating the taboo, expelled from the association, and placed under mana restraints. After wandering for a while, they settled in the city where they currently stayed. The area was safe, and the divine blessing there helped with Nikki's condition, but having restricted mana and a sick sister shaped how people viewed them. He told her she had endured more than enough and handed her a potion, telling her to drink it, explaining that it would free her. She was stunned. She slowly accepted the potion and drank it immediately. A strong force surged from her body. She closed her eyes, recognizing the sensation she had lost for 5 years, feeling the release she had been without for so long. He watched her and checked her updated status. Nakia was now level 68 with a class of Intermediate Alchemist, 5th Circle. Her affiliation was Free City Mira. Her potential talent grade was S. Her strength was 43, agility 48, stamina 55, intelligence 80, willpower 77, mana 78, and senses 81. Her unique traits were Master of Alchemy grade S, Precise Tuner grade A, Genius Absurdity grade A, and 1 unknown trait. She opened her eyes and finally understood what Raoul wanted from her. She knelt before him and declared that she, Nakia, would give him her loyalty. She wanted to see him save others the same way he saved her and Nikki. He reached out and patted her head, telling her he accepted her loyalty and would remember her words. Then he handed her another document. She asked what it was. He told her it was related to Nikki's illness, manophilia, leaving her speechless. He explained that a great alchemist, no longer alive, had left those notes behind and that one missing part still required research. But she would be the one to complete it and create the final cure. It was his first command as her lord. She promised she would create the perfect cure even at the cost of her life, deciding at that moment that she would dedicate herself to Raoul from then on. After Nakia left, he stretched, thinking that speaking and acting like this still felt unfamiliar. But he knew he needed to get used to it, since this was the world he lived in and the people he met were citizens of Connect. Today has been a major achievement. The first member he gained through his own efforts was an alchemist destined to leave her name in history. He also knew she would complete the cure because the great alchemist who had once fought manophilia was Nakia herself. He remembered that in the past, she had created the cure, but in the process, she had sacrificed many people. He thought it didn't matter anymore, since he was fortunate that the data on Nakia's cure still existed in Cafe Link. He had intentionally given her the incomplete version so she could develop through it, hoping that once she created the cure herself, she would no longer feel weighed down by Nikki's condition. And even if she couldn't finish it in time, he still had the remaining data he could hand over. He smiled, thinking that everything he planned to accomplish in Mira was complete. Now he needed to prepare for his next destination. His next stop was the capital of the Reuben Kingdom, known as the Tomb of Sword Metropolis Triumph, and he felt anticipation for what awaited him in the vast city. It was time to move. Days later, they stood at the gate, and Jake excitedly pointed out all the people gathered there. The capital definitely looked different. They had arrived in Triumph, the capital of the Reuben Kingdom. He told his group that they didn't need to wait in line since they were from the county, so they could enter directly. They answered with enthusiasm and followed him inside. He had left most of their guild members in Mira and brought only the minimum number, thinking it would make things simpler. But he was surprised to find nothing waiting for them. There were no carriages or escorts, which made him wonder what had happened. He asked Bernard if he had sent word of their arrival, and Bernard said he was certain he had. Bernard added that there must have been a mistake and offered to go ahead to the mansion to bring people. He asked Bernard if he even knew the direction of the mansion and told him they should move together. Bernard then asked a passing woman if she knew where the Ashton County mansion was, but she said she had never heard of it. Bernard asked more people, and one man responded by asking if Ashton County was the warrior family and whether there was even an Ashton mansion in Triumph. He suggested they try the Noble District. At the gate of the Noble District, the patrol apologized, explaining that they had never heard of an Ashton County mansion there, so they could not grant entry. He hadn't expected his family to be well known, but he hadn't expected complete unfamiliarity either. Suddenly, Jake raised his voice at the patrol, shouting that soldiers were risking their lives fighting monsters in Ashton County, while these people didn't even know where Ashton was. He asked them how they could not know who was maintaining their peace. He understood that civilians not knowing his family was reasonable since Ashton County was distant and his father rarely visited the capital, but he questioned how no one seemed aware of the mansion's existence. He remembered hearing that there was a large mansion used for exchanges with nobles and royalty. Finding the situation troublesome, he asked Bernard if he could visit the office and locate the address. Bernard told him to leave it to him. Moments later, one of the patrolmen asked if he was sure the paper was correct because the address written on it belonged to Baron Gendar, surprising all of them. He asked the patrol if they were certain it was Baron Gendar and not Count Ashton. The patrol confirmed it and explained that Baron Gendar had lived there for more than 10 years, though they could still head there for now. He called Bernard, and Bernard reported that Baron Gendar was a 50-year-old man and a distant cousin. He also mentioned that the Baron handled foreign affairs. Raoul said he understood and told everyone they would visit the mansion themselves. A few minutes later, they arrived. The guard asked again who they were. Philip answered that they were with Raoul, the youngest son of Ashton County, and asked where the foreign affairs officer was. But the guard simply asked what Ashton County was and whether they had an invitation. Philip questioned what he meant by invitation, and the guard asked if they had come to a party without one. He pointed to the side, telling them to wait there until he returned. Raoul felt annoyed hearing that there was a party, and Jake trembled with anger. Jake jumped off his horse, grabbed a guard, and demanded to know what was happening. He asked whether they were seriously making the owner wait outside, and said he did not care who Baron Gendar was, ordering them to call the Baron out. The other guards shouted that there were intruders and blew whistles. But then, instead of fighting, they dropped their spears and ran away in fear, leaving Jake stunned. He asked what had just happened and whether they had really fled. Then he told the others they should head inside. But as they prepared to move, someone shouted for them to stop and asked who they were. Philip introduced himself as Philip of the Golden Bear Knights of Ashton County and asked where Baron Gendar was. The man questioned why intruders were searching for the Baron, but then paused, realizing something. He immediately apologized, explaining he had been informed they were coming but had not heard it earlier. He said he would notify the Baron right away and ordered the guards to escort them to the reception room, leaving them unsure of what was going on. After stepping into the mansion, he immediately realized the rumors were true. The place was massive. Even with a carriage, going around the entire estate would feel endless. What caught him off guard was the large building meant only for the Ashton County bloodline. From that direction, he heard music drifting through the air, and strangers wandered around the front yard as if it were normal. Jake stopped the guard and asked if something was going on today, since someone had mentioned a party. The guard explained that it was the birthday celebration of Baron Ginder's third son, Aaron. Parties happened so frequently there that the guard admitted even they sometimes lost track. Jake stared at him, stunned, then demanded again whose party it was, his voice rising. Before he got an answer, someone called out to Raoul, announcing his arrival. A man descended the stairs, asking if he was Raoul and commenting on how much he had grown. Raoul took one look at him and could tell the man had some strength, though Baron Ginder was only level 50 and nowhere near an expert. Moments like this made it clear why the other families dismissed Ashton and why his father had placed this Baron in charge of foreign affairs. Still, Raoul refused to accept it, especially when Baron Ginder acted superior. Raoul asked if the Baron even knew who he was. The Baron said Raoul must have forgotten because it had been so long, claiming he was basically Raoul's uncle and had been like a brother to Raoul's father. Raoul answered that he had never once heard that name mentioned as family. Baron Jinder laughed and called him Sharp, saying the Ashton family tree was complicated, but Raoul could simply call him uncle. Raoul could tell the man thought he was easy to fool, but he silently vowed not to give him a chance. He turned to Bernard and asked him to clarify what connection this man supposedly had with him. Bernard, staring straight at the Baron, explained that Baron Jindar was Count Ashton's second cousin, which made the Baron Raoul's third cousin, currently in charge of foreign affairs in the capital. Baron Jinder suddenly yelled, demanding to know why Raoul was talking that way to an elder and questioning whether his father had taught him manners. Raoul replied by asking if he was really that relaxed around his father and wondered if he wasn't afraid of Ashton County at all. Then he asked Philip how many people were allowed to speak casually with him besides direct descendants. Philip answered that only the Count's younger brother, the Viscount, could. Raoul asked why that rule existed. Philip explained it was to show respect to Count Ashton and to keep the hierarchy clear. Raoul then said that once a Count's child came of age, they inherited the title of Viscount along with territory, just as he had received land with 10,000 residents. So he asked the Baron why he should be treated as inferior by a cousin he had never even met. The Baron admitted the mistake was his and said he had forgotten that Raoul was now an adult. He promised to show proper respect and asked if Raoul was satisfied. Raoul brushed it off with a casual whatever, already thinking that the Baron had plenty left to explain. He asked why the Baron hadn't bothered telling them what was happening here in the first place. The Baron insisted he had no idea what Raoul meant. Philip stepped in and questioned why no one had been sent to escort them after they had sent several messages announcing their arrival. The Baron claimed he had told someone to arrange a carriage, saying there must have been a mistake and that the number of guests today made things hectic. He apologized to Raoul, but Philip had one more question. Philip asked why the Baron was hosting his son's birthday party inside the main building. The Baron answered that such a large celebration was necessary to display their status and that it was part of foreign affairs, so they shouldn't concern themselves with it. With a mocking tone, he asked what the guard could possibly know about noble customs. Philip let out a quiet breath and decided to drop the argument since Raoul was present. At that moment, Piers handed Raoul a piece of paper, explaining that he had found the invitation lying in the yard. Raoul held it up to the Baron, pointing out that nothing on it connected the event to Ashton County. Only the Jindar family's names and symbols appeared. The Baron, suddenly uneasy, insisted it was simply an invitation and that it was officially tied to Ashton County. Then, more firmly, he repeated that it was just an invitation and that Raoul should stop pressing the issue because the matter was beyond his authority, even as the young master. He suggested that if Raoul wanted to argue, he should do it back home. Raoul asked if the Baron truly believed the party was appropriate. The Baron confidently said yes, explaining that it had always been tradition to use the party hall when the mansion wasn't occupied. Raoul reached into his coat, reminding himself that the Baron wasn't entirely wrong. Nobles often lent out mansions, but only with Count Ashton's direct approval. He then pulled out the documents and informed the Baron that, as the temporary acting count, he was ordering him to shut down the party within an hour and provide a full report of all expenses. The Baron erupted, shouting that the order was absurd and that Raoul had lost his mind. He argued that he couldn't send guests away and demanded to know who had given Raoul such authority. Raoul stated that the Baron had no intention of obeying and asked why he wasn't worried about his own family, since Raoul didn't see any guests worth protecting. He reminded the Baron that giving him an hour was an act of generosity and asked if he needed to go to the hall himself and address the guests directly. The Baron finally backed down and said he would end the party, but warned Raoul that he would regret it. Raoul slipped the documents back into his coat, thinking the worst that could come from this was his father scolding him a little. What bothered him more was figuring out where the Baron had gotten the confidence to act this boldly. And since there was still no solid proof behind the rumors of Ashton County's downfall, he wondered if he might find something useful here. Maybe he would even stumble on something valuable. Soon after, irritation hit him. The place they had brought him to wasn't the main building at all. It was one of the mansion's annexes. The man guiding them explained that the Baron had arranged it because the main building was too crowded and wanted Raoul to have a quiet area. Raoul knew it was nonsense. He yanked his horse around and shouted that he didn't want to hear another word and was heading to the main building. His group agreed immediately and followed. When he reached the main building, he shoved the door open with force and demanded to know if they had lost their minds. His anger rose when he saw the Baron and the entire Baron's family comfortably inside. The three-story main building and the Count's office were meant only for the Count's direct family, and seeing them living there enraged him. He demanded to know how the Baron planned to justify this, and asked if it was now some kind of tradition for ministers to claim the Count's office for themselves. The Baron replied nervously, saying they were only borrowing it for a short time and that the Count barely visited once a year anyway, so leaving it unused would be a waste. Raoul drew his rapier and ordered the Baron to get out immediately. He gave a warning that if they didn't clear the mansion by the end of the day, he would personally deal with all of them, family or not. Then he announced that he was stripping the Baron of his position as Foreign Affairs Minister, leaving the Baron stunned. Raoul added that if the Baron had complaints, he could return tomorrow with documents proving he had fulfilled his duties correctly. The Baron stormed with anger, but ultimately left the building with his family in silence. Raoul watched them through the window, figuring they were finishing the cleanup. He reminded himself he still had to gather the materials he came for and worried that some of them might have been thrown away because of the mansion's condition. Luckily, everything was still intact. Looking around the office, he noticed that all documents related to the mansion's management and finances had been left untouched. He thought they must have been overly confident to assume nothing would change overnight. In his previous life, he had studied business administration and worked for a trading company, and Bernard was practically the top expert when it came to matters related to running a mansion. Philip came in to report that the Baron had left the mansion with his family. Raoul asked him again, wanting to be sure, and wondered if they really left without causing trouble. Philip said it was unexpected, but they had quietly gone with only the clothes they needed. Raoul told him to let it go and asked if it wasn't obvious what they were planning. He said they would come back eventually, so there was no reason for them to remove every last belonging. Philip asked if that was truly fine and suggested giving them time to sort things out properly. Raoul answered that it was better to cut out the rotten parts quickly, and the Baron was easier to deal with when he was acting arrogant. He also knew that once he secured a proper location in the capital, he would have to use this place as a base for the first guild unit. And since it was still his home, he couldn't allow random people stirring up trouble inside it. Pierce added that it seemed the Baron had some support behind him and wondered if anything unusual might happen. Raoul told them not to worry because whatever tricks the Baron tried to pull wouldn't matter, and that they needed more confidence in their own county. Jake suddenly grabbed Philip and Pierce, asking why they were acting so tense and telling them to stop speaking like everything was doomed. He suggested exploring the mansion and following the young master's orders. Raoul laughed and said Jake was right, adding that they might need to use force the next day, so they should all rest except Bernard. He dismissed the group. As Jake led Philip and Pierce away, he shot Raoul a playful wink from behind. Once they were alone, Raoul told Bernard that they both knew what needed to be found. Bernard answered that it was well within his area of expertise. Raoul reminded him that time was short and said they should begin immediately. The next morning, 2 daggers clashed sharply against each other. Raoul lifted 2 more daggers with psychokinesis and shouted for another round. He hurled it straight toward the pair floating in the air. But before the blades met, the daggers trembled and dropped to the ground near Bernard, who had been controlling them. Raoul told Bernard he had improved a lot and admitted he hadn't expected him to already handle 2 daggers at once. Bernard replied that he still had far to go. It had only been a month and a half since Bernard awakened his power with the skill book, and the progress was hard for Raoul to believe. Bernard was clearly not an ordinary talent. It wasn't easy for a wind-type mage to control a weapon with that level of precision. At the rate Bernard was improving, he would reach the intermediate stage in about 6 months and become a rare, multi-talented psychic. Raoul asked if they should move on to martial arts training next and reminded Bernard of what he had told him before. Relying on a single ability made it difficult to show real strength. It was far easier and more effective to build proficiency by combining different skills. He asked Bernard if he was ready to begin, and Bernard answered that he was. But before they started, Bernard sensed something and said it seemed they had a visitor. Raoul still couldn't match Bernard's long-distance sensing ability, so he told him they should go meet the guest properly. Bernard agreed and asked if he should bring what they had prepared the night before. Raoul told him to bring everything, saying Bernard deserved a reward for his work. Bernard grabbed his jacket, already expecting something unusual since their young master tended to make that expression whenever trouble was coming. He hoped the Baron wouldn't try anything reckless. Downstairs, Jake was stunned by the number of people gathered and asked Raoul if he had buried some kind of treasure, because he couldn't understand the crowd. Then he noticed that several of the escort knights carried impressive force, and soldiers were positioned outside the mansion as well. No matter how he looked at it, this was more than their group could deal with alone. He wondered if Raoul had a different plan in mind. Meanwhile, the Baron stood there wearing a proud smile, convinced everything was unfolding exactly as he wanted. He thought the young master had walked straight into his setup. With Melvin gone, he was sure his plan would be completed smoothly, securing a place for himself. Then he spotted the blood relatives of Ashton County who lived in the capital and assumed they had gathered because of the events from the previous night. In his mind, losing his minister position and being forced out of the mansion wasn't just his burden. Those relatives had also been enjoying banquets in the mansion's hall using county funds, and even the maintenance fees had been routed to them through him. There was no chance that people who lost such benefits overnight would stay quiet. Baron admitted to himself that hosting the party under his own name and using the office had been a mistake, but he was sure no one here knew that. In his mind, Raoul was nothing more than a noble pretending to understand politics, an ignorant child who didn't grasp the situation. He even spoke to Melvin in his thoughts, saying he didn't know why the Count had entrusted the seal to his young son, but since it had happened, he planned to make use of it. Raoul stepped forward with his knights, drawing the attention of the crowd. People whispered, wondering if that handsome young man was one of Ashton's direct relatives, if he was the one causing trouble for Baron Jenner, and whether the rumors were true about him winning the swordsmanship tournament. Raoul scanned the faces around him and said he hadn't expected to be standing before such a large group. Then he asked if they had all gathered because of the problems involving Baron Jendar. The Baron quickly shouted that they had, claiming the blood relatives were furious about Raoul's unreasonable behavior and had come here because of it. He told Raoul he could apologize to the elders and resolve things now. Raoul calmly replied that he would assume the Baron spoke on behalf of everyone present, as the Baron himself had already promised to sort out what was right and wrong. But the Baron cut him off, mockingly saying it was laughable to talk about right and wrong. He declared that the mansion had been managed in turns by the capital's blood relatives for decades, and that it wasn't some playground for a young brat from the main family who didn't know anything. Voices from the crowd rose in agreement, insisting that the Baron was correct and asking if the main family was treating them as lesser. They complained that Count Melvin had gone too far by giving authority to a child and even reducing subsidies when building additional mansions, making improvements insufficient. Raoul realized he had no time now to explain what Baron Jidan had done or why he had been dismissed. Those details weren't important at this exact moment. Just as he expected, the situation was already starting to get more tangled. Activating his enhanced sight, he scanned the area and identified 5 distinct groups forming within the crowd. First were the blood relatives of Ashton County, who had joined without thinking too deeply. Second were agents of the Imperial Hounds, the intelligence division of the Cronin Empire. Their presence didn't surprise him, since the Empire had been stirring conflict across the continent for years. But the third group made him pause. Knights from the Delmian family, one of the 5 great households of the Cronin Republic. Leading them was a man named Graham, 45 years old, level 88, and an advanced sword expert. Graham belonged to the Reuben Kingdom, serving Baron Han of the Cronin Republic under the Delamian family. He was known as the Red Executive. His potential ability was A, with strength at 82, agility at 72, stamina at 84, intelligence at 62, willpower at 68, mana at 71, and senses at 76. His unique traits were less body grade A and melee specialist grade B. Raoul also noticed several mid-tier expert knights standing behind Graham. He still couldn't figure out why families far stronger than Ashton had gathered here, and the whole situation felt troublesome. Then there were members of Randall County as well. One of them was Raphael, 26 years old, level 61, a knight with beginner sword expert rank. He was from Randall County and carried the nickname of the 4th Young Master. His potential ability was B, with strength at 61, agility at 65, stamina at 58, intelligence at 61, willpower at 53, mana at 60, and senses at 55. His unique traits were Royal Lineage Grade B and Agile Grade C. Raoul wasn't sure about Raphael's skills, but he wondered why someone like him, a man whose very status acted as a weapon, would show up here. He suspected it might have to do with the incident in Mira, though Raphael wouldn't be able to act openly. And the last group was led by the traitor of the family, the one responsible for stirring up all this mess and the one who would rush forward the moment things went wrong. His name was Titus, 27 years old, level 65, a knight with intermediate sword expert rank. He was affiliated with the Reuben Kingdom and the Jaden family of the Brennan Republic. Titus's potential ability was A, with strength at 70, agility at 64, stamina at 68, intelligence at 62, willpower at 65, mana at 63, and senses at 58. His unique traits were Royal Lineage Grade A, Straight-Headed Instinct Grade A, and Twisted Fighting Spirit Grade B. Raoul knew Titus was his older cousin and the eldest son of Viscount Jaden, his uncle. His father, Count Melvin D. Ashton, had 2 brothers, the eldest, Jaden, and the youngest, Austin. Among the 3, Melvin had been the most talented, but because of primogeniture, Jaden had originally been expected to become the next count. Jaden had always been arrogant and aggressive, hurting or killing anyone who irritated him. When Melvin achieved intermediate expert status and gained more support than Jaden, the balance changed. Feeling threatened and jealous, Jaden attempted to assassinate him. The attempt failed, and Jaden lost all his privileges. Time passed, and Melvin eventually became a count. Jaden still held the title of Viscount and controlled a large amount of land, but he could never accept losing the count's position to his younger brother. In the end, he sold his assets to a rival house, Marquis McNeil, and left the kingdom with his followers. All of that had happened 15 years ago, the year Raoul Ashton was born. So when Raoul saw Viscount Jaden's son among the crowd, he immediately understood where Baron Jindar stood. He also knew that the people gathered here hadn't lost anything during the incident 15 years ago. They didn't harbor any resentment toward Viscount Jaden. In fact, they likely believed they had a chance to push Ashton aside and seize the position for themselves. In his previous life, Ashton County had fractured into several factions and collapsed, so he guessed they thought they were making the right move. But that only applied if he wasn't there, and he intended to show them they had made a serious mistake. He signaled to Philip, who nodded, already understanding what Raoul had in mind. It was time to act. Philip struck his shield, creating a sharp echo that cut through the noise and forced everyone into silence. Raoul announced that he had heard enough, and that it was his turn to speak. He called Bernard and Pierce forward and instructed them to hand out the books they had prepared. The two moved down the room, distributing them to everyone. Confused, people stared at the covers, reading the title. A report on the management and financial operations of Count Ashton's estate, complete with evidence and investigation records detailing Baron Jindar's embezzlement and misappropriation. As they flipped through the pages, shock spread across the room. Even Baron froze, trembling with anger before slamming the book to the floor and shouting that it was fake. But the crowd murmured that the report looked far too detailed to dismiss, even if it was hard to accept. Baron furiously pointed out that Raoul had arrived only the day before, accusing him of claiming to have done all this in such a short time. Raoul simply smiled and asked if they should move on to something more direct. He pointed to a section stating that 200 trainees were receiving free lessons and asked Baron where those trainees were now. Baron claimed they had quit and disappeared with the equipment. Raoul asked if all 200 had run away and whether Baron was insisting they were all from outside the capital. He found it strange that Baron had selected every trainee from elsewhere when the purpose of the free lessons was to gain favor within the capital. Baron shouted back that they had all run and that choosing them had been his own decision. He responded calmly, telling Baron that the book included addresses, so the truth would come out once the investigation began. It was time to move to the next point. He said the report claimed the Baron had gifted 100 gold swords to various barons, but according to the investigation, every one of them received 10 cheap replicas instead. It also stated that the Baron had hired 100 C-rank mercenaries as mansion guards, yet all Raoul could see were 20 F-rank mercenaries. He pointed out the frequent parties hosted in the main building, the celebration for the Baron's son, the birthday feast for the Baron's wife, the Baron's hunting ceremony, and others, and questioned what any of that had to do with state expenses. He closed the book, still impressed that they had managed to list everything. He had stayed up late the previous night, sorting through the evidence. He remembered discovering that several documents were forged, which forced him to sneak into the Baron's residence. Using his analysis skills and Pierce's sharp eye, they located the real account book. Bernard leaned everything and compiled it into a proper report. Raoul used his document copying skill to produce multiple copies, ensuring that everyone here could now see exactly how much the Baron had stolen. He asked the crowd if they could clearly see that more than half of the estate funds had been embezzled, and if anyone disagreed with removing Baron Jindar from his position. No one replied. Then Baron suddenly clapped, shouting that it was impressive. He yelled that Raoul's tricks amazed him and demanded to know whether he had prepared this report over 1 or 2 years. Baron said Raoul was a sly person. Raoul sighed, wondering what the Baron was trying to pull next. Baron grabbed one of the books and asked the crowd if they didn't feel something was off. He shouted that he had never seen such a neatly assembled temporary report in his life. He explained that a formal investigation usually produced 2 or 3 pages, yet Raoul had compiled a 30-page book. Baron pointed at the crowd and told them that his nephew expected them to believe he had created all of that in 1 day. He insisted Raoul had prepared it ahead of time to remove him and suppress the families living in the capital. People began shouting that the Baron was right and that it was political maneuvering. They claimed Ashton was trying to cut his budget and would now refuse support for the other families if Baron Jindar were dismissed. Baron yelled that they would not allow it and called for Jackson. Jackson stepped forward holding a sheet of paper. He announced that it contained a list of their demands. If Raul signed it and left, they would overlook today's disrespect. Raul told Jake to check it, and Jake snatched the paper out of Jackson's hand. Jake started reading the document. The first point stated that the estate's ownership would be shifted to a shared title under Baron Jendar and the rest of the family. The second point explained that the estate's entire management, including stewardship, would be handled by the relatives living in the capital. The third point allowed the sword technique, once exclusive to the main bloodline, to be used freely by the branch family. Jake snapped at them, stunned, calling everyone out for losing their sense. While they wasted their earnings from hunting monsters on celebrations, he told them to deal with this mess on their own. Baron warned Jake that he had no authority to speak like that and demanded to know if those terms truly came from the main family. Jake crumpled the letter in his hand and told Baron that if that's how it was, he could simply walk away. He added that surrendering the house was out of the question and called the entire proposal absurd. Baron reached inside his coat, pulled out a dagger, and aimed it at Jake, demanding to know how he dared to speak to them that way. Pierce and Philip instantly drew their weapons, and the knights behind Baron unsheathed theirs as well. Both sides raised their blades across the room. He ordered Jake to stop, and Jake tossed the paper aside without hesitation. Baron couldn't believe Jake reacted so casually even after seeing the knife. But he understood Jake had pulled his weapon earlier only to pressure him. With those three standing there, Golden Bear's finest knights, Baron knew the odds weren't in his favor. Still, he declared that Jake had dishonored them, and unless Jake was punished and an apology was given, he would treat all of them the same. He added that an apology would prevent needless fighting. Instead of backing down, he smiled at Baron and said Jake hadn't said anything that needed retracting. He pressed his boot onto the paper and asked Baron why he kept pretending. He said he never expected those terms to be accepted, but he thought Baron would at least hesitate. Then he drew his sword, lifted it, and drove it into the stage, telling Baron that maybe he had overestimated him. He asked if Baron really believed he would sign the document while he opposed it, and urged Baron to say what he truly wanted. Baron recalled hearing that the youngest was the frail one with little talent, yet Raul's strength caught him off guard. Even so, he vowed not to back down. Baron shouted that bluffing was useless and declared that no one would be allowed to leave unless that paper was signed. The knight shut the door, and Baron repeated with full confidence that the only way out was by signing. He told him to think it through. After a brief pause, he told Baron that what he was doing was no different from declaring war on the county. The nobles immediately shouted at Baron, saying this wasn't part of the plan and asking if he had lost his mind by pushing things toward a conflict with the country itself. Another noble stepped in, declaring that they wanted nothing to do with this and demanded to be allowed to leave. Baron called them fools and said it was already too late, insisting they were stuck in this together. Then he asked if they really believed Count Melvin would let them walk away without consequences. He cut them off and asked Baron if they were finished talking, then pressed him again for his next move because he wasn't signing anything. Baron barked back, saying he must not grasp the situation, and warned that with a single command he could send hundreds of knights and guards charging at them. He asked if Golden Bear honestly thought they could hold out. Baron allowed himself a small grin, convinced that the hidden trump card he prepared would overwhelm even Golden Bear. Raul noticed several people standing by, simply watching, confirming that nothing stood in his way. He pointed his sword at Baron and asked, "So what?" Forcing Baron to question why Raul was still so sure of himself when he believed an entire force of armed men could corner him. Baron glanced behind him, thinking about the secret weapon he hoped not to use, knowing that bringing it out meant there was no going back. He pulled out the badge, accepting that he had no choice, silently wishing Raul had been as weak as the rumors claimed. Holding it up for all to see, he shouted that Raul dared bring falsified papers and treat him with open disrespect in front of everyone, and he declared he was seeking justice. Baron hurled the badge toward him while calling out his full name, formally demanding proof of lineage. Whispers rippled through the room, noting that he had just issued a duel request that could only be invoked once in a lifetime. It was the sole method of challenging someone above you, and using it on his own nephew was an extreme move. He asked Baron if he was actually serious and why he should even accept it. Baron told him to view it as one last mercy, saying it was better than having his seal seized by force. Then he said that after this, he would have the privilege of stripping his nephew's seal in a legitimate duel. Baron demanded an answer, warning that refusal meant he would resort to force. Raul paused, and Baron assumed he already knew the outcome despite the confident act. Raul then asked for the conditions and added that he doubted Baron would be the one fighting. Baron explained the rules. 3 fighters from each side, each pair facing off one-on-one, and whichever team had the last person standing would win. Since this was proof of lineage, Raoul would need to select 3 fighters from his own bloodline. Philip protested, shouting that Raoul was the only one from Ashton's line, making it unfair. Baron replied that there were several others with shared lineage in the room, and if they believed Raoul was in the right, they could join him. He said it wasn't his responsibility if no one stood beside Raoul. Philip nearly charged at Baron, but Raoul stopped him and asked Baron what the wager was. Raoul said that if he lost, he would sign the paper. Then he asked what Baron was putting on the line. Baron claimed it didn't matter and asked whether Raoul wanted anything from him. Raoul replied that since the duel was supposed to be fair, the wager should be as well. He declared that if he won, he would claim all the family estates represented by the nobles who had signed the document. The nobles were stunned. Raoul added that if Baron didn't accept, then there would be no duel, and asked for his answer. Baron tried to figure out what Raoul was planning, knowing this would only push the other families to stand against him, though that outcome wasn't necessarily bad for Baron. And if Raoul refused to sign, the estates were worthless anyway. Baron agreed and asked if Raoul was officially accepting the duel. Philip insisted there were other ways to handle things. Raoul knew Philip was right, but he had already chosen his path, especially after the system issued a quest. He wasn't backing out while the prompt hovered before him. A new quest called Proof of Lineage, ranked Grade C. The goal was to win the duel. The bonus goal required winning alone. The description said the capital families were acting unreasonably, and he should silence them through skill. The rewards were experience, coins, and an unknown bonus. Raoul asked Philip if he thought he would lose. Philip said that wasn't the case, only that unexpected factors could appear. Raoul messaged Philip through the system, telling him not to worry because if anything went wrong, Philip could break in. Philip replied that he guessed they were thinking the same thing. Raoul understood that the duel was mostly for show and that the others likely wouldn't honor the result if they lost. Even so, he told Baron he accepted and asked who the judge would be. He also warned Baron not to become unreasonable after losing. Baron told him not to worry and said he had a special guest prepared. He called someone forward to act as the judge, and the man replied that he would do it. The nobles stared at him, unsure who he was, noticing he wasn't a guard. Baron introduced him as a man well known in the capital for both his swordsmanship and his reputation, Raphael D. Randall, 4th son of Randall Viscounty and a rising talent of the Reuben Kingdom. The knights raised their swords at Raphael, while the nobles questioned why Randall's son was present, and Jake called Randall trash. Raphael laughed lightly, telling everyone to relax, explaining that he was only there because he had been invited and wanted to greet Raoul. He added that he hadn't expected this kind of scene, or rather, this sort of disaster. Raoul told Raphael he trusted him to judge fairly, and Raphael answered that he would. Raphael then called for the representatives to step into the center. Raoul looked around and saw, just as he expected, that no one had joined his side. He figured it worked in his favor since he didn't have to choose between what he considered 2 piles of uselessness. Raphael announced the start of the first match and called forward Jin family's 3rd son, Aaron. Aaron believed Raoul had ruined his group before, and he thought Raoul was supposedly the weakest Ashton. Raoul, however, looked like someone confident just because he won a small rural competition. Aaron swore he would make Raoul kneel. Raphael signaled the start of the duel, and Aaron charged in instantly, swinging at Raoul and declaring it over. Raoul simply used his detection sight and countered. Raphael raised his hand and declared Raoul the winner of the first round. Everyone was stunned that Aaron went down from a single move, asking what had even happened since none of them saw it. Baron trembled in frustration, calling Aaron an idiot for wasting their only chance to restore the family's pride. Raphael asked if they should proceed, and Raoul nodded. Raphael repeated the question to confirm, and Raoul again gave a nod. A man stepped forward and told Raphael he would take the next match. Raphael saw the man with long earrings and recognized him as Baron Kespi, a respectable swordsman in the capital, which made him look forward to the round. Kespi told Raoul they should begin right away and attack the moment he finished speaking. Raoul met the strike with his sword. Kespi lifted his blade with a slight tremble and said Raoul's fundamentals were solid. They traded blows back and forth as Kespi noted Raoul's sharp reactions and steady form, realizing how Aaron had been taken out instantly. Kespi lifted his sword with force, thinking that the move wasn't something he should use against someone 20 years younger, but the stakes didn't leave him a choice. He triggered his bear strike technique and told Raoul to take it head-on. The impact created a loud blast, but Kespi froze when he saw Raoul holding the attack back. Raoul wondered why Kespi tried to use such an unrefined version of his family's sword techniques against him. Kespi had no idea that when two people use the same sword art, the one who trained in it properly always held the advantage. And he never imagined stopping a mana-coated strike would be that simple. Kespi said he couldn't believe the bear strike failed, wondering if it was because that technique came from Raul's own family line. Then Kespi lifted his sword again, asking what Raul would do about it, and began swinging repeatedly. Raul blocked every blow with ease. Noticing that Kespi had mixed in another sword style he must have picked up in the capital. At least it made his form slightly better. Then Raul heard nobles yelling that Raul wouldn't last, claiming he was just a kid with no real battlefield experience and that he was foolish to think family sword arts meant anything in the capital. Raul glanced at them, recognizing them as people who abandoned their duties out of insecurity and jealousy, leaving their hometowns behind so they could cling to life in the capital. Yet he knew there were relatives with other talents who also went to the capital for bigger goals. Those ones weren't present because, unlike these complainers, they had distanced themselves from the family line and built their own lives. Raul gripped his sword and struck Kespi. He told Kespi it was a shame. If Kespi had focused on mastering the family sword art instead of forcing together different styles, he might have broken his limits. Kespi snapped back, demanding what a kid like Raul could possibly understand, shouting that Raul had no right to give advice to someone who trained Bear Crush for 15 years, calling him arrogant. Kespi then unleashed the Tempest Wolf technique, and a massive wolf-shaped force formed and lunged at Raul. The nobles cheered, saying Kespi must have learned a master-level sword art during his time with the guard unit and that he would win this round. But right before the attack hit him, Raul stared down the wolf and cut it clean through, shocking Kespi. Raul sprinted forward and told him that what mattered wasn't the type of sword art someone learned, but how well they learned it. Kespi raised his sword to defend, calling Raul an idiot and asking if he really thought he could fight him with such a basic stance. Raul's blade neared Kespi's chest, but the last moment Raul dropped low with sudden speed and struck Kespi's leg. Kespi wondered what kind of stance that was, realizing Raul had changed direction in an instant. Kespi wondered what Raul was doing now and guessed it might be the fifth form of Bear Crush, the Comb and Pierce, as Raul moved in for another strike. Kespi swung back, but Raul blocked it, revealing the eighth form, the horizontal slash. Kespi stared, trying to predict what was coming next. Would it be the third form, twist and pierce, or the sixth form, vertical slash? Raul attacked again, and Kespi managed to block, but he was already falling behind. Raul shifted forms so quickly that Kespi couldn't read his next move. Even though Kespi caught the blade in time, he still felt the impact smash into his hand. He held on, wondering if linking sword forms at that speed was even possible. He knew sword arts were built from core sword forms. Horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, thrusts. Those forms created the foundation. Normally, fighters combined several techniques to keep opponents guessing. But Raul was chaining forms repeatedly in just moments, and each transition was so precise that Kespi couldn't predict anything. He wondered if this was simply the difference in talent. Raul struck again, hitting Kespi's hand cleanly. Kespi yelled as his grip gave out, and his sword clattered onto the floor. Raul aimed his blade at Kespi's neck and told him that even the basic chain of sword forms was more than enough here. Then he asked Kespi if he still thought the family sword arts were lacking. Kespi called him a monster and dropped to one knee, realizing quietly that with Raul's visual sharpness, reaction time, and judgment, the sword art itself hardly mattered. Then he fell forward, unable to continue. Raphael announced Raul as the winner. The nobles were stunned that Kespi lost and whispered to Baron that things were turning strange. They had all heard that Adrian hadn't trained properly in swordsmanship. Baron told them not to panic, insisting Raul was still just a young sword user, and reminded them to think about who the final contestant was. The nobles cheered at the reminder, saying that no matter how impressive Raul's family techniques were, that was their limit. Raphael called out the final fighter, thinking the whole event was entertaining since he got to watch the Ashton line tear itself apart. He didn't care who won, although he wouldn't mind seeing the kid lose. A voice announced that it was finally his turn, and Raphael looked over, wondering if it was Dave. Dave wasn't someone people remembered easily. He was Baron Jinder's eldest son and a little older than Raphael. Raphael gave a small smile, thinking it didn't matter either way, and told Raul to keep struggling until the end. Then he announced the start of the third match. The ground cracked as the man stepped into the center, and Baron Dave, the Jindar family's third representative, entered the arena. Raul was surprised to see Dave, wondering who expected them to bring out someone like him. Dave called Raul a little kid and warned him he wouldn't say it twice. He should surrender while Dave was being generous. If he refused, Dave said he'd cut off his limbs with his sword. He added that if Raoul intended to rely on those ridiculous sword arts, he should quit now. The nobles excitedly pointed out Dave's clear mana blade, saying this was exactly what they expected from an expert. Raoul told him to stop with the pointless talk and get started. Dave leaped at him, saying he'd give Raoul what he wanted, but not to blame him afterward. Dave swung first, but Raoul sliced his blade clean in half. Raoul jumped and sent an attack toward Dave, but Dave blocked and knocked him back, telling Raoul he was good at making noise while attacking and asking why he didn't keep it up. Raoul glanced at Dave's mana blade and wondered how much of Dave's strength came from the physical boost and how long the boost would last. He kept blocking Dave's strikes, waiting. Soon he noticed something he expected. The mana blade was slowly fading. Dave pulled his sword back to build force and asked if Raoul planned to just block forever, catching Raoul off guard. Raoul stopped the next attack, but the impact still hurt, and he felt his own blade crack. He knew that when an intermediate mana sword met a true expert's blade, normal swords would break. But he also knew Dave's blade wasn't real. Now that he had confirmed it, Raoul decided it was time to end things. He jumped, startling Dave, and moved to his side, calling him a fake expert and an empire dog. Dave raised his sword and called Raoul arrogant, swinging to counter. Raoul struck forward, and Dave's sword shattered under the impact, pushing Dave back. Raoul followed by driving his fist straight into Dave's face. Dave steadied himself to avoid falling, but Raoul rushed him again, telling him to rest peacefully, and punched him a second time. Dave flew across the arena and crashed into the stairs, blood trailing from his nose as he attempted to call for the judge. Raphael stepped forward and declared Raoul the winner, officially naming him the victor of the duel. He returned to the stage with his group and picked up his broken sword, saying it was a shame since he actually liked that one. Philip told him he did well, but Raoul said it wasn't that difficult. He instructed Philip that once everything ended, he should arrest the man he just fought, because Dave seemed to carry the Empire's stigma on his body. Philip was startled but agreed. Raoul added that Dave's movements looked strange to him as well. Pierce approached and said he had brought an extra sword. Raoul took it and asked everyone what should happen next. Baron couldn't understand how things turned out like this. Dave might have bent the rules, but he was still a sword expert, so why was Dave the one lying unconscious instead of Raoul? Baron shouted that Raoul must have cheated, claiming the duel was canceled and didn't count. Baron looked around, realizing nothing was working and every plan was falling apart. Then he remembered the papers and thought he had to keep them because they were his only way to stay connected to Jindar or the Randall line. He ordered his men to seize the papers from Raoul, shouting at them to move. He declared there was no turning back and commanded them to attack Raoul. Raoul smiled, having expected this, and told his knights to play along for now. Jake shouted excitedly that he had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly someone yelled at the attackers not to approach Raoul. Raoul saw the people stepping forward and found it unexpected that the servants were standing on his side. A fight broke out. The nobles backing Baron clashed with the mansion servants supporting Raoul. Raoul knew he needed to figure out what was happening. Then the system window appeared, making him realize he had run into an unexpected opportunity. Baron called the servants worthless traitors and asked how they dared to turn on him, demanding to know if this was how they repaid his so-called kindness. One of the servants fired back, asking what kindness he was talking about when he was the one who had stolen the donations meant for them. They said they hated the county only because they didn't realize he had been the thief. If Raoul hadn't stepped in, they would have stayed trapped under Baron forever. Raoul recognized them as the ones Ashton County had recommended for the Royal Academy. They had done well in the coming-of-age tournament and received county scholarships. And because the academy dorms were closed during break, they were staying at the mansion. They were supposed to stay in a mansion during break, and their living costs were meant to be covered. But Baron Jindar took everything and even forced them to work as servants to avoid hiring staff. Jake said it was insane, shocked that Baron went that far just to steal. No wonder Baron had authority there. Raoul told Jake that in the end, the wrong person had been given power, and he doubted Baron started out this way. Jake asked what they should do, since someone would get hurt if the fight continued. Raoul told him not to worry because he would arrive soon, making Jake ask who he meant. Suddenly, the doors burst open, stunning everyone, and a massive man ordered the guard aside, demanding they recognize who he was. Baron asked his guards what was happening and who the intruder was. One guard reported that they had a problem, but before he could finish, he cried out as someone stepped on him. The huge man demanded to know who dared swing a sword inside Ashton County's mansion. People stared at the enormous figure, noticing his arm was as thick as an ordinary man's waist. They realized it had to be Dylan and asked why the next count had shown up. Dylan walked in with several top knights behind him. One of Baron's guards froze, and Dylan glared at him, then hurled the guard's heart against a window. Dylan ordered everyone to stay down and asked where the kid was, while people whispered in shock, saying Dylan was the strongest in the kingdom. Dylan spotted Raul on the stage, stabbed his sword into the floor, and lifted Raul up, calling him his youngest brother. Dylan held him high, asking how he was doing, whether anyone had bullied him, if he was eating and sleeping properly, and if he was hurt. Raul told him he was getting dizzy and asked to be put down, so Dylan laughed and set him back on the ground. Dylan told him he had grown a lot these past 2 months, but said it still wasn't enough. If he were a man, he needed muscles like his. Raul asked if Dylan actually traveled all the way from home like that. Dylan laughed and said of course he did. Clothes felt uncomfortable now, and he enjoyed showing off his body in the capital. Raul was frustrated, thinking the heir to the county was wandering the capital shirtless. Dylan patted him on the head and told him that whatever happened, a man had to stay strong. If Raul had a body like his, Dylan added, none of those clowns would have even tried drawing their swords at him. Dylan drew his sword and asked if it was time to finish things, demanding to know who dared to raise a blade inside Ashton Mansion. The knights at his side lifted their swords toward the nobles, forming a tight wall. Raul understood that everything should be settled by now, yet he still wondered why Dylan had arrived with a vice captain and so many top-ranked knights. He counted roughly 25 intermediate sword users, more than enough to overwhelm the Baron's household. The Baron cursed inwardly, realizing that his attempt to shift the situation had collapsed. He also noticed Randall's fourth son, Raphael, trying to hide among the Brennan Republic knights he had secretly brought, only to find they had already turned their backs on him. Dylan began to walk slowly, saying they should check who else was here. His gaze shifted to the side, landing on Raphael. He ordered Raphael to greet his brother. Raphael stepped forward and greeted Dylan, saying it had been a long time. Dylan placed a hand on Raphael's shoulder, noting that he hadn't changed. Then he asked which son Raphael was, and Raphael answered, fourth. Dylan followed up by asking if he still teamed up with the third and sixth sons to bother younger kids. Raphael shouted back that he didn't and said it was all in the past. Dylan asked if Raphael was raising his voice at him, and Raphael quickly denied it. Dylan brushed off Raphael's shoulder and remarked that Raphael seemed to have enjoyed himself today, but staying any longer wouldn't end well for him. He reminded Raphael that this was now a family matter and said it was better for him to step aside. Then Dylan asked if Raphael truly wanted to remain or if he preferred to head home. Raphael replied that he had things to take care of, and Dylan allowed him to leave. Raphael walked off, clutching his sore shoulder, and Dylan called out, telling him to inform Randall's first son to visit him if he ever wanted a duel. After that, Dylan ordered everyone else to clear the area since it was a family issue. However, anyone who had drawn a weapon was told to stay behind because there were still things to discuss. Dylan then asked what they planned to do next and demanded that the Baron bring out the document he wanted signed. Hearing that, the Baron began shaking. Later that night, the Baron thanked Dylan for coming and asked if he thought his actions were a bit excessive. Dylan laughed and asked whether he truly believed that. The Baron pointed out that Dylan had brought the vice captain and many elite knights, so the turnout was quite large. He also asked how Dylan's wife and son were doing. Dylan laughed again and said that since the Baron had asked for help, he naturally had to bring the best people he had. He also told Dylan that he still felt everything was overboard, reminding him that he had reached out only late last night, so Dylan must have rushed to gather everyone and hurry to the capital. Dylan replied that he understood exactly why all of this happened and asked why he thought their father had handed him the stamp in the first place. Dylan said it became easier to handle the situation precisely because he arrived. He knew Dylan was right. If the heir hadn't shown up, things would have been far more complicated. Dylan had traveled through a portal to get there, and he guessed it must have cost around 3,000 gold to bring everyone through it. He forced himself to stop thinking about that amount. Then he asked Dylan what he planned to do with a group of nearly 30 people, and Dylan answered sharply that they would pay for what they had done, and he wasn't going to let any of them walk away from it. He reminded Dylan that they were still their father's brothers, and asked if Dylan thought their father would approve. Dylan answered with a smile, saying their father hadn't said anything against it, so this was the perfect moment to finish things. They had let those people off for years, and their funds had drained because of them. He could tell it was Dylan's plan from the beginning rather than their father's. The cafe link had mentioned that Dylan Ashton was skilled in politics and calculations, and seeing it now made him think that Dylan was unstoppable with both strategy and strength. Dylan lightly tapped his head and asked if he looked worried about the possibility of him killing them. Then Dylan told him not to worry because he was only planning to cut off their funds and added that he had done well today. He insisted he didn't do anything and only charged toward them because they were being troublesome. Suddenly, Dylan pulled him into a tight hug while loudly calling him adorable and asking how he could say he did nothing when he was the one who prepared the report and beat them in the duel. He told Dylan to save that for Libby instead, since he was a grown adult now. Dylan shook him and said he wanted to, but his sister-in-law never let him near Libby. He wondered why, considering he was Libby's father, but he doubted Dylan would ever get the chance to handle Libby with those large hands anyway. Then he told Dylan he had something important to say and handed him a sheet of paper. He explained that it was the record of his and Baron Jinder's proof of lineage and asked what he should do with it. Dylan looked over the records and said that the houses of all 27 people who had requested his stamp now belonged to him, and he could manage them however he wanted. Then Dylan asked if he needed any help. Raoul reacted with surprise after hearing that, since he knew the item was easily worth around 100,000 gold, and he assumed the family would handle everything because it involved a family issue. Dylan explained that the reward was something Raoul earned through a proper duel, so it belonged to him alone. He added that Raoul didn't need to worry about him or anyone else in the family. After that, he reminded Raoul of what he always told him: a man should carry confidence. And, as Ashton's son, he had even more reason to walk with confidence because it suited him. Raoul took the paper and told Dylan he understood, promising he would work on being someone confident. Then Raoul mentioned he wanted to ask a favor and wondered if Dylan could manage the matter for him, but asked him to leave Baron Jinder's house untouched since he planned to make use of it. He also pointed out that the value of the paper shifted depending on who handled it, and selling everything would take a lot of effort. Dylan replied that he understood and that he would handle the entire task. He told Raoul nothing would be lost under his care and added that he would also teach him something as a bonus. He told Raoul to meet him at the field the next morning. When Raoul asked what the reward was supposed to be, Dylan stood up and flexed his muscles, saying he would teach him how to build muscles like his. He then asked Raoul if he was excited to learn, and Raoul said he absolutely was. Dylan said that of course he was excited, and that even their father and Lawrence were curious, but he would only teach Raoul. That made Raoul wonder if Dylan truly had some hidden method for muscle building, because he was curious as well. After that, he went through a brutal month of training with his brother and decided he would never train with Dylan again. When the academy admission day finally arrived, Bernard told him to travel safely and wished him good results on his placement test. Raoul waved goodbye to Bernard and said he would take it lightly because there was no reason to push too hard on a children's exam, and he'd return afterward. Dylan asked him if he truly planned to take it easy, and Raoul answered yes, asking Dylan if there was any need to try hard. Dylan told him he would head home once the admission process ended, and Raoul didn't need to think about him. Raoul felt puzzled because he expected Dylan to tell him to put in effort. He kept thinking there was no point in going all out on the exam when he only needed to finish the academy, since the academy was mainly an excuse to leave home, not his actual goal. Trying to blend in with the students would only tire him out. So he reminded himself to simply take it slow. Later, they reached the academy and saw crowds heading toward the entrance. Raoul told Dylan that the place was more packed than he expected, and he didn't think admission day would attract that many people. Dylan explained that this particular year was unusual, and all the people who had postponed their admission had shown up at once. Raoul wondered if something had happened since the cafe link didn't provide any updates about the academy. He had even checked the list of nobles expected to enroll that year, so something had to be going on. Still, he wasn't expecting anything significant from academy life, so he assumed it wouldn't matter much. But then he was taken aback when he noticed banners congratulating Gerald D., Reuben, the Templeton family's young Master Dalton, Caleb D., Randall, and even his own name for their admissions. He turned to Philip and questioned him, reminding him that he had said there would be no warrior family lineages this year, and yet there were so many names from notable lines, including the prince. Philip answered that nothing about this had been reported when they left Mira. Raoul let out a sigh, realizing he had missed all the news because he spent an entire month training with Dylan, and Bernard had been tied up with the housing situation. Then he spotted Dylan trying to hold back laughter, which made him ask his brother what exactly was happening and if he knew anything. Dylan simply winked at him and said he'd find out soon, telling him again to take his exams lightly before offering a cheerful congratulations for his admission. Raoul eyed him suspiciously, convinced something was off, but he chose to head inside anyway as they continued walking. He called out to Jake and Pierce, asking them to move around the area, gather information, and update him about the testing center. Both agreed. While Dylan walked out of the academy, Raoul muttered to himself that the whole thing was annoying and that there were supposed to be only simple matters to deal with. He also sensed the presence of several high-ranking nobles. He added that he didn't want to deal with kids his age, which made Philip ask what he meant, but Raoul told him not to worry because he was only speaking to himself. He pushed the thought aside since he could still follow through with his plans. Suddenly, someone called for everyone's attention, announcing that the admission ceremony would begin shortly. A man stepped forward and greeted the crowd, welcoming them to the Reuben Kingdom Academy. He said the staff would be introduced next. Raul felt he could ignore this part since he had already researched the academy staff, so there's no need to focus. But then he froze when a figure appeared on stage, and the host announced that this man would serve as the academy's temporary vice president, as well as the head of the magic and administration department. The man then introduced himself as Alfredo Gray. He knew Gray was one of the 3 sages on the entire continent, an 8th circle arch wizard, which made him question why Alfredo Gray had shown up there at all. Gray greeted the crowd and introduced himself as Gray, the Academy's temporary vice president and a member of the respected and long-standing Reuben Kingdom Academy. Raul knew that the 8th circle arch wizard Gray, famous for unmatched illusion and vision magic, was also recognized for his alchemy work. That only made him wonder even more why Gray had come to the Academy. Gray was known for drifting from place to place and was often called the nomadic sage. Even the Gray Tower had to ask the Information Guild where their own master was traveling. This made Raul question whether the person standing on stage was really the Academy's vice president. It didn't match anything he expected, since Gray was supposed to appear only after the alliances were formed. Gray then announced that the Academy would add vision magic training to the curriculum and that a demonstration would take place during the placement exam. After that, Spence D. Templeton, the Academy president, stepped forward and explained that, as Vice President Gray mentioned, the curriculum for the year had been changed and the placement exam materials had been updated to match. He instructed the students to pay attention to everything that had been shared. Raul assumed the level was probably still similar to what he already expected, and he had planned to take it lightly anyway. Spence continued by telling everyone that one remarkable student would receive a special reward based on their placement exam performance, and he wished them good luck. While Raul was thinking about that, the system suddenly appeared in front of him. He always assumed the test was only meant to divide students into classes and had never heard anything about a reward. What surprised him even more was the system presenting a scenario quest titled Placement Exam, marked with an unknown grade. The objective required him to enter S-Class through the placement exam, and the extra objective pushed him to take the top rank. The penalty stated that failing to reach S-Class would result in a 5% deduction in skill mastery during his time at the Academy. The description mentioned that many talented students were entering that year, which made it a chance to raise his family's prestige. The quest rewards included experience points, coins, and an additional reward depending on his final performance, making him feel that the quest didn't seem particularly difficult. He knew the sword department at the Academy had 5 classes, S, A, B, C, and D. The top 60 out of the 600 students would enter S-Class, so he figured qualifying wouldn't be hard. The real question was whether he should aim for first place. He thought about the fact that he didn't even know what the top reward was supposed to be, so pushing that far might not be necessary. Jake then reported back, saying they mentioned a special reward, though it didn't seem particularly impressive at first. When Jake handed him the paper, he took it and wrote down the perks for the top student. The list included access to every floor of the Academy library, a private training center equipped with vision magic facilities, and personal items crafted in the Academy workshop. He thought the offer was amazing and realized he needed to aim for first place since they were giving access to the training center, the full library, and special items from the workshop. He understood that Academy lectures increase skill mastery, but they didn't offer experience points or any additional rewards. His main reason for attending the Academy was to meet an important figure outside his homeland. He also admitted that hunting monsters and exploring dungeons were far more useful to him than sitting in lectures. But if the training center truly included vision magic, that changed everything. Even if the monsters were illusions, he could still earn experience points. The only issue was the cost of maintaining the magic, but if everything was covered, he wouldn't have to worry. The library was another major reward. It contained countless hidden pieces, and with the right information, he could unlock hidden quests and find skill books. He also knew the library floors were separated by year levels, but the top student could access all of them. Originally, he expected to wait at least 3 years before fully taking advantage of the Academy facilities, but reaching the top would save him a large amount of time. Then Spence announced that the test would begin soon and instructed all freshmen to gather at the plaza. Raul tightened his hand with confidence, thinking the exam would be simple. As he walked toward the plaza with the other freshmen, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. The boy asked if he was Ashton's kid. Raul immediately recognized another Randall and asked the boy who he was. Then he told the boy he looked more like a child than he did. The boy snapped back, saying Raul was just as arrogant as the rumors claimed, and that this was why people called Ashton's children rude and creepy. Raul simply turned away, telling him he didn't know who he was and that he didn't have time for him, so he would leave. The boy reached out as if to grab him, but a hand intercepted him, and Jake stepped forward telling the boy that he didn't know which family he belonged to, but he needed to stop. The boy angrily demanded to know who Jake was and ordered him to move, but Jake calmly told him he didn't want to create a scene there. The man standing beside the boy whispered that too many people were watching, which made the boy curse and shout that Ashton's kids always creeped him out. The boy then called Raoul an arrogant person and said he would put him in his place. Raoul didn't respond and simply walked away, while Philip and Jake shot angry looks at the boy. Later, all the freshmen gathered in the plaza center, lined up in formation, and Raoul noticed students who came to cheer for their families. He also spotted major figures such as the kingdom's strongest knight, Duke Marquis Templeton, the Marquis McNeil family with an intermediate master, Marquis Clifford, and the rising Randall Viscounty. He knew these three families already had several students enrolled and held strong influence in the academy, giving him a clearer idea of how things worked there. Jake excitedly commented that it felt like a festival because he could see so many ladies, and Raoul finally understood why Philip wanted to be there. Philip glared at Jake, prompting Jake to quickly add that he already knew their young master would take the top spot, and he wanted to witness everyone's reactions when Raoul ranked first. Then Jake noticed Raoul's fan group struggling to keep up and asked if they weren't from their own family. Jake said he couldn't believe they were falling behind in a moment like that and wished Raoul luck before heading off to help them. Philip bowed with respect, and Raoul told them he would meet them later as he checked the paper again to review the exam instructions and the list of freshmen. He saw several familiar names, which made him wonder why they were all gathered that year. Many of them were well known in his past life, especially Dalton from the Templeton family and James from McNeil, both expected to reach the master level within 10 years. He realized the situation wouldn't be as easy as he originally thought. Then someone announced that the first test would begin shortly and instructed them to move to the small auditorium. He smiled to himself, thinking they were still just kids, and mentally apologized since the top position was already his. The placement exam began, starting with the written portion. He knew he didn't need to study because Cafe Link in the system community contained all the information required. The written test ended quickly. The second part was the physical strength test, and the invigilator told them to enter the gym in groups and follow the instructions. When he stepped inside the gym, he was stunned to realize it was a mana restriction field. The instructor announced that the test measured pure physical strength and mana was completely forbidden. He ordered them to step forward when their names were called and follow the directions. Raoul looked at the machine in the center, thinking it resembled a punching machine, but the data showed it was actually a strength meter. Still, it undeniably looked like a punching machine. The instructor called a student forward and ordered him to strike the machine. The student set his feet, drove his fist forward, and slammed the device with full force. The instructor announced that student number 202 scored 1,418 points, then moved on to the next participant. Raoul noticed they recorded the better score out of 2 attempts, and most results seemed to fall between 1,000 and 1,500 points. He thought the numbers weren't particularly impressive, but then he noticed the person standing in front of him. The man had a stamina stat of 43 and a strength stat of 50 and was ranked in the top 5 of his group. So Raoul decided to pay attention. When a man launched his punch and struck the machine, the score shot up to 2,250 points. The instructor shouted that it was an exceptional number for someone from the McNeil family and incredibly high overall. Raoul realized this was the first student to break past 2,000 points, giving him a clearer picture of the competition. Meanwhile, in a private room, the academy's higher-ups watched the test through the image transmission system. One of them commented that since they were the Kingdom of Knights, the scores were naturally strong, and the freshmen were noticeably higher in quality compared to previous years. They added that many students applied after hearing Gray would be involved. Gray remarked that students under 20 scoring over 1,000 would terrify the ones at Leslie Kingdom Academy. A man laughed and reminded Gray that they were flattered, but Leslie's academy focused mainly on magic. Another bald man said he was still curious why Gray chose to come to their academy when the tower had said just a month earlier they shouldn't expect him. Gray replied that he wanted to personally see how his newly developed magic circle functioned, which made it sound like he planned to use the students as test subjects. The higher-ups awkwardly insisted that wasn't the case and said they were grateful he allowed them to install his new magic circle. They also mentioned that he was even funding the training circle for the top student. Gray commented that seeing so many young students made him glad he came, and he heard that many from warrior families were present. Spence confirmed this and told him that was the reason everyone had gathered, adding that he had already introduced him earlier. Then Randall's son stepped up for his turn, prompting Spence to tell Gray that this was the one he had mentioned. Gray asked the man if that kid was the 13th son of Randall. The Viscount answered that his 13th son was named Caleb and the Lord had trained him personally because his talent was exceptional. McKinney also told Gray that Caleb had personally asked him to let him into the academy, and Gray replied that he understood and was looking forward to seeing him perform. Caleb then stepped forward, drove his fist into the machine with force, and the device displayed a score of 3,005 points. The higher-ups reacted with shock, shouting that Caleb was truly on another level, and now they understood why McKinney favored him so much. The man beside Gray commented that the Randall family really was different and that it would take a long time before anyone could catch up to them. McKinney laughed proudly, while Spence told everyone that the next student would be interesting. Spence then introduced James from the Marquis McNeil family, the direct grandson of the current Lord Clifford. Gray asked Spence if James was the one the Order of Chivalry had their eyes on, and Spence said yes, adding that James' talent was rumored to surpass the Academy standards. James stepped up, swung his fist rapidly, and struck the machine. He didn't stop and kept punching, making his score climb from 3,500 to 3,612. The higher-ups cursed under their breath in shock, amazed that James exceeded 3,500 on both attempts. Knowing this was the highest score ever recorded by a freshman, Gray applauded, saying it was incredible since even seasoned knights barely managed to break past 3,000 when that machine was first introduced. Then Spence announced that the next test taker was going up. Someone asked if the kid was Dalton, and Spence confirmed it, saying Dalton was the grandson of a swordmaster, and this was his first public appearance. Dalton struck the machine and scored 2,900 points, and the group reacted in surprise. One person questioned why they were shocked since the score was lower than the last student. The pink-haired man explained that Dalton had hit the machine with one arm tucked behind his back. Dalton then glared at them through the image transmission system, immediately silencing the room. On his second attempt, Dalton scored 3,008 points. Spence laughed and told everyone he had forced Dalton to enroll and that Dalton clearly wasn't pleased about it. The men asked if Dalton truly reached that score with one arm behind his back and wondered what would happen if he struck seriously, but they agreed it was expected from someone carrying the Templeton name, known for the strongest fists. McKinney irritably asked why they didn't just go eat since the rankings were obvious and there was no point continuing to watch. But Gray told McKinney that he was certain one more student from the prominent families had yet to appear. McKinney replied that there was no need to bother, because rumors said Raoul wouldn't have made it that far without his family's recommendation, and he was only 15. Everyone reacted with surprise. Knowing most freshmen, there were around 19, and they wondered how Raoul was supposed to compete with them. McKinney explained that he meant some students gave up on graduating and only attended for the experience, calling it an unfortunate situation for a warrior family's son. Suddenly, someone let out a loud, sleeping sound, making everyone turn toward the door where they saw Dylan laughing. Dylan said he had been trying to stay quiet, and McKinney was startled to see him. Though Gray simply mentioned that Dylan was the man from Ashton he had spoken with earlier, noting that he was well-mannered and persuasive despite his appearance. Dylan walked closer and told Gray it was an honor. Gray asked how he could forget that impressive body and intimidating face, then asked Dylan why he laughed and if he could share the reason. Dylan looked straight at McKinney and said it was amusing hearing old men talk because believing only what one already knows is nothing but egotism. Before he could finish, McKinney angrily asked what he was implying. Dylan then asked if McKinney had really said Raoul was only there for the experience since he came to the academy at 15, and if McKinney had ever considered the opposite. Maybe Raoul came early because he had nothing to learn from the academy. McKinney shouted at Dylan to stop spouting nonsense, saying no one had ever graduated before age 20 and there was no way a 15-year-old could manage it. Dylan calmly replied that just because it had never happened didn't mean it couldn't. McKinney told him he was unbelievably arrogant and asked if Dylan was claiming that his brother could leave a mark on the academy's history. Dylan said he didn't know, as he wasn't a prophet, but he was also curious about what Raoul was thinking. McKinney snapped that Dylan talked big with nothing to back it up, calling it typical of Ashton. Spence stepped in and told them that was enough, reminding them not to embarrass themselves in front of their guests. Spence then asked which freshman was the one from Ashton, and a man pointed to the screen, asking if that was him. They all stared in surprise when they saw Raoul's glowing face and questioned whether the two were really brothers. Dylan proudly said that the kid on the screen was indeed his youngest brother, Raoul, and that Raoul was the gem of their family. The men noticed Raoul's build and commented that with a physique like his, lacking sword skills could be forgiven, even asking if anyone in his family was single. McKinney grew irritated and yelled at them to quiet down, saying there was no reason to talk so much about a man's face. Dylan understood why McKinney reacted so strongly. McKinney already knew about Raoul's abilities because of the Baron Jindar incident, so he was desperately trying to shift attention toward his own 13th son, which Dylan found amusing. Dylan then watched his youngest brother step toward the machine, wondering if Raoul really planned to take it easy and hoping Raoul would give his best considering the situation. He also felt uneasy since he had spoken too boldly earlier. Raoul positioned himself, breathed out, and sent his fist crashing into the machine. Spence shouted that the form was perfect and thought that if he could grade Raoul personally, he would give him a flawless score. Raoul's first number appeared, 2,999 points, causing everyone to shout about how close it was. Spence still found it impressive for a 15-year-old and thought it would have been even better if Raoul enrolled a year later. Raoul prepared for his second strike, thinking everything was unfolding just as he planned. Several higher-ups cheered for him, encouraging him to reach 3,000 and telling him not to worry about his age and to strike with confidence. He planted his feet again, threw his fist forward, and hit the machine with force, earning cheers from few of them. Dylan clenched his fist proudly when the score appeared, 3,615 points, 3 points higher than the highest previous score. Dylan immediately recognized that Raoul had calculated everything. The students around Raoul stared at him in shock. The instructor told him the result was good and instructed him to return to his seat. Raoul walked back and quietly exhaled, pleased that everything had gone according to his plan. He sat down as the other students continued to stare silently. He opened the system and saw that he held the highest score in test site number 1 with 2,820 points and in test site number 2 with 3,612 points, matching the results from test sites 4 and 5. The system then instructed him to stay attentive, record all scores, and report the students with scores above 2,500 in order once the test ended. He closed the system and looked around, checking whether anyone had noticed anything unusual. He knew that once someone reached the expert level, physical strength increased sharply. The brutal month of training with Dylan had raised his strength stat to 68, meaning he could have easily reached 4,000 points, but he had to appear consistent with the freshman level. That was why he needed to gather information beforehand and pretend he was giving everything he had. He used psychokinesis to lessen the impact of his punch, and he relied on the calculator from the game system to make sure he struck the exact spot he needed. He wasn't sure if all of that was necessary, but the real threat was still unclear, so he felt it was safer to hide as much as possible. He planned to conceal everything until the other players appeared. His abilities, especially psychokinesis, were the kind that drew unwanted attention. In his previous life, when he revealed his power, the guilds analyzed his skills, hunted him, and forced him into a constant escape until he eventually died. He swore never to repeat that mistake. This time, he would hide and eliminate the ones who liked to show off, because now he was the hunter. Suddenly, the instructor announced that the first test was almost finished and that they should prepare for the next one. Raoul snapped out of his thoughts, realizing he had been overthinking. He decided to check his status before the exam ended. The system displayed that he was currently level 55 to 56 in hardcore mode. His class was Knight, with beginner sword expert and intermediate psychokinetic. His other stats had increased slightly as well. He flipped through the test booklet and saw that the next exam was the obstacle course, which focused on strength and agility, meaning he would have to stay under control. He hoped Dalton and James would go all out this time because he wanted to gauge his exact standing. Being a descendant of the Swordmaster Duke Mark family was a blessing, but it brought heavy expectations. Duke Mark never forced his children to follow the sword path, but they tried their hardest to maintain the #1 title. Dalton disliked being told to perform perfectly just to protect his grandfather's reputation, and as the Swordmaster's grandson, he was expected to win every tournament. Because of Dalton's talent, he was pushed into becoming the best. He eventually surpassed most people his age, but the pressure weighed on him since he had a carefree personality. That was why he chose to enroll in the academy, to escape the repetitive training. Dalton looked at the scoreboard, confused as to why there was even a test on the first day of admission and why everyone was being so loud. He thought he should have stayed home to sleep, but his eyes widened when he saw the final results. It wasn't what he expected at all. Dalton couldn't believe James was in second place, knowing he had beaten James every time. James was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, so Dalton couldn't accept the idea that someone outperformed even James. Dalton found it interesting when the instructor announced that they were moving to the next testing area and told everyone to line up. The students stood, and Dalton scanned the group, trying to figure out if the student who ranked first was someone named Raoul. He felt like he had seen the guy before. Dalton walked up to him and asked if he was Raoul. Raoul looked at him and asked who he was, leaving Dalton unsure for a moment before he introduced himself. Dalton caught a brief golden glint in Raoul's eyes and noted that Raoul looked impressive, though still not on his level. Raoul turned away and said that if nothing else was needed, he would leave. The response caught Dalton off guard. It had been a long time since someone brushed him off that directly. Usually people recognized him and acted differently, so Raoul's reaction stood out and only made Dalton more curious. Dalton wondered what Raoul would look like once he lost to him in the exam. A few minutes later, at the second testing area, Raoul understood that the test was straightforward. They only needed to see how fast each student could move through the obstacle path. The catch was that everyone had to run while wearing a full steel armor set, and several traps were scattered along the route. Then the instructor announced that students number 20 and 30 were eliminated, surprising the remaining group, who asked how many had already been removed. Raoul noticed they were lower-ranked students, yet 100 people had already failed, meaning something had definitely changed. Someone nearby mentioned that the test had been altered when Vice President Gray showed up, and others asked what had been modified since barely anyone was passing now. Raoul checked the display and saw times of 13 minutes 33 seconds and 12 minutes 52 seconds. Not long after, someone completed the course in 9 minutes and 12 seconds, which became the top time so far. Raoul stood up to watch how fast the next rounds would be. Meanwhile, Dalton woke up, realizing his turn was coming soon, so he needed to prepare. Still half awake, he asked if it was already his turn. He checked the group chat and asked if anything unusual had happened, and someone responded that nothing special had occurred yet. The best time so far was a little over 7 minutes. Dalton told them to check every participant and report back to him, and to keep him informed about his own group. They agreed, and Dalton noted that several tests were happening at once, making it difficult to track everything. He planned to do his best to keep up with all of them, as the instructor called Raoul's name. He told the instructor that he already knew the rules, and the instructor confirmed it before explaining that every trap and obstacle was created through illusion spells, but the impact would register as real. All damage would be tracked, and if the reading went beyond what his armor could withstand, he would be disqualified. He replied that he understood. With that, the instructor gave a signal to start, and he took off immediately. The armor felt old and heavy, slowing his movements, which helped him understand why so many students had failed early on. Still, it wasn't enough to hinder him. His strength had grown ever since he reached the expert stage. Before long, he arrived at the first obstacle, Torrent. He dashed forward, realizing it was created by illusion magic, though it appeared almost lifelike. He wondered how many mana stones were needed to produce something that realistic, and whether the Academy truly set all of this up just for entrance exams. He leapt through the obstacle, calling it a waste in his mind, and moved into the second challenge, Force Traps. The moment he stepped inside, he triggered one of the mechanisms, and arrows shot toward him. He slipped past them with ease and kept running, weaving around the sharp contraptions scattered through the area. A blade came at him next, and he blocked it with his sword while noting that another sequence should activate soon. As he deflected it, the system window appeared. He returned his sword to his back, jumped aside, and avoided the ground collapsing beneath him. Moving from tree to tree, he avoided the falling terrain while quickly reading his team's report. James and Dalton were progressing quickly and would likely finish in about 5 minutes. He asked if anyone else stood out. One of his men reported that Caleb from Randall was performing well, though still not on the same level as James or Dalton. Another message said that a few others seemed promising, and their behavior suggested confidence, dodging traps without caring about their times. He ordered his team to record those individuals separately and to continue updating him on James and Dalton's runs. He stopped when he reached a swinging bridge ahead. Above it were fireball launchers, and although they looked troublesome, he knew they wouldn't slow him down. Unsheathing his sword, he resumed running. He raised his feet and leapt onto the bridge, pushing forward at high speed. As long as he kept that pace, he could cross before the traps overwhelmed him. But strong wind hit from the sides, and the bridge's shaking made him lose his balance. Fireballs shot toward him, catching him off guard. He knew he was about to fall, but he steadied himself and cut through the projectiles with his sword. Using a mana blade would have made it easier, but he couldn't reveal it yet. He pushed forward, cutting down each fireball coming his way, judging that it would be enough for now. Moments later, he reached the end of the bridge and kept running, knowing only the cave section remained. He stepped into the cave aware that the traps inside were harder to avoid and carried greater risk. Even so, he didn't slow down because there was always a path through. Meanwhile, on James's side, arrows flew toward him. He raised a shield, snapped the arrows, and found the whole thing irritating. He wondered why he had to be there at all. James felt bothered by the idea of joining an academy at his age, especially being surrounded by people he considered beneath him. He had already won a tournament filled mostly with adults in their 20s and had served as a capital guard. To him, attending the academy was pointless since he was already close to becoming a knight. James knew he wouldn't have come if his lord hadn't ordered it directly. On top of that, there was a kid from Dalton and another from Ashton involved, making the situation even more annoying. Still, he also understood that if he lost the top position to either of them, it would be humiliating. As he continued onward, he wondered how long the cave would drag on. Eventually, he spotted the exit, sprinted toward it, broke the arrows launched at him, and leapt out. He landed in front of the display, showing a time of 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Convinced this secured his victory, James turned around certain that his record would place him at the top. But one of the students called out for everyone to check the screen. When he looked, he was shocked to see Dalton holding first place with a time of 4 minutes and 58 seconds. The students started yelling, questioning how such a thing was even possible and claiming they couldn't achieve that time even if the course were a straight path. Dalton walked over, thinking he was finally warmed up. James silently cursed him, furious that his entire plan had fallen apart. Students whispered among themselves, saying Dalton didn't even look tired. Dalton mentioned he hadn't seen Raoul yet and asked where Raoul had gone. James wondered why Dalton was asking about the Ashton kid when Dalton showed zero interest during their duel. He questioned Dalton's sudden focus on the Ashton kid and what he might be planning. Even so, James pushed the thought aside, deciding not to let it bother him since he had done his best and his score wasn't far from Dalton's. There was no chance a 15-year-old who hadn't even reached expert rank could beat their results, so the top spot had to belong to him or Dalton. Then James saw something unexpected, and his reaction made Dalton turn around in confusion as well. Everyone stared at the screen, showing Raoul at the top with a time of 4 minutes and 55 seconds. The students shouted that Raoul had just passed Dalton again by a small margin and questioned how he kept doing it. Raoul walked toward the group, taking in the scene and satisfied that his timing lined up well. James trembled with frustration, unable to understand how Raoul achieved that result without even being an expert. Dalton found the situation amusing, realizing academy life might not be as dull as he first assumed. Inside the monitoring room, one of the officials pointed out that Raoul had placed first in the previous test too, meaning Raoul would claim the overall top spot. They congratulated Dylan, saying the result was impressive, and Dylan thanked them while McKinney walked away, clearly irritated. Spence commented that Raoul's performance was intriguing, especially the way he moved, and asked whether Ashton County taught ranger techniques to kids. Another official told Dylan he expected Raoul to be more direct in his style compared to James. Laughing lightly, Dylan explained that Raoul was different from the rest of their family and had trained in various skills. He needed to answer them somehow, though even he hadn't expected Raoul to clear the stages in that manner. He had watched James, son of McNeil, force his way through the obstacles by breaking them down. Dalton's precise sword movements reminded him of Sword Mastermark, and both used techniques their families were known for. Raoul also used a two-handed greatsword like any Ashton would, but his precision exceeded all expectations. What surprised Dylan the most was that Raoul didn't activate a single trap inside the cave. That level of navigation was impossible unless someone had ranger or robe level experience. Raoul hadn't used a mana blade either, unlike James and Dalton, which made Dylan suspect Raoul was hiding the fact that he had already reached the expert stage and knew how to use ranger tracking methods. Dylan clenched his fist, deciding they were going to have a serious talk about keeping secrets. Even so, he couldn't help but feel proud of him. With that, the second test ended, and the academy placement exam wrapped up after the long sequence of trials. Raoul's allies congratulated him for taking first place, and he stepped into the carriage to avoid drawing more attention. He felt drained and knew he had held back, hoping they would believe it. For now, everything seemed to be moving smoothly, so he planned to stay quiet and rest. His thoughts drifted to his past, and he remembered himself angrily demanding answers from someone while holding a woman in his arms. Han Gilju, guild master of the Desung Guild, responded that he was acting as though he had lost a family, but he shouldn't be bothered because he didn't have one. He had grown up without a family. Gilju told him that he had invited him to join their group peacefully, and if he had accepted, none of this would have happened. Gilju also said he knew he was ranked first and questioned whether he really believed he could take on all of them alone. He fixed a stare on Gilju, but Gilju casually commented that he looked intimidating and wondered why he was acting that way over an NPC. He had assumed Gilju didn't know anything, but the girl had been everything to him. They had met during the main quest, and she had guided him from then on. He had spent over a year protecting her from every threat, and she had become like family to him. Yet he still lost her to a guild that had nothing to do with the quest at all. Gilju mockingly told him to go ahead and try attacking since he had already decided to kill him. Gilju then ordered his men to take him out, and they rushed toward him. Without even standing, he unleashed his power and wiped them out instantly. Using psychokinesis, he lifted the knives scattered around him and gathered them in a circle above. Gilju demanded to know how he was doing that, saying that even for a rank 1 player, his ability seemed excessive. He gently placed the girl's body on the ground. Gilju cursed the gacha company, complaining that he only ever got terrible skills despite spending so much. The expression on Gilju's face shifted the moment he saw the blade aimed straight at him. He demanded to know why Gilju's guild was targeting guide NPCs and ordered him to explain immediately. He asked Gilju if he wasn't afraid of the penalty. Killing a quest NPC carried extreme consequences. The player's account would be permanently removed, and any linked accounts banned as well. He shouted that the quest simply continued with a new guide no matter how many were killed. So why risk the penalty at all? Gilju taunted him, asking what penalty he was talking about and whether he truly believed they feared it. Gilju said only people like him cared about consequences and claimed that plenty of players were willing to kill NPCs for as little as 10,000 won. He grabbed Gilju by the collar, calling him a bastard and demanding he cut the nonsense and answer properly. Gilju replied by asking why he should bother when he was going to be killed anyway, adding that even if he died, he'd just spend some pocket money on a revival. He cursed under his breath, recalling that Gilju was rumored to be the grandson of the family behind one of Korea's top 5 companies, Des Corporation. Gilju told him to attack all he wanted and declared that whoever had the most money was the real winner in the game and outside it. But he simply gripped Gilju's head, deciding none of that mattered, and snapped his neck, ending him in an instant. That day, he made a vow before the girl he failed to protect. He demanded to know why it had happened and urged her to go through with their plan. Then he shouted at Gilju, declaring that he would kill him over and over until the game itself grew tired of letting him respawn, swearing that he would erase the Dent Guild from the world entirely. He woke up afterward, realizing it was the first time he had ever dreamed about his previous life. Something felt wrong, and while he was thinking about how he couldn't keep the promise he had made to that girl, an envelope notification appeared. He tapped the icon, wondering if it was connected to the alert he had just heard. When he opened it, a message thanked all players for using their Connect system and introduced their upcoming update schedule. The announcement revealed the Presenario version 1.0 update, the opening of a hidden ancient dungeon, a new dimension gate system, certain NPCs turning into quest NPCs, and changes to the guild system. The update was scheduled for a month later, which translated to 521 May 28th in Connect time. It also mentioned that, depending on how Presenario progressed, an even larger update with open beta service would follow. He stared at the information in shock. He knew it would happen eventually, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. It meant he would meet Gilju again, and this time, he intended to protect her. The real issue was that he couldn't predict the precise update time, so he wasn't ready. He calculated that he had a month left and that nothing major would occur immediately after the update, but missing the upcoming window would delay his entire plan. He had to move quickly. He decided that he needed to dominate as many scenarios as possible before other players appeared, because his future choices hinged on how well he used the time remaining. Scratching his head, he realized he needed to level up and grow his guild first. He had to get to the academy library soon, and still had to think about how he would visit other free cities. He questioned whether he even had enough time for all of it, but resolved to plan everything thoroughly. That night, Raoul stayed awake, drafting a detailed plan, working out the most efficient strategy he could manage. Meanwhile, in a certain residence, Silver Zero, the Imperial Hound leader, announced that it was time to begin. In the same house, Silver Zero repeated the command, signaling the start of their operation. A report about the royal family came first. The messenger stated that the king had not appeared in public except during regular meetings, and the Sword Emperor had skipped his grandson's admission ceremony, attending President Mark McNeil's freshman event instead. Silver Zero acknowledged their work and informed them that the home base had sent the official order earlier that morning. In exactly 1 month, their grand plan would commence. The group in the meeting erupted in cheers, shouting that their efforts would finally pay off. Silver Zero struck the table with his hand, ordering them to quiet down. He reminded them that this was only the first stage, and they needed to understand that their responsibilities were even more critical moving forward. He then called for Number 7 and asked whether the investigation regarding Miro was finished. Number 7 reported that the initial work was complete, but he still couldn't confirm whether the kingdom itself was involved. Because of that uncertainty, getting closer to the site had become difficult. Silver Zero asked him what he was trying to imply. Number 7 stated that he was certain Randall had a hand in it. One of the men stood up, calling it nonsense, pointing out that Randall had made no noticeable moves. He questioned whether Number 7 was suggesting that the exiles in Mira had attacked their camp. Number 7 replied that the signs pointed in that direction, especially since the Randalls declared their advance in Amira on the exact same day. More importantly, the power armor and equipment they recovered all carried tracking spells linked to Randall. The man angrily demanded to know how Randall could manage such a feat with their current strength. Silver Zero stopped them and asked Number 7 if there were any suspects besides Randall. Number 7 said that the youngest son of Ashton County had also appeared, not near their base, but within the city. Silver Zero asked if he believed they might have collaborated, and Number 7 responded that he did not think so. Silver Zero instructed him to remove Ashton from the list and asked if anything else remained. Number 7 said the next lead wasn't confirmed, but one of their members claimed to have seen someone who might be Gray. Silver Zero told them to halt the investigation for now, as there was no reason to focus on smaller matters when their major operation was about to begin. For the moment, they would simply send Randall a warning. The group agreed. Silver Zero then asked Number 3 about the situation at the academy, reminding him that James was supposed to secure the top position according to their plan. Number 3 explained that an unexpected factor had appeared. They had controlled Dalton's progress, but Ashton County's youngest son, Raoul, had unexpectedly taken the lead. Silver Zero called for Number 6, demanding to know what was happening since he was responsible for monitoring Ashton. Number 6 admitted that he had no clear explanation. Raoul had shown no notable ability the previous year, but suddenly began displaying remarkable skill this year. He was still within their monitoring range, but Number 6 couldn't determine whether Raoul was hiding anything. Silver Zero asked Number 6 whether Raoul could interfere with their plan. Number 6 answered that he didn't believe it was possible, since Raoul was only a 15-year-old kid. He added that he intended to use Raoul later on, and even if that failed, he already had a backup plan prepared. Silver Zero noted that Raoul seemed to be appearing in multiple places, but with the grand plan drawing near, they had no room to focus on a child. He told them that Gray mattered far more than Raoul, and that they needed to figure out why Gray had surfaced at this moment. Their attempt to approach Gray through the top entrance had failed, so it was time to begin the next phase. Silver Zero then asked Number 8 about the underworld situation, and Number 8 reported that one guild was causing problems, but the issue was nearly resolved. He promised everything would be finished before the grand plan began. Silver Zero acknowledged him and told everyone that he would repeat this one last time. They had a month left. They needed to ensure nothing went wrong and keep their guard up until the very end. Even a single small variable could destroy the entire operation. The next day at the academy, Raoul waved goodbye to his men, thinking that pulling an all-nighter was exhausting, but at least it would prevent future trouble. He remembered choosing to commute instead of living in the dorms to handle his work more easily, and he had arranged a schedule so that classes were only 3 days a week, focusing only on encore subjects. As he walked inside, students asked if he was the top entrant of the year. They whispered that he was only 15, and despite the many gifted applicants that year, he still took first place. They mentioned that he ranked first in the written test as well, saying he had intelligence, skill, and looks, and joked that life was unfair. As Raoul continued down the hallway, he overheard someone asking whether Raoul came from a major family and why someone like him would even need the academy's diploma. Another student shouted that if they had learned advanced sword techniques like Raoul, they would already be a knight. Raoul let out a breath, knowing there was no reason to worry about any of them. The academy was only a small part of his path, and he was there solely for a few things he needed. Up ahead, he noticed a board, and the system indicated that it displayed the placement exam results and class assignments for S-Class ranks 1 through 30. His name was at the top, followed by James in second, Dalton in third, and the list continued. He wondered if anything else would appear, and another system window opened. It showed a scenario quest titled Placement Exam, graded D. The objective was to enter S-Class and secure the top position. The rewards were small experience points, 500 coins, and one unknown bonus reward. He figured the task couldn't have been too hard, especially since the rewards looked basic, and he wondered what the extra reward would turn out to be. Thinking it wouldn't amount to much for a grade quest, he planned to head to class later. Inside the classroom, he took his seat, letting out a long breath as he considered how the academy lessons weren't as useful as he hoped. The core subjects felt too simple, and everyone around him seemed to avoid having anything to do with him. He expected Caleb, Dalton, or James to cause trouble, yet they also kept their distance. He decided to leave things as they were and silently urged them to continue ignoring him. Overall, he felt the first day wasn't going too badly. While he was lost in thought, someone called his name, and he stood to confirm that he was Rahul. The person informed him about the privileges granted to the highest-ranked entrant and said that presenting the information at the library or during training would get him registered. He was also told that Vice President Gray wanted to see him immediately. When the system displayed his extra reward, he froze. The reward was a meeting with Grand Sage Gray. The name alone stunned him. Alfredo Gray was the legendary figure known for standing against the Empire, and the idea of meeting him left him both eager and uncertain. He knocked on Gray's door and waited for permission to enter. Gray called him in and asked for a moment to finish some paperwork. Rahul stepped aside respectfully, noting how closely Gray matched the widely shared images and clips among players. Even with his refined bearing, Gray carried a presence that drew Rahul's attention, leading him to take a discreet glance. That single look startled him. Gray's level was in the triple digits, shown as unknown. His class listed him as a Grand Sage, an Eighth Circle Magician, and a Master Alchemist. His affiliations included Rubin Academy, Vice President, Gray Tower Master, along with 2 more unknown groups. His titles included Nomadic Sage, Tower Master, plus 2 unidentified ones, and most of his stats were hidden. His unique talent, marked as Great SS, was Master of Mana, and 4 additional unique talents were also concealed. Rahul couldn't understand why the system refused to reveal more, especially since the details he saw were already common knowledge. Out of nowhere, Gray asked if he was able to see certain things, causing Rahul to freeze for a moment. He realized Gray was looking at a sheet of paper, yet it felt like Gray understood everything he was doing. Feeling slightly tense, Rahul said he had heard that meeting Gray wasn't easy and that he would take his leave. Gray, however, told him it was fine and explained that he would be staying at the academy for a while. Gray asked if he could stay a bit longer, mentioning that he wanted to learn more about Rahul, including those unusual eyes of his. Caught off guard, Rahul wondered who exactly this man was. A sudden jolt ran through him as he became sharply aware of Gray's presence. He suspected Gray might already know about his all-piercing eye, or maybe Gray was simply making a guess. Gray apologized and said his work was finished, then casually added that Rahul looked better up close. Rahul kept reminding himself to choose his words carefully, especially since Gray's presence kept him on edge. Gray told him to wait for a moment while he brought tea. In the next instant, Gray handed him a cup of tea and Rahul thanked him. Considering Gray's reputation as a renowned magician, he expected the tea to be made through magic, yet Gray prepared it just like anyone else would. A servant behind them adjusted the sofa so the two could sit facing each other. Gray took his seat and the servant quietly exited the room. Gray congratulated Rahul for taking the top position and complimented him on his impressive showing. He then explained that the purpose of this meeting was simply to ask a few questions and told Rahul not to worry. Rahul reminded himself that this was the first time they had met outside the test grounds, and he was certain he hadn't done anything special enough to draw Gray's attention. With no other choice, he stayed cautious with each response. He asked why someone like Gray, a Grand Sage, would be interested in him. Gray then asked if Rahul had heard of a group called the Imperial Hound. The name struck Rahul immediately. 50 years earlier, the continent of Connect had fallen into crisis when the Kronan Empire launched its invasion. Several kingdoms were pushed to the brink of collapse. Yet in moments like those, heroes always rose to stand against the threat. They risked everything to stop the Empire and force them back beyond the Monster Mountain. 50 years of peace followed. The kingdoms had even settled their conflicts through the battles with the Empire, but they still prepared for the possibility of another attack. During those years, Alfredo Gray established a tower to train gifted individuals and traveled throughout the continent. In the midst of that, one of the people under his guidance was the alchemist Rahul had previously saved Nakia. Gray could have stepped in to help her during her expulsion from the association, but he was away handling important matters. When he learned that Nakia had been pardoned, he traveled to Mira. He stayed there to look after her and saw Rahul and his group's willingness to help others. Through that, he uncovered the truth behind the Imperial Hound operation. Gray had already learned that Randall benefited from Rahul's efforts, and he found it remarkable that Rahul handed over the achievement to another family just to avoid drawing attention from the Empire. From that, Gray concluded that Rahul was young, yet already planning for what lay ahead instead of clinging to recognition placed before him. Rahul also refused any rewards for helping civilians. With all that in mind, Gray saw him as the ideal person who could one day rise as a hero of the world. Gray wanted to observe him closely. This was the hidden story behind why Gray chose to come to the academy, though Rahul would only discover it much later. Returning to the moment in front of Gray, Rahul still had no idea why he had been called, but knew he needed to stay alert. He tried to decide how to respond to the question about the Imperial Hound. In the past, Gray was known for repeatedly triggering quests related to the Cronin Empire, yet Raoul couldn't mention the Empire at this point. There was no reason to get involved with it. While Raoul kept thinking, Gray stepped in, noting that Raoul seemed like the cautious type. He advised Raoul that if anyone else asked about this topic, staying quiet, just as he was now, would be the safest option, since anything tied to the Imperial Hound was far too dangerous for him to deal with. Gray went on to say that he had been keeping an eye on Raoul since Mira, and that he admired how Raoul handled the conflict there with impressive ability. Because of that, Randall would face significant problems. Hearing this, Raoul was too stunned to speak, wondering how Gray knew all of it. And if Randall found out, dealing with the fallout would be no easy task. Gray laughed and told him not to worry, saying he hadn't told anyone and wouldn't tell anyone in the future. Raoul had made the right decision by keeping his identity hidden. People his age usually felt the urge to show off, but Raoul had made a strong choice. Raoul asked how much Gray knew and why he was choosing to remain silent. Gray took a calm sip of tea and asked Raoul if he understood why the Cronin Empire was dangerous. Raoul guessed it was because of their military power. Gray agreed, but told him to consider the matter more deeply. He asked whether Raoul believed the Empire's land and population far surpassed those of the kingdoms. Raoul thought about it and concluded that while the Empire did have vast territory, most of it was barren. Their population was similar to a single kingdom's due to the severe environment. Gray explained that the real danger was information. The Empire held extensive knowledge about the kingdoms, yet the kingdoms knew almost nothing about the Empire. The Empire lay beyond the Monster Mountain and the Forbidden Barrier. The only path between them was the Rift. The kingdom had built a wall near the entrance and stationed an army there to stop invasions. Even so, the Empire still managed to send spies through. That meant the Empire had a complete informational advantage over the kingdom. If the Empire launched an attack right now, they would do so with full confidence in their chances of winning. The same pattern had played out in his previous life, which made the situation even more alarming. The Empire had manipulated the players into triggering the war and was close to claiming victory around the time he died. Gray explained that the fight against the Empire required more individuals like Raoul. Young people like him would serve as the kingdom's hidden advantage when the time came to shift the outcome. Raoul considered the possibility that Gray had contributed to Nakia's advancement in his past life. If that was true, then gaining Gray's interest could work in his favor. Instead of struggling after turning down Gary's offer, he could use this chance to grow faster and eventually take down the Empire. Gray interrupted the silence, saying he had one thing left to mention. Something was developing outside, and he needed Raoul to stay under the radar while making careful choices. Raoul agreed. Pleased, Gray reached into his coat and took out a gift, leaving Raoul puzzled. Gray said he would need it in the future and that the box also contained instructions he should read later. When Raoul opened it, he saw a ring that appeared costly, and he sensed mana coming from it. He asked Gray if he was certain about giving him something so valuable. Gray said it was his reward. Raoul wondered what he had done to receive such an item. He stood, thanked Gray, and left the room. The meeting had made him tense, but it went far better than he expected, and he even received a present. He took out the ring, and what he saw surprised him. The system identified it as Gray's polymorph ring, rated unique. Its effect allowed the wearer to completely transform into a designated form. The limitation was that all stats dropped by 30% while transformed. Running out of mana would force the wearer back into their original appearance. Another effect allowed the user to summon its creator, Gray, once. Raoul was relieved to obtain an item with such strong capabilities, something he needed badly. Because of his position, he faced many restrictions. He needed guards for every outing and had to be careful with every move. He had been searching for an item that could hide his identity. This ring didn't just conceal his identity, it altered his entire appearance. Very few magicians could even use a polymorph spell since it required a 6th circle level. On top of that, he had the option to summon Grand Sage Gray. He felt the weight of Gray's expectations, but he also knew Gray would support him in every way. He planned to use the ring thoughtfully. 2 weeks passed, and his academy life continued smoothly. No one seemed inclined to cause trouble for him, since he kept to himself. The only issue was the one person who refused to leave him alone. Dalton approached him again, asking if he was free today because he had found a good armory. Raoul replied in a sharp tone, telling him not to bother him since he was busy. Dalton looked disappointed and said that if he returned alone, his instructors would make him train. Raoul had expected a peaceful academy life, but an unexpected variable appeared in the form of Dalton. Ever since they met, Dalton sat beside him constantly. He clung to Raoul and bothered him every chance he got. He didn't even consider making friends with anyone else. Although Dalton was irritating, he hadn't caused any real problems. In fact, his presence kept others from bothering Raoul. Raoul used that as a chance to excuse himself. He told Dalton that he had plenty of work to finish and needed to head to the library. Dalton should look for someone else to tag along with. Dalton muttered that he should have worked harder and taken the top rank, so Raoul wouldn't be able to run off to the library. Raoul advised him to calm down and try reading a few books. Dalton grumbled that he would rather swing a sword than read anything. Then finally he turned away and left. Raoul was relieved to see him go. He walked into the library. One of the perks of holding the first rank was access to all the floors, though realistically, he could only reach the 4th floor. The 5th floor was restricted to royals and a handful of professors. Even so, the 4th floor was impressive. Only about 50 students were allowed on the 3rd floor. Raoul looked forward to finding something useful. Inside the library, a fairy floated through the aisles, convinced she had already seen everyone present. She hadn't spotted any new students, and there were no new books today either. She wondered if anyone was trying to sneak in books of their own. Then she noticed a girl reading, looking worn out. The fairy gently encouraged her, saying she was always giving her best. She liked seeing hard-working students. But when she spotted a boy sleeping on his book, she immediately tapped him on the head, waking him up. He bolted away as if he had encountered something frightening. The fairy warned that if he slept on a book again, she would not overlook it in this sacred library. The library had 5 floors, which was more than enough for Raoul. The 2nd floor had far more useful skill books than the 1st. As he looked through the shelves, he heard a boy speaking behind him, asking the girl next to him if she had seen what just happened. The girl laughed and asked if he meant the boy who ran off after getting smacked by the ghost. The boy laughed as well and said they should be careful if they didn't want to get hit next time. Raoul heard their conversation and wondered how a ghost could exist when a library was protected by a spell. He brushed the idea aside, assuming it was just another ghost tale that had nothing to do with him, then continued searching through the skill books. Meanwhile, the fairy flew around, thinking that far too many students were bothering her today, leaving her drained. Suddenly, she reacted as if she were in discomfort. It had only been 6 months since she had moved. She tried leaning on a book, only to decide it wasn't enough to ease her fatigue anymore. She wondered if she needed to relocate to another book yet again. In the past, the powerful spell had sustained her for nearly 1,000 years. Back then she remained comfortable, but now she needed a book of similar strength to stay stable. She drifted around the library searching for a suitable replacement. Most of the books filling the shelves were low quality, and she doubted she could last even a year inside any of them. Realizing this might be the end for her, she gathered her resolve. She still had one long, unfulfilled wish, and she imagined something significant drawing near. A burst of blue light appeared behind her, sending out a wave of aura that caught her attention. She turned, wondering what had formed there, and saw Raoul at the source. She leaned against the shelf, then sprang forward to follow him, hoping this would lead her to what she needed. Meanwhile, Raoul continued to search for a unique skill book. It was proving difficult since he couldn't use the unique book he had already discovered. He wanted at least one psychokinetic skill book. He relied on the information he had once gathered from another psychokinetic user in his previous life. Back then, he hadn't asked for more details because he never needed them. Now, he regretted it, but thinking about it wouldn't change anything. He resumed his search. He eventually came across a C-rank skill book, Acrobatic Horse Equitation. It was a combat skill book. Before that, he had found Artistic Brush Touch, which turned out to be an art skill book. He figured the two books made a fitting pair, so he decided to register the new one into his skill dex. Since there were only a limited number of active skill slots, he would eventually have to erase an old skill to learn a new one. But with the dex, he could store skills he wasn't currently using. This system made him extremely strong, since it allowed him to access an unlimited number of skills through the feature. He placed his hand on the skill dex and activated them. Then he set the skill book onto the device. The dex began absorbing the mana contained within the Acrobatic Horse Equitation book, which pleased him. Once registered, a skill book turned into an ordinary book. This was the same for everyone who obtained them. That's why he needed to find every mana-filled skill book before anyone else could. He moved on to search for another book while the dex processed the registration. All the while, a fairy closely observed him from behind a shelf. Watching his actions, she grew increasingly puzzled. To her, Raoul's behavior seemed unusual. He kept pulling out several books with similar titles and rereading the same section repeatedly. The books he chose also appeared odd to her. Author's Will, The Power of Time, and unique handwriting. Each one was unlike normal books. She sensed something distinct about him because he could tell the differences between these books. She admitted he looked somewhat impressive to her. But that wasn't what she needed. Humans couldn't help her unless they were at least Grand Sage or Arch Wizard level, so they could communicate with her properly. In the past, she had spoken with such people, but none of them had been able to assist her. Her current form was the outcome of numerous sacrifices, unfortunate circumstances, and chance. Maintaining her existence was becoming more difficult, and she wished a human could help her. The books Raoul picked were special, but none of them were strong enough for her to inhabit. For a moment, she felt a spark of hope, but when nothing changed, she wondered if her senses were starting to fail. Raoul placed his hand on that book, and the sight stunned the fairy. She wondered why Raoul was handling the book in such a strange way. Then she noticed the skill dex giving off an intense surge of aura. To her eyes, it looked like an ordinary book on the outside, yet the symbol carved into it was anything but simple. She felt as if something hidden beneath the cover of that book was calling out to her again and again. What happened next surprised her even more. A massive flow of magical mana wrapped around Raoul and his skill dex. She watched the power move from one book to another, or rather, watched it get absorbed completely. What left her speechless was not the absorption itself, but what came after. She could not see any difference at all in the item that had taken in all that power. She had never witnessed anything similar in her entire life, and that alone pushed her curiosity further, making her want to get closer and examine it. Raoul then walked away to search for more skill books. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity, she quietly approached the skill dex. This was the very first time she had ever encountered a book like this one. She extended her hand and tried touching it. Nothing happened, even after her fingers touched the surface. Confused, she remembered how the Great Spell Book and even a religious book had once shared their stories with her, spoken to her, and allowed her to stay within them. She could not accept that the skill decks were refusing her completely and rejecting every trace of her influence. Determined, she tried to pry it open by force. After several attempts, she grew exhausted and sat down on top of the book itself. She kept wondering why her charm and her presence were not working on the skill decks at all. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. She froze on the spot. Raoul's voice broke the silence as he asked what she was doing on top of his book. Looking at her, he wondered who that child was. He guessed she might be a fairy or possibly a ghost, but he had no idea why her figure looked translucent. To him, she seemed to be fading away little by little. Hearing him, she panicked and asked if he could really see her. She had no idea how that was even possible. Then she turned around and ran as if everything depended on it. Raoul watched her leave, puzzled but calm. In his view, there was no reason to run after her, since she clearly seemed drawn to the skill dex itself. Sooner or later, she would come back on her own. Tracking down more skill books mattered more to him than chasing her around the library. The system then notified him that rank V skill, acrobatic equitation, had been successfully registered to the skill dex. Skill-enhancing efficiency had increased by 10.5%. Once the absorption was complete, he became eager to test the new skill right away. He opened his inventory and saw that he had around 700 skills registered already, making the entire list look chaotic to him. Even in his previous life, no one had managed to collect as many skills as he had. The one thing that still bothered him was that his skill dex remained only at a rare grade, and he had no idea how many more skill books he would need to gather before he discovered Hat's full power. While he was thinking over all of this, the fairy called out to him, addressing him as human. She asked him about the book he had in his possession and wanted to know exactly where it was. He noticed her return and found it quicker than he expected, so he decided to take the lead right away. He asked whether she planned to apologize first for touching his belongings, adding that he wasn't required to respond to any of her questions in the first place. His blunt tone caught her off guard, and she quickly apologized for handling the book without permission. Before she could recover, she realized he could hear her voice clearly, which was unusual enough to shock her. She lifted herself into the air and bowed as she introduced herself. Her full name was Ravelina Ario Meridian, though she told him he could simply call her Ravel. She identified herself as a forest fairy, one who valued harmony and order above everything else. Raoul introduced himself in return, letting her know his name was Raoul and that he had enrolled in the academy earlier that year. He then commented that she didn't resemble the typical image of a fairy he had always heard about. After hesitating, she explained she wasn't a standard fairy at all. She was closer to a ghost, and most humans refer to her as the library ghost. Raoul asked whether that meant she actually was a ghost or more like a wandering presence observing from the side. His question seemed to bother her, and she demanded to know if he thought she was some kind of monster. She said she existed in a state between living and dying, a rare being that didn't fit normal definitions. Raoul didn't dwell on her explanation and instead shifted the topic immediately, asking what made her so focused on his skill dex. Ravel brightened instantly as she said his skill dex wasn't just unusual, it was rare, even among rare items. Her excitement made Raoul ask whether she already had knowledge about the book. She admitted she didn't because the book never responded to her, but she was confident it was special. She folded her hands together and asked if he would let her inspect it directly. Raoul considered the idea. He didn't know much about the skill dex, and even his previous life information about it was extremely limited. There was a chance she might be able to enhance it somehow. Since the skill dex was bound to him, he didn't have to worry about her taking it away. She continued pleading until he finally agreed, but only if she shared every detail she discovered. Ravel thanked him enthusiastically and moved closer. Raoul opened the skill dex, and as she placed her hand over his, a wave of energy surged through her. Something within that energy shocked her. She jerked back immediately, flying away from the book, unable to accept what she had just sensed. She said the book's very appearance violated established rules. Raoul asked if she was all right, but she flew back toward him, filled with relentless curiosity. She wanted to know where he had found the skill dex. Her insistence irritated him, and he told her to calm down, saying she should be the one explaining things instead of interrogating him. She pointed at the skill dex and said it carried the power of a creator god, an ancient creator god who was believed to have vanished long ago. The revelation left him stunned for a moment, and he turned to the book, repeating the phrase, ancient creator god. Raoul then asked whether the power of such a being truly existed inside the skill dex. The idea didn't appeal to him at all since he knew nothing about the subject. Ravel noticed his lack of interest and grew irritated, asking if he wasn't even impressed. She insisted that anything related to the creator god was a major issue, yet he was treating it casually. Raoul simply replied that the creator god meant nothing to him and told her to continue explaining whatever she knew about the book. Ravel admitted she didn't know many details. She had only caught a glimpse of its nature, but she was certain the skill dex was a forbidden item. For some unknown reason, however, it seemed to have lost a large part of its original strength. Raoul then asked how he was supposed to restore that original power. She answered that she had no idea because, according to her, the stubborn book never communicated with her. Raoul called her useless without changing his expression. This instantly angered her, and she asked if he truly expected her to figure out everything in such a short amount of time. Ravel insisted he should let her enter the book directly. Raoul ignored her and focused instead on the system window in front of him. A new urgent quest appeared, Skill Dex Administrator. The description stated that Forest Fairy Ravel was requesting to transfer her spirit into the Skill Dex. A spirit residing inside the Skill Dex would automatically become its librarian. Appointing a librarian could raise the grade, functions, and efficiency of the Skill Dex. Once appointed, the librarian could not be removed unless both parties agreed. The question then appeared. Would you like to appoint Ravel as the Skill Dex librarian? Yes or no? Seeing this, Raoul smirked. It wasn't harmful to him, but he wasn't willing to allow a stranger into his Skill Dex without compensation. He took the Skill Dex from her, and Ravel immediately covered her chest with both hands, assuming he intended something inappropriate. He dismissed the idea and said he didn't need anything from her. He already knew the Skill Dex had certain problems and believed he could handle them without her help. He started preparing to leave, and the movement caught her off guard. Ravel quickly blocked his path and urged him to hear her out. Raoul said he didn't have time for conversation and added a bluff, claiming he might not return to this place. Ravel begged him to stay and apologized for disturbing him, saying she hadn't spoken to a human in a long while. Raoul continued pressing her, saying he was busy and didn't want to talk anymore. Even so, Ravel refused to let him walk away. She insisted she could be useful and told Raoul to take her with him. The skill dex he carried meant a great deal to her, so she pleaded again for him to listen. Watching her persistence, Raoul thought he had reached a point where he could negotiate. But instead of bargaining, Ravel suddenly burst into tears like a child, saying she was desperate and asking why Raoul refused to believe her. She continued crying even harder, claiming Raoul was incredibly mean. Seeing her breakdown pushed him into concern, and he immediately tried to calm her, doing whatever he could to stop her cries. After some time passed, Ravel sat on top of a thick book, pouting in frustration. Raoul apologized and told her he had never intended to make her cry. She simply answered fine. He then explained he couldn't just let her enter his books so easily because it was extremely important to him. After that, he asked her to tell him everything, how she ended up in her current state, why she was so desperate, and what led her to this point. Only then would he decide what to do. Ravel said she trusted him, so she would tell the entire story. She warned it was a long one. Far in the past, a massive war had spread through Connect. The conflict involved many races, including gods, demons, and beings from beyond the world. The war that engulfed the Empire nearly destroyed the continent, and the forest fairies reached the edge of extinction. As a final attempt to save their last heir, the fairies placed her inside a book. But chaotic mana and unstable dimensional forces twisted the process. Her spirit became trapped inside the book, while the rest of her kin vanished into a dimensional rift. She slept for ages after that. When she eventually woke up, she discovered she had to move between books in order to survive. Each time she awakened, part of her memory faded. Still, she remembered she had a purpose. When Raoul asked about this purpose, she said she needed to search for the scattered members of her race. She was convinced that others like her still existed somewhere. Her responsibility was to deliver their wisdom and essence, which meant she couldn't disappear before accomplishing that mission. She explained that she remained confined to the book and couldn't leave the library at all. Worse, she was running out of books capable of holding her. Then she told him the skill dex carried the same scent as the first book that originally housed her. In her opinion, the skill dex might even be stronger than that original one. She begged again for permission to enter the skill dex. Raoul noted her persistence, and his way of negotiating kicked in. He told her she could enter the skill dex, which instantly lifted her mood, but he added a condition. She had to become the skill dex librarian. He also warned her that taking this role might bind her to him permanently, and he wanted to confirm she was fine with that. She accepted without hesitation. Then Ravel asked what Raoul planned to do with such a powerful book. He told her plainly that he wanted to protect his homeland and his family. It might seem small to others, but for him, it held great importance. Hearing that made Ravel satisfied. They then shook hands and sealed their agreement. Ravel informed him that she wouldn't be able to assist him right away. She needed time to stabilize herself inside the skill dex. She would be asleep for a month, though the deck itself would function normally during that time. Raoul told her not to worry about something so minor and simply asked her to wake up safely. Ravel thanked him and promised that once she awakened, she would help him as much as she could. She said goodbye, saying she hoped to meet him again in a month. With that, she lay down inside the book and fell asleep. That was how Raoul ended up gaining a fairy companion. Time moved quickly after his encounter with Ravel. Only a week remained before the update, and he still had a long list of preparations. He didn't have much time left. Dylan noticed his constant work and complimented him for pushing himself. Then Dylan added that Raoul had been right. There really was an oracle from the shrine. He asked how Raoul already knew, but Raoul didn't respond. Instead, he asked Dylan about the prophet. Dylan found it strange because the prophet's message said, "A week from now, things that had disappeared will return, and connections that were cut off will be restored. To halt the rise of evil, one must open the door and harvest the void fruit inside." Dylan was sweating as he repeated it. The oracle was too vague, yet he couldn't dismiss it. Raoul then asked how the shrine reacted. Dylan explained that they increased their forces to prepare for a major threat. Raoul asked about the nobles, which made Dylan burst out laughing. Dylan said most nobles brushed it off or treated it like a joke. He himself would have ignored it too if Raoul hadn't said something. There were a few precedents, according to him. Raoul thought privately that it wasn't a few, there were plenty. The Holy Empire was ruled by the Pope, formed by Garnelia and several mid-sized cities, small in size, but holding imperial status because of its religious influence. It was considered an impenetrable dominion. They had issued many oracles in the past. Raoul worried that if this one turned out to be real, it might already be too late. Dylan told him not to stress over it. They would handle whatever was within their power. He had already passed instructions on how to respond, both to their own people and to allied families. Then Dylan raised his fist and told Raoul to stop overthinking and train with him. He urged Raoul to show what he could do. Raoul found it irritating that the Count's family never forgot anything once they became interested, especially Dylan's father and brother. That was exactly why Dylan took Raoul's words so seriously. When Raoul mentioned the update, Dylan treated it as an oracle. And ever since Dylan discovered Raoul's psychokinesis, he had been constantly pushing Raoul to demonstrate it. Later on, Dylan shouted, "Next!" forcing Raoul to exert everything he had to block Dylan's strike. Dylan yelled again, telling Raoul to stop relying on his skill and focus on building his physical strength instead. He, on the other hand, was barely holding himself together. Even though he had sworn never to train with Dylan again, he still ended up in the worst possible situation. No matter how many times he tried, he simply couldn't get used to the kind of training Dylan forced on him. Sweat poured from him as if he had stepped out of a bath. He had only agreed to train with Dylan because Dylan kept insisting, but the result was that his muscles developed well. Along with that, his psychokinesis-enhanced body reached the same level it had in his previous life. Dylan's focus, however, rested entirely on the physical aspect. That was why, despite his overwhelming physique, there were plenty of gaps in his actual combat technique. The enemies awaiting them when the war broke out wouldn't be forgiving. Dylan needed to become stronger. Raoul believed that if Dylan combined proper combat skills with that monstrous physique of his, he would become more dangerous than any demonic beast. In Raoul's eyes, Dylan was already noticing that the gap between them was decreasing each time they sparred. Eventually, Dylan would realize he could no longer overpower Raoul using brute strength alone. When that happened, Raoul intended to help him find a combat skill suited for him. He would gain access to more skill books once the dungeons opened. To handle the disaster waiting in the future, he had to strengthen the people around him as much as possible. Thinking about all this, he smirked to himself, calling himself a genius in his own head. His plan felt clever enough to amuse him. Sometime afterward, he sat inside a carriage. He had nearly finished the tasks that needed to be handled before the update. What bothered him most was how indifferent everyone acted despite the shrine's oracle being made public. When he questioned local lords about their response, they only laughed, saying that it wasn't the first time the shrine had announced something strange. Raoul thought of himself as unlucky. He needed the kingdom's cooperation to advance through the scenario. Monsters would invade through the gates, and a war with the Empire would follow. There would be moments when massive numbers of troops were necessary. The kingdom's forces had to be strengthened and preserved for that. There were limits to what he alone could manage. Even though he was a count's son and had knowledge of the future, he was still just a 15-year-old kid. Because of that, he focused only on what he could realistically accomplish. He attended academy lectures and searched for skill books in the library. Whenever he had no classes, he traveled to 3 additional beginner cities. These were the cities of the Reuben Kingdom: Mira to the south, Kessin to the east, Bryant to the west, and Zusek to the north, totaling 4 in all. Using the letter of recommendation Mira had given him, he met with the mayors of the other 3 cities. When he offered to invest in their cities, they accepted easily since their situations were similar to it. He then launched large-scale civil engineering work in the Central District and set up branches of the first guild there, spending roughly 3.5 million gold. The cost was huge, but worthwhile considering the city's future growth. All construction needed to be completed before players began arriving. He also issued a recruitment notice for mercenaries across the 4 free cities and the capital's mercenary guild. He was looking for individual C rank or higher mercenaries and small groups of up to 10 members. He hung posters stating that he would pay double salary for the first month, and those who proved themselves could join the guild permanently or even become trainee knights. Because the offer was too good, applicants poured in. In the end, he secured 50 B rank mercenaries and 950 C rank mercenaries. C rank mercenaries were trained soldiers from other lands or fighters with at least 3 years of experience, while B rank mercenaries could be skilled swordsmen or leaders of small groups. Hiring all of them cost around 30,000 gold, and maintaining them would cost even more, but to him the expense was worth it. With his force, he wouldn't need to worry even if a major battle broke out. Other nobles thought he had lost his mind, unaware that he could afford such massive spending. Some even suspected he had hidden motives for gathering so many capable fighters. After that, he ordered Philip to assemble every guild member. Philip reported that all 45 members were present except for the executives. They had been split into 10 groups and completed their training. Philip also summoned the regular knights stationed there. Raoul praised him and reminded him not to lower his guard. He told Philip they had a mission later that night, and Philip acknowledged it. A lot had changed. 6 trainee knights had reached the expert level and were promoted to regular knights. Including Philip, Jake, and Pierce, there were now 9 official members of the First Knight. The remaining trainees and soldiers were attached to the First Knight division as well. Now his first guild would make its first public appearance as the First Knight. First guild rank: beginner level 10 influence. Local: rising guild master. Raoul D. Ashton Vice guild master. Philip administrative officer. Bernard total members: 50 regular knights, 9 trainee knights, 35 administrators, 5 buffs, EXP plus 10%, proficiency plus 10%. He checked the guild member stats and was shocked. He had selected individuals with talent rank B or above, but their potential was far greater than he expected. He wondered how strong they would become in the future. He had done everything within his power to prepare for the update. All he could do now was hope everything unfolded according to his plan. The system displayed the remaining time before the update: 0 days, 6 hours, 17 minutes, 32 seconds. the scene shifted to a hidden location. Inside the meeting chamber of the Imperial Hound, Silver Zero asked for updates. Number 8 reported that the royal family hadn't taken any significant action, only increasing patrols around the capital. Number 9 followed with news that the Templeton family made the same move, and the McNeil family had responded in an identical manner. Silver Zero gave no reaction and turned to number 6, asking whether Ashton County was religious. Number 6 immediately denied it, explaining that although Ashton maintained a decent relationship with the shrine, they weren't a religious house. He then added that Ashton County had begun preparing before the oracle was even announced, which suggested they had access to another source of information. Silver Zero then asked about Alfredo Gray. Number 6 answered that there was nothing unusual. Alfredo was focused entirely on academy matters at the moment. Silver Zero then addressed Number 8, asking if he had successfully infiltrated the mercenary group. Number 8 lowered his head and apologized, admitting that they attempted it, but all attempts failed. Hearing that, Number 5 was astonished and couldn't stay composed. He argued that they were recruiting nearly 1,000 people, yet none of them managed to slip inside. Number 8 explained they passed the initial test, but were filtered out during the main test. According to him, Raul possessed some sort of special ability. Silver Zero went silent at that comment. Number 8 then asked whether Raul should be considered a threat since, from what he saw, Raul gained nothing from the whole situation. Number 5 agreed, saying he thought the same and that such insignificant nobles could never interfere with their larger plan. After listening to their arguments, Silver Zero finally instructed them to keep Raul under surveillance for the time being. Then he asked for the status of their agents. Number 8 reported that all agents were already positioned. Silver Zero concluded that their great plan was finally reaching its starting point. The day they intended to eliminate the pig nobles was drawing near. Folding his arms, he told everyone to stay sharp. Before dismissing the meeting, he ended with the declaration that all of it was for the Emperor. Once the room emptied, Silver Zero quietly muttered, "Raul Ashton." Later that night, the streets were crowded. Among the people, a child tugged on his mother and pointed to the sky, asking what those things were. The mother looked upward and saw countless pink meteors streaking across the territory. She stared in confusion, unable to understand their appearance, and then realized something was wrong. She grabbed her child tightly, and the child clung to her. People around them began yelling that an earthquake had struck. The mother urged her child to hold on and stay close. The child trembled in fear and cried. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a massive red door in front of them, looking nothing short of an entrance to hell itself. Everyone froze in fear at the sight. One person asked what it was, while another pulled his partner close to shield her. A hand wrapped in cloth-like bandages pushed its way out from the gate. In the next instant, a swarm of goblins armed with vicious weapons rushed out. With a single swing of his sword, Jake cut down half of them, saving the mother and her child. His resolve didn't waver for even a moment. He then shouted that the area had become a danger zone and ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. The mother thanked him, shaken but relieved. 3 mercenaries supported Jake as they held the gate back. Jake then contacted the control room. Outer Wall 4, Area B, Section 32. Gate confirmed, initiating defensive protocol. After reporting, he instructed his men to escort the civilians out and remain alert. The scene shifted as Pierce made his report. Outer Wall 3, Area F, Section 21. Gate detected. A few monsters emerged, but civilians remain unharmed. Then Philip reported from Outer Wall 1 that a gate had appeared in the Noble District, Section 3. He assured the control room that they would clear the area and pass it to the guards afterward. Inside a mansion, Raul acknowledged each report and told them to continue their work. The gate in Outer Wall 4, Area B, Section 32 was outside their current capacity, so the team requested backup. Raul ordered everyone stationed at Section 14 to move to Section 32 and support them immediately. In front of him, a large map of the county was spread open, with red markings showing where the gates had appeared. More goblins continued pouring out of the gate in Outer Wall 3, Area F, Section 21. As the situation escalated, it became clear that the difficulty was rapidly rising. The update had officially begun. Raul called for Bernard, who arrived almost instantly. Raul instructed him to determine which squads to deploy and send reinforcements to each affected section. Bernard acknowledged the order without hesitation. Raul had anticipated chaos, but not on this scale. They had prepared as much as possible, yet it was still a close call. From the start, there had been barely any information about the quest. All he knew was that the kingdom suffered massive damage in 521 due to the appearance of these gates. He had no idea how many would appear, where they would open, or what ranks they would be. Under normal circumstances, he would have preferred to clear the gates himself. But now he wasn't acting alone. He had to reduce civilian casualties while coordinating the full strength of his guild. If he had known the gate ranks in advance, he could have placed his troops with much more efficiency. Just then, the system window appeared. Limited quest, gate rush rank, X objective, clear as many gates as possible. The notice announced a strict deadline, 30 days. Dimensional gates of unknown origin were spreading across Connect, appearing in cities, fields, and defensive zones without any clear pattern. No one understood how they worked or why they appeared, but the message was direct. Everyone had to clear as many gates as possible to calm the civilians who were already losing confidence in the system's safety. Rankings would determine the rewards, and whichever individual or guild reached first place might receive a special prize that the system did not describe. The gates refreshed every midnight. That single line in the system window made him stop. He cursed under his breath, though he had already expected something like this to appear eventually. Connect was built with a rigid scenario structure, and the system protected it with absolute authority. If anything threatened the outline of the scenario, the system adjusted things immediately. It could attach unique requirements to quests, throw sudden missions at players, or force follow-up quests that had to be completed whether the player wanted them or not. He understood that even if he cleared a large number of gates, the final outcome might not shift in his favor. But he couldn't afford to abandon the responsibility placed on him. He needed to reduce the damage as much as he could before the situation grew worse. A report arrived from Outer Wall 2, Area 3, Section 17. The scout team had located the Golden Gate he had warned them about earlier. Hearing that made him tense. The gate wasn't acting up yet, but the pressure surrounding it was steadily growing. He immediately shouted for the team to keep their distance. A gate like that had a strong chance of pulling in anything that moved too close. He told them again to stay alert and avoid direct contact. To secure the area, he sent 3 B-rank mercenaries to maintain a special watch. Philip, who was handling communications, confirmed the orders without hesitation. Right after that, a new D-rank gate appeared. He realized he could not remain in place, giving commands anymore. He needed to take action himself. His name was Josh. At 21 years old, he held the rank of C-level mercenary. He had grown up on a small farm and started at F rank before working his way upward. A noble searching for reliable mercenaries once offered him a chance to become a knight. Josh had been promised a comfortable house and meals far better than anything he had known. He believed he could live a quiet life by serving that noble. But now he faced a different reality. A gate opened before him, releasing a swarm of ratmen. His crew had already fallen, leaving him alone. The ratmen charged, and Josh readied himself. He cut down 3 with quick, controlled swings, but more kept coming. Then a boss-type ratman stepped out carrying a bone club, followed by an even larger swarm. Josh spun his sword once, tightened his grip, and prepared to take a desperate chance. His approach was straightforward. Eliminate the large target first and force the smaller ones to hesitate. Josh rushed forward with that plan in mind, but before he reached the boss creature, Raoul appeared beside him in a swift, near-weightless motion. Using telekinesis, Raoul lifted every weapon scattered across the ground. With one sweeping motion of his hand, he launched the captured weapons forward, sending them flying through the remaining ratmen and clearing the field in an instant. Raoul's focus locked onto the boss ratman. A blue glow formed in his eye as he moved in a clean arc, slicing the boss in 2 without slowing down. He landed lightly, then offered a casual apology, asking if he had stepped in at the wrong moment. After that, he mentioned that Josh looked familiar and asked if he belonged to the first guild. Josh confirmed it and introduced himself as a C-rank mercenary. Raoul said he respected Josh's determination, but cautioned him not to take unnecessary risks. Ratmen didn't always scatter when their leader fell, and even with C-rank ability, a D-rank gate could overwhelm anyone working alone. Raoul said it would be better for Josh to move with them for now. Josh hesitated when he heard the word join and asked who Raoul really was. Jake stepped forward, saying that even if Josh was new, he should at least recognize the guild master. Jake's sudden appearance made Josh straighten. He then explained that Raoul was the master of the first guild, Ro Ashton. Josh asked if that was true, and Jake answered with a smirk, saying he shouldn't expect the guild to be easy just because it was founded by a noble's son. If Josh had joined hoping for a simple path, then he had chosen the wrong guild. Jake added that the first guild accepted only those who met its standards. Raoul ended the conversation and told everyone to move out. The others followed at once. Josh repeated Jake's words quietly, a guild only for the qualified, then followed behind them. They advanced into a Ratman den. 9 Ratmen patrolled the area ahead. One of them noticed movement, but before it could react, Raoul leaped forward and skewered 3 in a single strike. The remaining Ratmen shouted, confirming what Raoul had already expected. Their numbers were high, and clearing this location was the right decision. There were too many gates and not enough time, so this one needed to be finished quickly. After Raoul cut down 3, 6 remained. Jake pointed out that even more Ratmen were gathered near the entrance. Their numbers and movements suggested a nearby base. Raoul agreed and instructed Jake to send a scout to locate it. Then he told the team to focus on rescuing civilians. Before the order could settle, Josh charged into the remaining monsters. The Ratmen lifted their clubs to strike, but Josh cut through every one of them with efficient, decisive swings. Jake looked at Josh with confusion and said Josh was a special case. He remembered the name and recalled that Josh's sword work was rough, but his instincts were sharp. Josh lifted a finger as if to say he could handle things just fine. Raoul watched him and thought Josh would improve greatly once he learned to use mana. A nearby member called out, reporting that they had located the Ratman base behind a forest. Raoul complimented them for the good work. The scout added that they hadn't seen any civilians while searching the area. The base was large, yet no other monsters were present. Jake mentioned that they had already made sure no civilians were close to the gate, so there shouldn't be many inside anyway. Raoul ordered them to double-check the entire area. Losing civilians wasn't acceptable. They agreed immediately. Clearing the gate mattered, but rescuing civilians came first. Raoul then looked toward Josh and told him to head to the base with them. He raised his fist toward the group and declared that the night would be long, urging everyone to be prepared. The scene shifted to a mansion in the city. Dylan commented that Raoul already looked worn out after only one night. He asked if Raoul had pushed himself too hard. He added that the strain would help Raoul grow stronger anyway. Raoul dismissed the joke and asked about the county situation. Dylan assured him there was nothing to worry about. Thanks to Raoul's earlier efforts, they had all the information they needed. When Raoul asked about the total number of gates that appeared, Dylan estimated around 100, with 10 of them ranked D. He said handling that amount was easy for them. Raoul didn't relax. Instead, he stood up slightly in shock and asked if he heard the number correctly. The situation was far worse than he expected. Dylan looked confused, not understanding why Raoul reacted like that. To Dylan, the number seemed low. Raoul clenched his fist and said he would come assist them soon. Dylan told him there was no need and asked to come in, explaining they had already cleared everything. Seeing Raoul's confused look, Dylan said the entire cleanup took only half a day. The Lord Count had finally gotten some exercise. Golden Bear, High Master Trevor, and Commander Ernest had treated the whole situation like an event. They were restless from ordinary daily routines and welcomed the action. Raoul let out a small, forced laugh, still puzzled. Dylan added that watching all those older men running around with excitement felt energizing, and for him, it was a great sight. Raoul reminded himself that his family wasn't normal. Then he told Dylan that even if everything turned out fine, the approach had been too reckless. Rank D gates were too dangerous to clear so carelessly, and they should be left alone next time. When Dylan heard Raoul's warning, his expression tightened. He asked if Raoul expected them to sit around waiting for him to clear everything. Dylan raised his voice and told Raoul to listen carefully. Ashton County was strong. Count Ashton and Dylan were not weak, and Raoul had no reason to worry about them. For Ashton County, the number of gates didn't matter at all. Raoul shifted slightly, feeling uneasy. Dylan pointed at him and said they didn't need help from Raoul's knights. A few hundred gates were easy for Ashton County to handle. Raoul grew timid, and suddenly Dylan called his name loudly, startling him. Dylan told him to stop worrying about home and focus on what he wanted to do. If anything went wrong, their father and Dylan would support him. Raoul let out a long breath and said Dylan was right. He admitted he had been too arrogant. Dylan laughed and told him to remember that he wasn't anywhere near strong enough to act tough in front of them. Then Dylan's expression turned serious. As he said, there was something he forgot to mention. Some of the gates hadn't vanished, even after clearing them. He asked Raoul if he understood what that meant. Raoul was stunned and asked again if the gates truly hadn't disappeared. Later, Raoul gathered his retainers for a meeting. He explained the situation in the county. Clearing the gates hadn't removed them. Dylan had said the rank D gates back home were still standing. The damage was minimal, but the outcome they feared had arrived. Jake asked if this wasn't a huge problem. Watching the gates was possible for now, but there was a limit. Philip added that if they assigned more men to surveillance, their defensive forces would be spread too thin. They needed a solution immediately. Raoul said he wanted to find out why the gates remained and whether another method existed to eliminate them. Bernard asked if he should prepare soldiers for an expedition. Raoul declined and said they would move with only a small elite group. The team would consist of Raoul, Jake, Philip, and Pierce. Philip asked if that number was too low to call a proper squad. Raoul replied that the retired fighters back in the county were already going wild handling the situation there, so the younger ones couldn't just sit around doing nothing. He told them to get ready and added that they might find civilians inside the gates. If that happened, they would need 10 scouts prepared to assist. Bernard understood and stepped back to prepare. Jake smirked and said the situation reminded him of the old days, asking if he should pack a lunchbox. Pierce reacted instantly, annoyed, and demanded to know what Jake meant by old days. It had only been 2 months earlier. Pierce warned Jake not to relax, reminding him they weren't out on a picnic. Jake cursed back, saying he was only joking. Inside the Golden Gate, ratmen and goblins rushed at them from all sides. Raoul asked the group if they were getting tired, and Jake answered that he wasn't even warmed up yet. They were surrounded by goblins as they moved in. Raoul reminded everyone they didn't have time to waste and needed to move fast, asking if they understood. Before he could finish, the monsters charged. Raoul cut through the front line in one swing. Beside him, Philip drove his weapon into a ratman. Jake, on the other side, tore through monsters without slowing down, almost as if he was playing a game. As their numbers dropped, Jake began to lose interest. A goblin jumped at him from behind, catching him off guard. Before it struck, 2 arrows shot through it. Jake quickly turned, demanding to know who fired them. Pierce stood behind him and told him not to bother thanking him. Jake shouted back that he didn't need Pierce's help and could handle things alone. Pierce answered calmly that he heard him. Jake became even more irritated and asked if Pierce wanted to bet on who could score more kills. Philip smacked Jake on the head and said this wasn't the time for games. Raoul scanned the situation. Nothing unusual stood out except the uneven terrain. Josh approached to give a report, and Raoul told him to continue forward. Josh explained that the rough ground slowed them down, but nothing else seemed strange. He also confirmed there were no civilians nearby. Raoul considered the structure of gates. They were designed so only players could reach the core areas. He had already expected that. Gates and dungeons could theoretically be cleared by Kinect's NPCs, because NPCs were far stronger than players, but players would never accept that. Because of this, strict rules existed. NPCs were forbidden from entering gate guardian rooms or dungeon boss zones. No matter their strength, NPCs could not close a gate. Raoul needed to figure out another method. At that moment, the system window appeared. A notification stated that the gate clear conditions had been met. Another alert followed, announcing that a hidden space had been discovered, triggering a hidden quest, Guardian Elimination. A warning beneath it stated that the quest would expire after 30 minutes if he didn't accept it. Raoul accepted the quest. The system displayed the details. Hidden quest, Guardian Elimination grade. D objective, eliminate the gate guardian. Description, a powerful guardian is protecting the gate. Remove the guardian and neutralize the gate. The reward listed EXP, gold, and a low-tier random item box. At any other time, Raoul would have welcomed it, but he didn't have the spare time to handle a hidden quest now. He asked the others if they could see the notification. Philip answered yes, then asked if they were supposed to locate the gate guardian themselves. He doubted any of the monsters they had fought so far matched that role. Josh called out to Raoul, asking if the creature ahead was the guardian. Raoul turned, stunned by what he saw. A massive monster stomped across the ground, releasing a heavy, violent aura. It held a round, oversized club. The system identified it as Rank D Gate Guardian, Dark Corrupted Goblin. Philip was taken aback, wondering if that giant goblin was truly the guardian. Jake commented that it had come straight to them, making things easier. Philip agreed, relieved they wouldn't have to search for it. Josh stepped forward confidently, saying he could handle it, but Raoul cut him off and ordered him to stay back. Josh swallowed and obeyed. Curious, he asked why the young master was taking the fight himself. Philip explained that Raoul always led the charge. Raoul overheard and sighed inwardly. NPCs like them couldn't gain rewards from defeating Guardian. Even so, he wanted to see whether destroying it would make the gate collapse. The Guardian attacked first. Raoul blocked the strike easily, pushed it aside, and used the opening to finish it in one decisive move. Jake said the young master made it look simple. Philip added that the Guardian never stood a chance. Josh watched in surprise. Raoul had blocked a strike from something that large and created a clean opening. He wondered if this was what a guild master's strength looked like. After the quick victory, Raoul assessed the Guardian's strength. An inexperienced mercenary would have been overwhelmed. He waited for the gate to collapse. A system window appeared, exactly as he expected. But then more windows materialized with unexpected messages. The first one read, Guardian of the Gate defeated. Gate collapse sequence starting. A second message followed, error detected. Compulsion activated. Gate collapse sequence halted. A third appeared with additional information. This gate is registered as a scenario gate. The entrance will close and reset every midnight. Raoul stared at the overlapping system messages, feeling a bit uneasy as he processed what they meant. Raoul let out a short exclamation and examined the item closely. Moments later, he told the others to pay attention and revealed a black sphere. He identified it as a core. He explained that it served as the heart of power armor and could be used to craft high-quality equipment. It was a grade D core, a rare mineral found only inside gates and dungeons. When processed correctly, it could be turned into power armor. Philip asked if the core had come from inside the giant goblin. Raoul confirmed it and told them to gather the remaining pieces. After finishing the dungeon monster, Jake asked if core or was really that rare and valuable. Pierce responded with irritation, asking if Jake had been asleep while Raoul explained everything earlier. Raoul turned his attention back to the gate. Even though he had personally defeated the Guardian, the gate still hadn't collapsed. That didn't bother him. He had no intention of interfering with the scenario anyway. Instead, they could use a gate that regenerated endlessly to grow stronger without limit. Raoul announced that reconnaissance was complete. From this point on, they would begin clearing every Durant gate in the capital of Tom. Jake responded with excitement, saying they had been waiting for that command. Raoul added that they needed one more mercenary for the next gate. He looked at Josh and asked if he wanted to join. Josh was startled and asked if Raoul meant him. Raoul explained that since he had taken Josh's chance to stand out earlier, he would give him this opportunity instead. Josh accepted immediately. Raoul complimented their spirit and ordered the team to move out. As they stepped through the next gate, Raoul wondered if the area was a dungeon or simply an underground cave. Without the light from the gate behind them, the entire place would have been completely dark. Raoul was relieved he had brought a lamp. Jake muttered about the darkness and asked what kind of place it was. Raoul told everyone to stay close and not wander too far from the entrance, warning that reckless movement could put the whole party in danger. He pulled out a magical lamp from his inventory, lighting their surroundings. Jake stared at the lamp and called it a rare item. He couldn't believe Raoul had one, since a magic lamp was expensive even for high nobles. Philip admitted he had never seen one before, but agreed that it worked well. Raoul told them to remain near the lamp as they explored. It would be dangerous to drift too far from the light, so they needed to stick together when fighting. Everyone agreed. Raoul turned to Josh and said this would be his first mission, assigning him the responsibility of carrying the lamp. Josh questioned why something like that was being handed to him. Raoul explained that Josh was capable and should prove what he could do as the guild's promising new member. Josh asked if Raoul truly called him a promising member, and Raoul confirmed it. Josh vowed to protect the lamp even if it cost his life, and Raoul told him to give it his all. Raoul thought that they might not understand it yet, but Josh was the fortunate one. Soon Josh would rise to S rank and be mentioned as a possible mercenary king. Josh's status window opened, showing his details. Name Josh, age 21, level 38, freelance mercenary, temporary member of the First Guild. Stats listed. Potential talent grade A, strength 53, agility 56, stamina 59, intelligence 32, willpower 48, senses 62. He also carried unique traits. Beast-like sensation grade A+, burning competitive spirit grade B, ambition to succeed grade C+. Raoul turned to Pierce, asking about the situation ahead and whether he noticed anything. Pierce answered that something was shifting in the darkness. All he could confirm was the cold, murderous presence drifting around. In an instant, Pierce caught sight of a shape and released an arrow, drawing a sharp scream. Jake, curious, asked, "What happened? Did you see something? Did you land that shot?" Pierce replied, "At this point, I could hit them without even trying. They're already surrounding us." Out of nowhere, groups of giant bats rushed toward them. Raoul called out, "Giant bats." They chase the light and attack anyone. Stay alert. Josh eyed the lamp, thinking about the light. Jake shouted, "Damn it, the whole swarm is heading straight for the lamp." Raoul told Josh to lower the lamp for now, since it was too much to handle alone. Before they could continue, Josh yelled, "These annoying bats daring to charge at someone like me." He moved quickly, cutting down the incoming bats with his sword. With a confident tone, he declared, "Not a single mark will touch this lamp from their attacks." Jake quietly told Raoul that he had praised the rookie too much, and now the rookie had gone overboard. Raoul replied that enthusiasm was fine, but he wanted to treat this as a kind of entry test. Josh called out to Jake and Philip, addressing them as seniors, asking if they planned to just stand around. Jake teased him, saying he was too slow. Far too slow. Philip added that a promising member like him should be able to deal with this level alone. Nearby, a scorpion shifted in the shadows as they continued forward. After some time, the group made their way deeper into the dungeon. Jake noted that they had gone pretty far, yet he still didn't spot anything. He then asked if the cave was nothing but bats. Seeing his careless attitude, Philip reminded him that it was still a deer-rank gate. Philip told Jake not to lower his guard. The young master was staying alert, so they should follow his lead. Josh, glancing at Raoul, turned to Philip and addressed him as Mr. Knight, asking if their boss meant the young master's strength. Philip, slightly thrown off, steadied himself and said that depended on what Josh meant by strength. The young master improved every day and lacked nothing as part of the Ashton family. But in pure sword skill, he was likely below Jake. Jake acted like a fool again, shouting that the oversized bugs were disgusting. Philip went on, saying Jake might seem ridiculous, but his sword skill was impressive. Sensing a monster ahead, Raoul stopped. Philip called out to him, but Raoul said he already knew and that the enemies had finally shown up. A pack of scorpions advanced, and a window appeared with their details. Rumored scorpion, level 45, rank D. Their traits were acid poison and steel armor. Jake remarked that they looked extremely ugly. Philip warned him that there were many and they needed to stay cautious. Raoul said that giant bats could not possibly be the main foes in a deer-rank gate. These scorpions only showed up in gates and dungeons, so this was likely their first encounter with this type. Clearing his thoughts, he said, "Whatever it is, if it's a quest, we have to push through. Their armor is hard as steel, so stay alert. Avoid the poisonous stinger." Then he gave a brief smirk and ordered everyone to get ready for the fight. A quest window appeared with details about a deer-rank dimension gate. Quest rank D. The task was to eliminate 50 remarried scorpions of rank D. There was no time limit. The rewards were experience points, gold, and a low-tier random material box. Raoul noted that it wasn't a conquest, but an elimination quest. It wanted them to clear the mission, not destroy the gate. He told them to think it through. After dealing with the first monsters, Raoul signaled everyone to attack. Philip and Jake charged straight into a scorpion slaughter, leaving Josh to guard the lamp. A swarm rushed Josh, striking from his blind side, but he managed to block at the last moment. When another hit came, Josh believed he couldn't avoid it. Suddenly, several swords pierced the scorpion, taking it out. Confused, Josh asked why the swords were floating. Raoul asked him if guarding the lamp and fighting at the same time was too much. He said he felt like he was taking away Josh's chance to stand out. Then he sent the swords toward the other monsters, wiping out almost all of them. Jake watched and felt let down, thinking he could have at least taken a bit more time. Josh, stunned by Raoul's abilities, wondered if this was Raoul's real power. He was only 15, yet nothing about him looked like a noble pretending to be a knight. Josh kept staring, thinking that this was the master he would follow. Raoul finished off the last scorpion, saying that made 50. They had reached the minimum condition to clear the gate. Then he moved deeper inside. Jake laughed, assuming the quest was already finished. Raoul said they had to confirm it since they were there. A rank D gate was dangerous if left unchecked. Jake complained about fighting weak creatures again. Philip told him to quit grumbling. As they continued, Raoul thought they had completed the task, only to realize the hidden quest to destroy the gate hadn't appeared. This meant they had to handle it themselves and locate the Guardian, since leaving it behind could cause serious problems. Even with the risk, Raoul decided to find the Guardian, no matter how long it took. At a key moment, Pierce used telepathy to reach Raoul, asking if he could hear him. Raoul responded by asking Pierce if he found anything. Pierce reported finding the end of the cave, suggesting it would be best for everyone to see it themselves. He described a circular arena inside, pointing out how unusual it looked. After a while, Jake guessed that the figure in the center was the Guardian. Raoul answered with a simple probably. Jake asked why the Guardian was staying still. Raoul said it looked like it was waiting for them. A window then opened, showing details of the Deer Gate Guardian, Scorpion Champion, level 64, grade C++. The Scorpion Champion stared at them as though ready to devour them. Raoul found it almost amusing, saying the Guardian had given them an invitation, so they had no choice but to accept. Jake warned him to be careful, but Raoul stepped into the arena, saying he felt a bit sorry for the Guardian while admitting it was strong. He couldn't back away, driven not only by the reward but other reasons as well. He apologized for taking time and told the Guardian to show everything it had. Raoul and the Scorpion Champion clashed. The Guardian swung a sword, which Raoul blocked, and he shifted away from a venomous stinger. Raul countered, but the Scorpion champion blocked with just as much force. Their fight continued with both sides pushing back and forth. Philip watched, noting how well the Scorpion champion held up against the young master. Jake agreed, saying a ranked Gate Guardian champion was never easy. Josh asked why they weren't helping Raul if things became difficult, but Jake said the young master had the clear upper hand. According to Jake, the Guardians' varied attacks were matched by Raul's sharp swordplay, and Raul seemed to be enjoying the clash. At the same time, Raul considered how rare this type of moment was, a break from training, real estate matters, and guild duties. But he knew he couldn't drag it out, so he decided to finish quickly. He appreciated focusing only on the current fight, yet understood it wouldn't last. Channeling mana into his sword, Raul admitted the fight had been enjoyable, but said time was limited and he had to end it. The Scorpion was laughing too. The Scorpion champion answered by forming a mana blade, adding a sharp tension to the scene. Without warning, it released poison toward Raul, who slipped out of its path just in time. The droplets melted the ground instantly. Seeing that, he was caught off guard, never expecting the Scorpion champion to throw poison. His brief lapse came with consequences. When he turned, the monster was already at his blind spot, striking with the mana blade. Raul barely avoided the hit, blocking with his mana sword. Their collisions sent out large waves of energy that reached the others watching from a distance. The clash revealed the Scorpion champion's skill with the mana blade, stirring up strong winds that made it hard to see. Pierce shouted about the sudden appearance of the mana blade, making Josh think they should help. Jake told them not to panic over something so simple. Philip agreed, saying they would only get in Raul's way if they tried to assist. They needed to trust him. In the middle of the fierce fight, Raul thought about how he had forgotten the rush of life-and-death battles. Even with an opponent using a mana blade and ranged attacks, Raul enjoyed the complexity of the fight. He studied the Scorpion champion's patterns, noting how straightforward yet strong its approach was. Then the monster clicked its claw, almost like urging Raul to attack first. Raul charged, thinking this was his first time facing an enemy using a sword, a claw, and a tail together. When the Scorpion champion swung its claw, Raul moved aside and used the chance to cut off the tail. A follow-up strike finished the Scorpion champion for good. Raul gave a short remark about the memory the fight brought back. Jake, stunned, asked if the young master had grown stronger. Philip confirmed it, saying Raul had reached the intermediate level not long after hitting the expert stage. Philip then teased Jake, adding that in swordsmanship it was only a matter of time before Raul surpassed him. Jake grew fired up and shouted, "Young master, let's head to the next gate. The next guardian is mine. I claimed it first." As Raul looked at Jake's sudden declaration, he wondered what was going on with him. A notification window appeared, showing Ashton's sword skill, Bear Crush, Grade A+, now at Intermediate Level 4. His class shifted to Knight of Intermediate Sword Expert, marking the defeat of the Gate Guardian and the completion of a hidden quest. He noted how far he had come. Then he mentioned that it took a while and apologized, saying it must have been dull to watch. Josh quickly responded, saying it was incredible. Josh felt satisfied, saying the fight had refreshed his eyes. Raul accepted the words and thanked Josh. Philip asked what they planned for the next gate, and Raul answered confidently that they were behind schedule and needed to move on quickly. He reminded them that today would be long. Jake felt energized, eager to clear more gates with no break. After 7 long hours, they managed to clear 4 rank D gates. After resting fully, mercenary units under Bernard's command were sent into the rank E gates. They completed all their tasks and handled every gate that appeared in the capital, Turium. Around 500 were lost, and about 700 were saved on the first day. While many believed the danger had passed, Raul understood this was only the start of a coming street war. People around the city discussed the events, with one asking if he had seen a gate. The other replied that he had, even spotting orcs coming out. Rumors spread about people being dragged into the gates, and the bartender explained why mercenaries and knights had gathered. Another man said it was surprising that they predicted the situation and prepared for it. A girl mentioned they came from Ashton County, and another added that Raul, the youngest son, was leading. The news stirred excitement, and one girl shouted that it was amazing. Meanwhile, Raul rested on the sofa, and Bernard placed a blanket over him. At the Randall County mansion, a man read a newspaper covering the neutralization of gates in Turium. He kept reading. The report said the renowned warrior family from Ashton County had returned. Turium citizens had chosen Raul Ashton as the figure of the moment. In front of him, a man with a ponytail stood in fear. The next article discussed Ashton County's major rise, hinting at possible political involvement. The man reading could not continue and tore the paper. He said he could not believe everything they had built was undone in a single week. Turning to Brian, he asked what sense any of it made. Brian assured his father not to worry about such a small setback. But the man used his mana and pressed down on Brian, forcing him to kneel. Disappointed in his son, he compared him poorly to the heirs of Ashton County. When he withdrew his mana, Brian tried several times to stand but couldn't. The man shouted that he had fathered over 30 sons by the age of 60, yet all of them were useless, while the sons of Ashton had already surpassed them. Then he released Brian. Still breathing heavily, Brian tried to rise on one knee. The man scolded him for failing to endure the pressure, questioning how he could call himself an expert knight. Brian could only apologize and ask for forgiveness. The man then ordered Brian to report everything since his seclusion training. This man was the Count of Randall, Hudson D. Randall. Brian revealed an official document sent from the shrine 2 weeks earlier. Hudson took it and began reading. It was a current status report confirming 73 gates, with 40 cleared in a week and the number still rising. Casualties listed over 3,200 civilians, 15 knights, and around 1,300 troops missing or dead. The report stated that knights were hesitant to enter gates, increasing troop losses. As an immediate step, gates were blocked and placed under watch. Brian's update only fueled Hudson's anger. Brian stood there shaking and called to his father. The next moment, he was sent flying, crashing through the door. Hudson ordered him to leave. He shouted that Brian and Randall had no place for each other anymore. Hudson warned him not to return to Randall territory unless summoned. If Hudson saw him again, he would kill him, even if he was his son. Then he ordered Brian to call the third eldest on his way out. As Brian was taken out, Hudson D. Randall's voice rang through the halls, cursing Ashton. The scene shifted to the Kingdom Academy. Students were filled with chatter, all centered on Raoul of Ashton County. One of the maids whispered to another, "Hey, isn't that him? The young master. I heard he leads his knights and made a major contribution. And from what I've heard, he's good-looking too." Another maid joined in, saying, "Oh yeah, he's the youngest to ever reach the top rank." A man added that he heard Raoul's knights were paid very well. But not everyone agreed with the praise. Caleb D. Randall scoffed, calling everyone foolish for admiring someone who, in his view, did nothing. Another student backed him up, saying Raoul's family probably handled everything for him. Saving a few civilians from a gate wasn't much to show off. Caleb declared he would prove he was better than anyone once support from his family arrived. Their discussion kept going. In the middle of all the noise, Raoul felt worn out from the attention. He wondered why they were staring at him like he was part of an exhibit. They could just talk to him normally. Dalton, watching, remarked casually that Raoul had become a celebrity in only a week. This surprised Raoul. Dalton went on, saying the entire capital was talking about him. Dalton guessed Raoul must have done something major for everyone to be discussing it. Raoul brushed it off, saying he wasn't interested. Dalton asked if the rumors were true and if Raoul was the real heir of Ashton County. Confused, Raoul asked what he meant. Dalton explained that was what people were saying. After all, which family would send so many troops to someone who wasn't the heir? Raoul, slightly annoyed, told him to stop spouting nonsense. His older brother was the heir, and he wasn't interested in the position. He clarified that he recruited his own knight order without any family support. Trying to understand, Dalton asked if that was even possible. Raoul answered casually that he had some money. Dalton nodded, saying, I see. That's great. Maybe I should check out that gate thing with you. Raoul didn't expect that and stared at him. Dalton noticed and asked what happened, asking why Raoul was looking at him like he had caught a chicken to work for free. The curiosity around Raoul kept building, filling the academy with chatter. To others, Raoul's entrance into the academy might have looked like a chance to leave the house, but he had another purpose: to find valuable skill books in the library and potential recruits in the academy. Even though the new student list changed due to Gray's sudden arrival, he had already chosen candidates based on information he found on the Link Cafe. Dalton was one of the candidates. Realistically, the strongest person in the kingdom was Swordmaster Marquis D. In Connect, where meeting high-ranking noble NPCs was nearly impossible, this was a rare chance to get close to his grandson, Dalton. At the moment, entry into a gate wasn't open to just anyone. You needed official permission or at least 50 troops and 3 official knights. Dalton would never be able to enter alone. Even if he was at expert level, he had never tested his abilities in real combat. He must have been eager for a chance at true battle experience like a gate subjugation. Thinking it through, Raoul allowed a small smile. He asked Dalton if he wanted to go together. It was an F-rank gate, so there wouldn't be any danger. Dalton laughed, surprised that Raoul agreed so easily. But Raoul followed by saying he had conditions. Dalton asked what they were. Raoul explained. First, Dalton is the only one I'll bring. No servants or guards. Dalton replied that it didn't matter to him. Fewer annoying people was better. Raoul continued, second, keep it quiet. I don't want people talking behind my back about entering the gate with you. Dalton said that was fine too, since he didn't like being caught in family issues. Raoul was slightly annoyed that this kid didn't seem worried at all. What would Dalton have done if Raoul had bad intentions? Then again, no one in the kingdom would risk making an enemy out of a great noble family like the Templeton Duchy. Raoul presented the final condition. Dalton needed the Duke's permission. Surprised, Dalton asked why. Raoul replied, "Isn't it obvious? What if something happens to you? Someone must handle the situation if things go wrong. I'm not taking you for fun. I'm taking you on an official visit. And on top of that, I have an entire night troupe to manage. I don't have time to babysit a noble boy." Dalton admitted that was true. But before he could continue, Raoul walked off, saying, "Talk to me again after you get the Duke's permission." Dalton, flustered, called for Raoul to wait. Raoul ignored him and kept going. Dalton was left wondering how he was supposed to convince the old man. The scene shifted to his mansion, where Bernard, Philip, and Raoul were discussing matters. Noticing Raoul's pale face, Bernard asked if something had happened at the academy. Raoul replied that all the attention was tiring but manageable. He had expected this to happen eventually. Bernard then asked if they should keep public opinion at its current level. Instead, Raoul told him to report how many people had been deployed so far. Bernard answered that in the past 2 days, 100 soldiers had been deployed as decoys, and 10 wandering mercenaries had been hired. Around 20 active spies in the main branch had completed basic training. Raoul considered the importance of public opinion during the political struggle among the nobles. It was essential work needed to secure their position. Choosing the voice of Reuben had been a smart decision, since they provided information about the gates without asking for anything in return. Their reputation was spreading across the kingdom. Those who wondered how one media outlet could hold such influence failed to understand the power of the press and Connect. The media and Connect consisted mostly of magicians, with Jenna's White, one of the 3 great sages, serving as the president of the Press Association. Their status was high even among the upper ranks of society, and the most influential outlet among them was the voice of Reborn. They didn't need to rely only on swords. They had to use every resource available. Raoul ordered them to double the number of wandering mercenaries with a good sense of humor and keep them ready, expecting people from different regions to come and interfere. Philip asked what he meant by that. Bernard explained that greedy nobles would try to take advantage now that the gate situation had suddenly settled down. Raoul said he was fine with them joining for simple gate work, but it wasn't possible right now. Bernard added that they might search for faults in attempt to damage Raoul's reputation, so they could claim a bigger portion of the rewards. Raoul responded that they could only fight for rewards because only chosen individuals could close a gate. He said this information needed to remain hidden for now to stop other lords from pretending they didn't know about the gates. Philip said he understood. Raoul continued thinking. Even if he had to use the greed of the lords, he needed the soldiers to gather in the kingdom. That was the only option they had left to face the disaster closing in on the kingdom. Late at night, a man with brownish hair sprinted through a dim alley, convinced he had made a serious mistake. Who would have imagined they would still be hunted even after slipping through a gate? What was wrong with these people? For now, all he could do was drag as many pursuers as possible and buy his comrades enough time to flee. His thoughts cut short when several robed figures suddenly blocked the path ahead. One masked figure spoke up, introducing him as the guild leader of the Information Network Wings of Freedom, Alias, also called Faceless. Alias replied that meeting like this was unexpected, and so these were the ones hunting down underworld guilds for the past half year. The masked figure confirmed it, adding that the kingdom's top information master truly lived up to his reputation. Alias asked what brought them here. Had they come to take him down as well? The masked figure explained that was the original plan, but he now intended to propose something different. Alias asked what kind of offer he meant. The man said surrender. Ending someone like you would be a waste if you agreed to work with us. In other words, they would spare his life. How would he answer? Alias drew his sword and charged at him, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. His strike was stopped instantly by the masked man's power armor. Alias examined it and recognized it at once. He said they were exactly what he suspected, and although he doubted it at first, they truly were scum from the Empire. The masked man replied that it was an impressively sharp guess, or perhaps a dangerous one, and since it had reached this stage, he had no choice but to proceed. He ordered the blue-robed members around him to wipe Alias out. They rushed toward their target at once, and Alias watched their attacks close and before disappearing from their sight. The group halted, confused, with one asking if he had used stealth magic. Another corrected him, saying it was an artifact, and he couldn't have gone far. Their commander ordered them to search the entire area. Meanwhile, Alias had reappeared on the roof of a nearby building. He considered what he had just learned. The group that had been hunting guilds all this time truly belonged to the Empire. What was happening inside this kingdom? Elsewhere in Ashton County, the guard captain Bill informed Raoul that the first night's rank F gate permit had been revoked. Jake exploded at the news, demanding an explanation, but Philip quickly shut him up. Raoul accepted the report and asked for updates regarding the rank E and rank D gates. The guard captain assured him that entry for those gates was still approved. Raoul acknowledged it with relief and asked who would handle the rank F gates from now on. The guard captain admitted he didn't know yet, only that several families were expected to join. Raoul understood, noting that the rank was low risk and could still bring him profit. He added that his group would stay prepared in case anything happened. The guard captain, taken aback by Raoul's dedication, commented on his sense of responsibility and wished more nobles acted the same way. Raoul repeated that protecting the city and its people required everyone working together. Leaning closer, the guard captain quietly mentioned a rumor that Randall might be tied to the permit cancellation. He suggested the Ministry of Finance could be involved, considering its close connection to the Randall household. Raoul considered it for a moment before thanking him for the warning. After the guard captain left, Raoul addressed his group, asking if they had all heard. Since they had expected this outcome, he said it shouldn't surprise anyone. Jake responded that it wouldn't have bothered them if things hadn't gone overboard. Raoul explained that the order came directly from the royal palace, meaning they had no choice but to follow it. There was no point feeling disappointed, since they hadn't actually suffered any loss. Jake asked what he meant. Raoul clarified that rank F gates could be cleared with ordinary soldiers. Using hired mercenaries paid with their own money was wasteful, especially since the work they offered wasn't impressive. It was far better to put their efforts into rank E gates and above. Jake agreed. Philip then asked what should be done with their men once they withdrew them from rank F duty. Raoul instructed that they be sent to the outer gates for training. They would use this chance to clear the remaining gates beyond the walls. Those who lacked interest in the rewards wouldn't last long in the first place, so this shift could benefit them down the line. He added that gate management was demanding, and what they needed most right now was merit, recognition, and personal progress. External matters could be ignored for the time being. They had to focus on themselves. Raoul emphasized the importance of directing the mercenaries properly and strengthening their own skills. The group answered in agreement. Raoul reflected on the week ahead. The annual night investiture ceremony was coming soon, providing the perfect moment for their knights to stand out. They needed to push hard until then, making sure their names spread beyond the kingdom. The scene shifted to a gate where a guard asked if he was certain they would arrive. Captain Bill replied that he had no idea, so the guard shouldn't bother asking him. The guard wondered what they would do if something went wrong. Captain Bill asked what he meant and said they would handle it because they were both useless if they didn't follow the noble's orders. Just then, a knight told them to step aside. At that moment, Austin D. Carrington, the fourth son of Viscount Carrington, arrived with his knights. His men announced his arrival and ordered everyone to clear the way. Captain Bill stepped forward, saying it was an honor to meet him, introducing himself as Bill, the one currently managing the gate. Austin asked if that was the gate they were entering, and Captain Bill confirmed it. Austin immediately told his men to move. Captain Bill asked if he meant they were going in right away, but Austin ignored him and told his knights to follow him inside. Captain Bill tried to ask about the horses, and Austin reacted by kicking him, knocking him down. Austin told him to remember his place and not to ask him to get off his horse. Captain Bill attempted to speak, but Austin cut him off, calling him a peasant and ordering his knights inside. A guard went to check on him and asked if he was fine. Captain Bill said to forget it. He had already warned the noble kid. If anything happened to the horses inside, it wasn't his problem. He thought to himself that horses weren't allowed inside because of the high mana density. Even if Austin made it out, the result would not be pleasant. He figured they would be busy collecting bodies later. They passed through the gate. Austin looked around and asked if this was what the inside looked like. He claimed he didn't see anything. One of his knights explained that only orcs or goblins showed up here, so there was no reason to tense up. Austin thought he could find something valuable if Raoul Ashton hadn't shown off earlier. He believed he would become a sensation in the capital by killing a monster using his wealth. He planned to clear every gate left open to overshadow him. He ordered his knights to sweep the area and eliminate the monsters. He split them into groups and sent them out. Marco, a Praetorian guard, spoke up with concern. Splitting up inside a gate was extremely risky. He suggested they keep the men together and send scouts instead. Austin questioned him, asking if he was scared, and doubted they would clear gates effectively that way. Suddenly, Marco heard movement behind them. He turned and saw monsters closing in. He trembled as he shouted for the young master and told Asen to get behind him. Asen, upon seeing the approaching monsters, also began trembling. Marco ordered the knights to stay steady, hold their formation, and get ready for battle. Meanwhile, Captain Bill from a night guard entered Raul's office and reported that people were missing. Raul asked what he meant and whether he was talking about the group that had entered the Rank F gate. Captain Bill confirmed it, explaining that every team that had gone inside had not returned. Raul asked how many teams had entered during the past 2 days. Captain Bill replied that 10 teams had vanished, all of them qualified to clear the gate. Raul considered the possibility of a transformation inside the gate, something usually seen only in higher rank gates. He wondered if something else within the gate was causing the disappearances. Before he could think further, Bernard approached and called out to him. Raul told Bernard to gather the high-rank knights, including Homer. Bernard asked if the training instructors should also come and what the situation was, but Raul only stated that they were heading to the gate for a rescue operation. A short time later, they arrived at the gate. A frog-type monster lunged at Dalton, but he dispatched it quickly and voiced annoyance at the situation. He commented on the gate's troublesome nature. Raul reminded him that they couldn't predict what kind of terrain a gate would contain and that they weren't there to fool around. Philip approached Raul and reported that the scouts had returned. Raul asked what they had found and learned that the number of monsters had decreased as expected. Raul said that it meant the preparations were complete. He believed he already had enough information about the gate. A window appeared, showing details of the Rank F dimensional gate. Maximum capacity of 300, no limit on simultaneous entry. Current occupancy at 132 out of 300, and a current stack of 0 out of 2. The gate type was eliminated. Raul continued thinking, noting that aside from the conquest teams, no one else should have entered. Yet the gate's data said otherwise. He realized that the situation was a trap, though not one meant for them to fall into. After a moment, Raul said that this location should be suitable. He asked Homer for his thoughts. Homer answered that it was acceptable, as they could overlook the flat ground facing the swamp. He also believed the location was suitable. Raul said they would begin immediately and declare the area their base, instructing everyone to take their training positions. Homer acknowledged the order. Hearing this, Dalton asked what Raul intended to do on the hill. Raul answered that they were building a fort. Dalton, confused, questioned the idea of creating a fort out of nowhere. Raul told him to pay attention and learn. Raul activated the magic formation and signaled Homer to proceed. Homer instructed the group to activate the artifact. A formation lit up in the sky. Winds surged, and countless stone bricks descended from above. Dalton, unsure what was happening, shut his eyes against the dust as the stone walls took shape. When he opened them again, a fort stood before him. Raul stated that although it was made quickly, it would function well. It was far better than sleeping in tents. The fort reached 3 meters in height and stretched 20 meters wide, giving enough room for at least 100 people. It was the perfect setup for waiting out the enemy. Dalton asked if Raul was planning a siege and whether the gate was dangerous enough to justify building a fort. Raul said gates were dangerous, but only this one required such a structure. He had used this simple fortress technique before and found it worthwhile, even though it required many artifacts to adjust the weight and size of the bricks. He had trained guild members for this exact purpose and hadn't expected to use it so soon. Dalton held back his questions except for one. Why build a fort when they were meant to rescue missing people? Raul answered that this was exactly why they needed it. Dalton pointed out that forts were usually for defending against attacks, so why use one during a rescue? Raul told him he would understand eventually. He reflected that their enemies likely believed they had prepared thoroughly, but doubted they expected failure. Raul ended his thoughts with a challenge, saying they would see whose preparation was superior. Meanwhile, farther down the hill, Jack, the Imperial Hound and commander of Reuben Kingdom's district teammate, sat calmly in his chair with a victorious expression. A subordinate approached and reported that they had taken hostages as ordered. Jack asked if the rescue team had arrived. The man confirmed and added that they had located a rescue group similar in size to the one they captured, and their scouts were keeping watch over them. Jack rested his hand on the sword at his waist, saying he hoped this group would at least offer some entertainment, then began walking as he commented that the nobles of this kingdom were so weak he had not enjoyed himself in a long time. He suggested they head out for a hunt, assuming everyone would follow the captain's command. Before he could continue, another man hurried over with a report. The scout watching the rescue team claimed they were inside a fortress doing nothing. Jack paused, surprised, and asked what the scout meant by a fortress. Inside the fortress, Dalton lay on the ground yawning, wondering if their opponents were actually coming, since he hadn't come all this way to sit around. Someone told him not to get too relaxed, as the enemy would appear soon. Dalton, acknowledging the purpose of the fortress, asked who exactly they were waiting for. He was told there was no reason to hide it, and he should look for himself. Still confused, he glanced outside and spotted Jack approaching with a crowd of masked men. When Dalton asked if those were their foes, the answer was yes. Jack grabbed one of his men and demanded an explanation for the fortress, asking how it was even constructed. The man stammered that he had no idea. Jack raised his hand to signal his troops, while Dalton commented that their enemies likely believed they had executed a perfect trap, only to realize they were the ones caught. The knights drew their bows, taking aim at the advancing group. Philip raised his hand as well, telling the knights to prepare. He remarked that the enemy clearly never expected a siege at a gate and were not equipped for one, which must have unsettled them. Seeing Jack's foul mood, he considered provoking him and then shouted at them, calling them the Empire's dogs and asking why they were wandering without a leash. Jack grew furious. Philip continued to mock them, saying their heavy armor made them look confused and asking if they were lost. Jack smiled, calling Philip an arrogant kid and asking if he was from Ashton while drawing his red sword. Jack yelled that even though he was arrogant, he certainly had courage, and Jack looked forward to cutting him down, promising to kill him personally. He then ordered his men to charge, declaring that they would take the fortress. Philip smiled, knowing the enemy had stepped into his trap. He drew his sword from his inventory, and Dalton did the same. Dalton admitted he still didn't fully understand the situation, but was certain the opposing group was from the Empire. He ordered his men to fire, and the knights released their arrows. The masked men evaded and blocked the shots, shouting that everything they did was for the Emperor's glory. One knight froze as a masked attacker closed in, but the strike halted when Dalton appeared in front of him and cut down two masked men midair. Dalton called them filthy Empire dogs, adding that fighting frogs felt cleaner than dealing with them. Jack, irritated at seeing yet another bold youngster, said the situation was becoming more interesting. He signaled for the next phase. A masked man blew a horn, and Dalton was stunned as monsters appeared behind Jack. Jack laughed while the creatures growled at the fortress. He mockingly told them to see how long they could keep talking now. Dalton asked what those creatures were and if they were monsters. Jack explained they were the Empire's mana soldiers, noting they looked more advanced than before and were likely the Empire's finest, which aligned perfectly with his plan. The soldiers inside the fortress panicked as the mana soldiers advanced. One of the mana soldiers let out a furious roar. Dalton shouted that it was a monster and that the Empire had truly created something intense. An Empire soldier sprinted toward the fortress, and Philip warned everyone not to let it get close. He commanded them to fire again, and arrows struck the mana soldiers, but the attacks didn't leave a mark. Dalton observed that the soldiers were simply knocking the arrows aside. Philip calmly explained that ordinary weapons couldn't harm the Empire's creations. Dalton asked how they were supposed to deal with them, and if he had a plan. Philip said he did, but he needed a hand. He asked Dalton what he thought and whether he was ready. Dalton agreed, saying that was why he was there. Philip told him they would begin the plan immediately. One of the mana soldiers slashed its long claw against the fortress, shaking the structure and causing panic among their troops. Philip ordered everyone to hold their position and told the spearmen to advance. Jack watched, amused, saying they actually believed they would be safe by hiding in that fort. He then shouted that he would show them what happened to anyone who challenged the Empire and declared he would tear their fortress down. Jack froze when he saw Raoul and Dalton leap from the fort. Dalton struck the leading Empire soldier, but the creature didn't react at all. The mana soldiers roared at them, and Dalton cursed as he realized his sword couldn't cut through their bodies. Raoul agreed, saying this wouldn't be simple. Jack mocked them from afar, asking if they had left their fort just to attack and shouting that he admired their foolish plan. Dalton, irritated, asked Raoul if they were really going to listen to Jack's constant taunts. Raoul replied calmly that they had no intention of doing so. The Empire soldier facing them stiffened when Raoul revealed his mana sword, and Raoul told Dalton it was time to silence Jack. Dalton grinned and activated his sword's mana as well. He asked if he was free to fight however he wanted, saying that was all he needed to hear. An Empire soldier charged at them, and the two met it head-on, cutting through it and sending its blood flying as it roared in pain. They immediately leapt toward the other mana soldiers, cutting them down in an instant. Jack watched, unable to process what he was seeing. Raoul dashed to the right, destroying another mana soldier with one slash. Dalton matched his pace, eliminating another, leaving Jack stunned and furious. Inside the fortress, the soldiers cheered as their leaders wiped out the Empire's mana soldiers. Dalton exhaled and said it had been close, then taunted the masked men, asking why they were suddenly quiet and if that was all they could do. He mocked their cries for the emperor, saying their devotion collapsed once their mana soldiers were gone. Jack, angered by the insults, smiled and said things were becoming entertaining. He added that he would send his regards to Raoul's family, hinting at a deadly clash. Dalton noted that Jack was a commander of the Empire and stronger than the monsters they had fought so far, then offered his support. Raoul declined, saying Jack was his to handle. He pointed to Dalton's own opponent. Dalton turned and saw a massive flail smash into the ground, wielded by a half-mana soldier. Raoul said the creature was smaller but armed, and asked if Dalton could deal with it. Dalton shot back, asking if he had forgotten who he was and the name he carried. He told Raoul not to worry and to focus on dealing with Jack. Raoul smiled, acknowledging Dalton as Templeton's grandson. Despite this being Dalton's first real fight, Raoul said he trusted him completely. He then stepped toward Jack, assuring Dalton that his back was protected, and asked if it was time to finish their battle. He apologized for the weight of the blade and told Jack to come at him. Jack addressed him as the young master of the Ashton family and asked for his name. Raoul introduced himself. Jack commented that the Ashton family was well known throughout the Empire and said he had heard they specialized in great swords, though that didn't seem to be the case here. Raoul sighed internally, thinking Jack talked far too much and resembled a gorilla, but he knew he couldn't take him lightly. Despite Jack's appearance, his level and stats matched those of a seasoned advanced sword expert, making him the strongest opponent Raoul had faced so far. Raoul examined Jack's information. 44 years old, level 81, advanced sword expert with potential talent grade A. His stats included 79 strength, 77 agility, 73 stamina, 71 intelligence, 61 willpower, 73 mana, and 68 senses. His traits included narcissism at grade C+, bloodbath at grade A-, and quick-witted at grade B. Jack laughed, saying he had hit the jackpot by encountering two noble family young masters and suggested they show him what they had. Raoul took note of Jack's balanced stats and his power armor, understanding he had to stay cautious. Still, he smiled, thinking about his steady level-ups and the investment he had put into his equipment. He was ready to show what a reincarnated, overgeared player could do. Jack complimented Raoul's control of the mana blade, saying he clearly wasn't a spoiled noble and that this fight might actually be enjoyable. Jack powered up his sword with mana and warned Raoul not to expect mercy. He lunged forward, mocking him as a noble kid and telling him not to cry after being beaten with a single strike. Raoul met the attack calmly, swinging his blade and creating a loud explosion as the two weapons clashed. Meanwhile, the half-mana soldier wielding a flail launched a heavy strike at Dalton. Dalton blocked with both swords, though the impact rattled him. As the soldier prepared another attack, Dalton noted its strength but countered with a forward swing. To his surprise, the soldier blocked with a shield, leaving Dalton wondering if it knew the shield would shatter against a mana blade. The creature swung its flail again, but Dalton jumped back in time to avoid the hit. He cursed, realizing the soldier had enough awareness to make this fight much harder. Glancing at the creature, he considered the consequences if he had run instead of confronting the Empire. He knew the old man wouldn't have let him live it down. His attention then shifted to Raoul, who was fighting Jack head-on. Dalton wondered if Raoul was handling himself well and noticed that Raoul's battle looked more demanding than his own. Raoul's sword met Jack's blade again, and Jack laughed, saying Raoul wasn't bad and had good imitation skills, but that was as far as it went. Jack shoved him back with force. Raoul realized Jack's attacks were both fast and heavy, showing even a small opening could end the fight. Jack suddenly closed the distance, appearing in front of him for another strike. Raoul barely caught the attack in time, using all his strength to keep from being forced back. He loosened his grip for a moment, shifted his position, and pushed Jack away with a sharp movement. But Commander Jack only grew more excited, shouting that the fight was far better than expected and that it was almost a shame he had to kill him. He taunted Raoul to resist harder, mocking the kingdom's people for only being capable of holding out. Raoul mentally noted how much Jack talked, feeling the strain, but the real problem was that the longer the fight continued, the more his weapon shook from the impact. He could end everything instantly by releasing Ragnator, but doing so would endanger everyone nearby because he couldn't fully control it. He needed more time, just enough for the plan to reach its final stage. Then Bernard's voice came through the system, calling for Raoul and reporting that the situation was handled. They had rescued the hostages and eliminated the enemies. The plan had succeeded. Raoul smiled at the message. Jack noticed and grew irritated, asking why Raoul was smiling, demanding to know if he had surrendered, and questioning what happened to that rescue plan when all they did was hide in a fort. Jack's rant stopped when Raoul released a sharp blue aura, freezing Jack in place out of confusion. Raoul said the rescue plan had been active from the start, and now that it was done, it was time for an actual fight. He told Jack to come at him again, calling him an Empire fool. Elsewhere, inside the Frank Gate, Marco was struggling to catch his breath. A masked man mocked him, saying he had heard nobles from the kingdom were all cowards except for a few families, and now he could see it was true. He laughed at Asen, calling him a rat shaking even with his knights around him, saying the sight was amusing. Marco told Asen to stay steady and focused, though inside Marco cursed, realizing he hadn't expected the Empire to be involved and knowing they were caught in a trap. He also doubted their chances of escaping alive. The masked man said they wouldn't kill anyone who didn't resist, but since they had fought back, he announced Asen was enough as a hostage and they could kill the rest. As the masked men advanced, Asen was terrified, while Marco prepared to fight. Suddenly, a wave of arrows rained down, striking every masked man closing in on them. A sudden shift swept through the battlefield when the masked man, Asen, and Marco turned to find Pierce, Bernard, Josh, and Philip standing behind them. Their voices carried across the chaos as they called out the masked man, labeling him and his group as the Empire's dogs and demanding to know how they dared step foot inside another kingdom. The masked man, caught completely off guard and stumbling over his words, tried to figure out who these newcomers were. Before he could finish, Josh cut down the soldier blocking his path. Pierce fired from a distance, dropping another enemy with a single arrow. Bernard lifted several men straight off the ground using psychokinesis, leaving them suspended and helpless, while Jake moved through the battlefield with his sword, clearing out every Empire soldier in reach. The masked man stared at the scene, stunned at how easily they dismantled a unit of mana soldiers. His attention fixed especially on Jake, who wasn't even using a mana blade. Jake casually admitted he had overheated and ended up killing them all without meaning to, then wondered aloud if that meant he could deal with the remaining soldiers just as easily. Marco leaned toward Asen, explaining that Jake was from the Bear Knights, and that the First Knights had finally arrived to rescue them. Asen, overwhelmed and dropping to the ground, could only stammer out questions about the First Knights. A voice from behind cut through his confusion, asking why he was on the ground and what was wrong with his legs. Asen quickly turned to see Josh, who was pointing out his reaction to Pierce. Josh called Asen's behavior pathetic and said that not every young master behaved like theirs. Pierce suggested they find someone more worthy to compare to instead. Asen could hardly process what he was seeing. With only a small group, these men had wiped out the Empire's elite, warriors equipped with power armor, soldiers known for their strength. He wondered if these really were Raoul Ashton's First Knights. At that moment, Bernard addressed Raoul, reporting that the rescue mission was complete and that the enemy forces had been defeated. Everything had unfolded exactly as planned on the hill. Jack, hearing this, asked what Bernard meant. Bernard explained that the hostages had already been recovered, and the task had been simple because Jack had gathered all his forces in one spot. Bernard openly mocked him for capturing the hostages only to abandon them and go after the fortress, asking if Jack had forgotten what they were supposed to accomplish. Then he revealed the truth. Jack hadn't trapped anyone. Instead, Jack was the one who had walked into a trap. Jack let out a short reaction and acknowledged the situation. He drove his sword into the ground and announced that complicated strategies weren't his preference. He removed his armor piece by piece, questioning the excitement of hiding and relying on traps. As he lifted his sword again, Bernard paused, noticing Jack's bare arms. Jack told him to stick to his own style and asked what he thought of this approach, then released his true power and aura, marking the shift into his real strength. Jack raised his voice, declaring that there was nothing left holding them back and that the real fight would begin now. As the clash intensified, he took note of Jack drawing on the Shadow Clipper, a powerful greatsword technique often practiced by the Imperial Knights. The move carried a distinctive trait, an ominous blade that carved through the air in wild, irregular arcs that were difficult to predict. He waited for Jack to fully commit to the technique, watching closely as Jack tightened his grip on the sword. That single motion marked the beginning of their duel. Jack burst forward with startling speed and delivered a heavy opening strike. He managed to block it just in time, but Jack didn't slow down. The follow-up swings came from every angle, forcing him to defend against a non-stop flurry. Jack taunted him between strikes, questioning the confidence he had shown earlier. He responded calmly, counting percentages aloud, starting at 40, moving to 50, then 70, until he finally reached 90. When he hit 100%, he delivered a powerful swing aimed directly at Jack. The force behind it caught Jack off guard, and although Jack raised his sword to block, The impact surged through the blade. Jack stumbled over his own words, trying to understand what kind of strike that had been. He answered simply. It was a copied technique, and he intended to use it to its fullest. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the fight between Dalton and the Mana soldier continued. Dalton deflected an incoming blow and countered, but his attack barely scratched the armored opponent. The Mana soldier retaliated with a heavy swing using a flail, sending Dalton leaping back to avoid being crushed. Dalton observed the situation. The Mana soldier was quick, able to analyze the flow of the fight, yet his attack pattern repeated itself. The danger came from the mana surrounding the mace, turning every strike into a lethal threat. Dalton recognized the disadvantage. Without a mana blade, his options were limited. There had to be another approach. His thoughts shifted as he glanced toward the fort. If he used the landform now, it might give him an opening. From the fort, Homer watched Dalton struggle and noted that the fight was clearly giving him trouble. He turned to Philip and asked if they were really supposed to stand by without helping. Philip confirmed the order. No interference unless they were directly requested. Their job was to wait. The hostages had already been rescued, which was the priority. All they could do now was trust their young master. Before Philip could finish his explanation, Dalton called out to him. Philip responded immediately. Dalton said he needed a favor. He asked Philip to tell the men to brace themselves and hold on to anything near them, because he was about to use the fort, and it was going to shake. Philip, thrown off by the idea, questioned how the fort would shake at all, but he reacted quickly. He ordered everyone to get away from the walls, get low, and prepare for impact. He told them to grab onto something so no one would fall. Dalton noted how quickly Philip moved. It became clear why Raoul relied on his men with such confidence. He prepared to move again, deciding to try parrying the next attack. He rushed forward and sprang directly onto the Mana soldier's shield, using it as a stepping point to launch himself backward toward the fort wall. The Mana soldier followed and slammed its weapon into the wall, causing the structure to shake. Philip immediately ordered the knights to hold on. Using that moment, Dalton pushed off the wall, shot up into the air, and came down with a decisive strike. The blow landed cleanly, finishing the Mana soldier in one move. He took a brief moment to assess the situation. The plan had been risky, but it worked. The wall had taken some damage, and he hoped it wouldn't be an issue. From a fort, Homer observed Dalton's performance. For someone experiencing his first real battle, Homer found it notable that he moved with such certainty. Philip responded that Dalton showed confidence, almost enough to cross into arrogance. Homer commented that it matched his background as the Swordmaster's grandson, the one known as Templeton's Wolf. Down below, Raoul watched as Dalton brought the fight to an end. Raoul stated that their side was finished, and it was time for his own confrontation to wrap up as well. Standing around was becoming tedious. Jack reacted sharply, claiming that this was exactly what he had wanted, though the outcome wouldn't be what Raoul expected. Jack acknowledged that Raoul copied the technique well, but insisted that a reproduction would never compare to the original. Jack coated his sword in dark red mana and rushed forward, aiming to demonstrate the gap between them. Raoul raised his blade and blocked the attack without difficulty, pushing Jack back before releasing his charged strike. Jack dodged at the last moment. Raoul asked what he thought now, noting that the copied version didn't seem bad at all. Jack called him an arrogant kid, but Raoul maintained that the skill wasn't bad, strong, simple, and the first decent technique he had come across in a while. Suddenly, a red system window appeared, reporting an information error. It stated that the regulator had detected prohibited traits. Due to the covenant with the Rector, Shadow Clipper would be discarded. Raoul stared at the message, unsure what it meant. Prohibited traits? Was the system saying he couldn't use a copied skill? A second window appeared, announcing that it was searching for a replacement skill. Raoul realized that he had just found a useful technique only to lose it before he could use it properly. The system indicated he could still use the skill until an alternative was prepared. That meant he needed to end the fight quickly. He would rely on it as much as possible until the system removed it. He immediately rushed in and launched another attack. Jack blocked it, but questioned why Raoul had suddenly become so aggressive. He asked if Raoul was in a rush now. Jack tried to counter, but Raoul hurled a sword at him through psychokinesis. The blade barely missed. Jack demanded to know what was happening and where the sword had come from. More swords rose into the air around them, catching him off guard. He asked how such a thing was even possible. Raoul asked if Jack simply hadn't noticed and wondered if he had developed tunnel vision. Jack said he wanted Raoul to fight at full strength. So Raoul stated he would show exactly that. He sent the floating swords forward, turning them into his next wave of attacks. Jake questioned the scene unfolding before him, asking what kind of ridiculous trick Raoul was trying to pull. Raoul claimed this was his best, Yet as Jake blocked the incoming blades one after another, the attacks felt unimpressive to him. He demanded Raul stop playing around, drop the tricks, and face him directly. He didn't have time for delays and told Raul to attack him properly. Raul responded by launching multiple swords forward with psychokinesis, aiming them straight at Jake, while two large axes moved in from behind. Jake cut through the sword barrage with ease, but the axes forced him to exert more effort to stop them. At that moment, Raul increased the force of his psychokinesis and shoved Jake backward with a sudden burst of power. At the same time, Raul coated his own sword in golden mana and moved in from behind. Raul already understood the situation. He couldn't break through the power armor using makeshift sword techniques. That didn't mean victory was out of reach. Using psychokinesis on his blade while activating the standard power armor covering his arm, he shifted Jake's focus with the floating sword, then closed the distance. Raul stated that Jake was strong, but talked far too much. It was time to silence the Empire Dog. He delivered a massive strike, and the impact triggered an explosion that rippled through the ground. When the dust settled, Jake lay defeated on the ground. Raul took in the result. Finally, the fight was over. Jake had been a difficult opponent, and the challenge should translate into a good number of level-ups. A system window appeared. Raul wondered if it had finally located the alternate skill. It had come just in time. The message displayed the new result. Alternate skill found, acquired skill, Radiant Aura, Grade A+. Seeing the name, Raul paused. Radiant Aura, the highest tier active skill used by the strongest Holy Knight. An overpowered ability capable of cleanse, blessing, and healing simultaneously. It was a skill he had rarely seen, and even back when he was considered trash, he had possessed it. He let out a small reaction and noted that this was a jackpot. Raul considered the situation. An ambush on a conquest team by hiding inside the gate was not something he expected. Their preparation was solid. There had to be a strategist behind it, which meant he needed to remain cautious. Dalton interrupted his thoughts as he approached, saying Raul had gone wild out there. Dalton explained he ended up punching the Mana Soldier in the face because he couldn't cut through the power armor. Raul replied it was nothing compared to Dalton using the fort wall earlier. Dalton brushed it off and said they had handled the rest of the enemies as well. This meant the mission was a success. Raul acknowledged his help. Dalton said he joined because he wanted some excitement, but he couldn't let his family name be tarnished. His grandfather would have dealt with him personally if he had just stood around doing nothing. Raul considered Dalton's performance. He had exceeded all expectations. Hard to believe this had been his first real battle. If Dalton ever joined the First Knights, his potential would be enormous. Noticing movement, Philip alerted Raul that the rescue team had returned. Jake laughed and called out to Raul, announcing their arrival. Pierce quickly reminded him that he wasn't supposed to address Raul like that during a mission. Raul acknowledged their efforts, complimenting them on the work they had done. Everything had gone well. Jake let out a casual laugh and claimed there couldn't possibly be a problem when he was around. He said the entire operation had unfolded without a single flaw. Bernard stepped forward and reported that there were no wounded, though a few casualties had occurred. They would need help transporting the bodies. Raul understood and planned to request assistance from the guards. Nearby, Asen D. Carrington watched Raul and evaluated him quietly. Something about the situation felt uncertain to him. Yet Raul's skill and command were undeniable. Asen wondered if Raul had built this knighthood entirely on his own. His thoughts were cut short when Dalton approached and asked if he was Asen. Dalton recognized him as one of the rescued hostages, surprised that the Viscount of Carrington had been among them. When Asen noticed Dalton, he questioned whether Dalton was also part of Raul's knights. He wondered how far Raul's influence reached. Raul stated that the hostages had been secured and the Empire's troops had been eliminated. With the battle finished, and with the new skill he had gained, he considered the results more than satisfactory. He ordered everyone to move out and head back. The following day, at the Ashton County mansion, Raul asked about the Empire soldiers they had captured. Philip explained they were handed over to President Gray in secrecy, following orders. Raul asked about their condition. Bernard replied that nothing had changed. The Empire had placed a spell on them that stripped them of their intelligence once captured. Without President Gray, extracting information would be difficult. Raul mentioned that even President Gray might not have a solution. He expressed his frustration with the Empire and asked about their motive. Philip explained that all they knew was that the Empire soldiers disguised themselves as guards to enter the city. The situation would lead to a large-scale internal inspection. With no further information, determining their motive would be challenging. Raul thought aloud that an actual information network would be useful. The Empire's precision and methods were too dangerous to overlook. Better intelligence would be necessary for future defenses. For now, He would leave the matter to the kingdom and President Gray. Philip confirmed that the knight's ceremony would take place tomorrow. Raoul noted that the capital was currently unsettled, so the event would be small and quiet. Instead of a large display, the ceremony would mainly involve a formal review. Raoul considered this preferable. Even so, the ceremony held significant meaning. He instructed them to prepare thoroughly. They acknowledged the order. Raoul continued thinking ahead. The ceremony would bring together the kingdom's most prestigious families and knights. It would be the first knight's debut on an official stage. He needed to ensure their strength left a clear impression. Raoul planned for the kingdom to reclaim its strength and stand against the empire. The first knights would be the ones to prove their dominance across the continent. The next day, as Raoul and the first knights made their way through the capital, the streets filled with astonished stares. Citizens called out praises, referring to Raoul as the guardian of the Triumph capital. A group of excited girls shouted for him, asking the young master to look their way. Raoul gave them a brief greeting in return. Josh, however, looked uneasy as the girls continued calling out to him. His red hair drew attention, and several voices shouted for him as well. Homer glanced at him and asked if he had ever experienced anything like this during his time as a mercenary. Josh said he hadn't. Homer told him to get used to it. Under the First Knight's banner, this kind of attention would always follow. He encouraged Josh to respond to the crowd, telling him he deserved it. Josh gave a nervous greeting, thinking to himself that joining the First Knights had been a good decision. The crowd cheered as they continued through the capital. When they reached the gathering area, Raoul observed that more people had shown up than he expected. Philip added that some freelance knights appeared to be present as well. Nearby, several knights discussed the sight before them. One knight pointed out that the first knights had arrived. Another commented that they were the new order responsible for resolving the gate incident. A third knight counted their numbers, wondering if every member of the knighthood was in attendance. Another brushed it off, claiming there was nothing impressive about them and calling them show-offs. Someone else remarked that he had heard their knighthood didn't have many regular knights. Raoul noticed the attention they were drawing. There was nothing wrong with it. This was their opportunity to demonstrate what they were capable of, and raising awareness of their strength was beneficial. A man then approached Raoul and addressed him directly, saying this was how he would finally meet the Guardian of Turium. Raoul asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Jerry D. Plank, the kingdom's financial director. He had heard about Raoul's role in the gate incident and asked if they could speak privately. Raoul recognized the name, Jerry D. Plank, the financial director. He wondered what the man wanted. Plank continued, saying he had finally met the busiest hero in the capital. He had wanted to speak with Raoul for some time, but had been unable due to his schedule. When he learned Raoul would attend the ceremony, he decided this was the only time he would have the chance. Raoul noted that Plank had clearly come to see him on purpose. He questioned Plank's intentions. The capital's guard captain had said most of the financial department had ties to Randall. Plank might not be any different. Plank had clearly come to meet Raoul personally. Raoul knew a man like him wouldn't approach just to exchange greetings. He wondered if Plank wanted to evaluate him or learn what he was planning. Raoul let out a short, casual response and said that being called the capital's hero was an exaggeration. He told Viscount Plank he simply acted as any noble of the kingdom should. Plank complimented him, saying Raoul and his knights stayed humble despite their achievements. He added that Raoul was just as remarkable as the rumors claimed, and that he would become a model for other knights. Raoul replied that it was thanks to the financial department managing the kingdom's treasury. A knighthood could only function with their support. Plank called the remark flattering and reassessed Raoul. This boy was more perceptive than he had expected. The financial department was hostile toward Raoul due to his connection with Randall, yet Raoul spoke to him as if nothing was wrong. Plank understood why many had difficulty dealing with him. Raoul said he had just one question for Viscount Plank. Plank asked what it was. Raoul mentioned hearing that the financial department had banned the first knights from entering the gate and asked if Plank knew anything about it. The sudden question caught Plank off guard. He wondered how Raoul could ask something like that so directly. Was Raoul pretending to be naive, or was he implying he had evidence and wanted to see Plank's reaction? Plank said this was the first he'd heard of such a thing and insisted it must be a false rumor. There was no reason for the financial department to be involved. Raoul said Plank was right. Plank shifted the topic, asking if Raoul found anything about the Empire soldiers who ambushed them at the gate. Raoul said they were prepared for every possible scenario. Plank claimed it was likely just another taunt, similar to the previous case, and shouldn't be taken as a true invasion. Raoul answered by pointing out that the Empire troops had infiltrated quite deeply and moved in with surprising ease. It almost seemed as if someone inside the kingdom had given them information. Raoul gave a small, light remark afterward, saying it was just an assumption. No way it could be real, right? Planck said this reaction was expected. He could see why people called Raoul the protector of Turium. Meeting him had been worthwhile. Planck said he would take his leave and hoped President Gray would uncover something useful from the captives. Raoul found that strange. The fact that President Gray was handling the captives was supposed to be classified. That meant the financial department had access to more information than expected. Planck said, of course, they managed a major part of the kingdom. He said the conversation had been enjoyable and hoped to meet Raoul again. As he walked away, Planck considered Raoul Ashton far more capable than the rumors implied. Not bad. He would enjoy destroying him. Raoul watched him leave and thought Planck had chosen the wrong person to challenge. Trash talking was an essential part of being a connected player. Raoul wasn't sure yet how Planck tied into the Empire, but he planned to push harder from now on. If Planck wanted to test him, then Raoul would test him right back. Neither side would retreat. Within the crowd, a figure discreetly observed Raoul. It was a faceless from the Information Guild. A voice echoed through the hall. The guidance competition would begin soon, and all participants were asked to gather in the lobby. Jake grinned and said the moment had finally arrived. He had been waiting for this. Raoul noted how eager he looked despite complaining earlier about the competition's purpose. Jake explained that being here in person made the experience different. Raoul told them there was a deeper meaning behind this ceremony. It was their chance to show everyone who they were. He reminded them that the hostility directed at them was obvious and intentional. It was all part of his plan, but one thing was still missing: fear. Their objective was to create that fear. Respect would come afterward. The first knights would make sure the kingdom remembered exactly what they were capable of. All of them answered with a firm acknowledgement. Raoul turned to Philip and said he would leave the rest in his hands. Raoul intended to watch from the seats. Philip agreed without hesitation. As they made their way toward the lobby, Jake muttered that if any of them lost, they would be heading straight to hell. Philip responded that the same applied to Jake as well, and he advised him not to underestimate the others. Raoul noted that he no longer needed to worry about them. It was time to trust them and let them handle things. He had other matters to deal with, especially after noticing the Faceless slipping away. The Faceless entered a narrow back alley, but Raoul was already waiting for him. Raoul asked if he had gathered everything he needed. He questioned why Faceless was trying to hide his presence when he could simply ask directly if he needed information. Faceless was taken aback and asked when Raoul had noticed him. Raoul explained that he had almost missed it. Faceless' presence was difficult to detect, as expected from the captain of the Wing of Freedom, the strongest information guild in the kingdom. Noticing a Faceless was no simple task. Raoul said it was time to stop the hiding and speak openly. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.